Regular deliveries here? That's good. They're delivering them, I'm selling them.
I'm going to put the Sunny card.
You're going to put what where? You're going to put the new arrivals right there. All right, excellent. All right, everybody. Wow, Jake's turned me into a cowboy here. There's Paul, Henry. Perfect time to watch me start selling some records as y'all deliver some records. I'll take that. Yeah. All righty, there's Henry. We are live selling records on a Saturday night. That was perfect timing. I don't have to worry about unloading the truck. So we got, let me reset this. Let me reset this over here. I think this, okay, this is populating, right? Yeah. Okay, great. All right, Jake. Does my hands move now? A little bit. I can't do that. We have one of the greatest sales coming up tonight. I love how I've turned into a cowboy. I kind of look like Elon Musk. Yeah. All right. Welcome, everybody. And let's go ahead and turn this on. There's something missing here, Jake. Ah, this is missing. There we go. I tried. Yeah, I know. I know. Didn't work out like we wanted to, did it? So what we got going on is a incredible live sale we're about to do. Silver and gold, silver and gold. All right. All right, so those are new arrivals. They're back here unloading the truck. I wish I could get back there and start digging, but I got to start selling. So we got the crew just got back. The crew just got back, but I'm kind of heavily distracted because there's no telling what they're about to unload off this vehicle. But I'll stay focused here and start selling some records. We got tag this morning's videos, which I think are still up front. Let me clear off these lot boxes. So these are the current lot boxes we have in stock, which are Black Sabbath, Cannibal Corpse, Pantera, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, and the Rolling Stones. So those are the current lot boxes that are available. Zeppelin, Iron Maiden. Let's go ahead and get those over here. Zeppelin and Iron Maiden. Let's put those over there. Zeppelin, Iron Maiden. We have Pantera. And Yes is in the works for sure. Yeah, got to knock out some of my favorites. Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam got posted today. And Randy Rhoads is scheduled for 8 o'clock. So we'll do Randy Rhoads at 8 o'clock. The lot box. We'll do the lot box at 8 o'clock. Green Day's in the work. Probably Yes and Green Day. And The Cure is the next few. Yes, Green Day and The Cure. That's been heavily requested. Boston, ELO. Trust me, I'm working on it. I think I'm going to plug up a Pink Floyd tonight because it's such a cool one. Police is in 2036. Yep. Police coming soon. Me lay Aerosmith right there. Aha, it'd help if I plugged it up. Let's get it plugged up here. There we go. Okay. And Clash, Duran Duran. Keep naming them. Jill's here. Yeah, a lot going on, hasn't it? A lot going on. Jill said she's going home. It's going to get busy. All right. $7 starts. George Harrison, My Sweet Lord, and Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane. These are going to go up for $7 starts. They're sealed singles. We have George Harrison, My Sweet Lord, Record Store Day, limited numbered clear vinyl. And the flip of that one is Isn't It a Pity? $7 start on that. Pink Floyd, Arnold Lane, live at Syd Barrett Tribute Concert, also Record Store Day. Those are $7 starts. That's our first couple auctions. We got Pink Floyd and we got George Harrison. I got a whole box of singles here, box sets, etc., etc. That's pretty cool there. Hey, what is this right here? No, never mind. Where's the newest stuff from last night? Okay, it's still behind the counter. That's all right. New stuff still behind the counter. I got to go grab that. And let's see what's going on here. We have George Harrison, Pink Floyd with bids. Let me go get that first crate from up front. That would be the new vinyl that was posted this morning at 6 a.m. to start showing and telling. Showing and telling. That's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to show you something, what it is, and then you're going to buy it. It's going to be showing and telling. Showing and then telling. That's what we're going to be doing. Showing and telling. Showing, we're going to be showing and telling. All right. Let's pull up this morning's video. Try to blast through some of this. Yeah, and for the UK viewers, that will happen sooner. Hopefully on Monday, that's the plan. When I make plans, I stick with them. Okay, so we have The Roots of Def Leppard, AC/DC If You Want Blood, Master of Puppets, The Story So Far, Metallica, Master of Puppets, Disclosure, Van Halen, Eric Johnson, Motorhead, Depeche Mode, one of each, Lamb of God, Van Halen, Hendrix, AC/DC, The Sword, Eric Johnson, Tarantino, Quincy, White Stripes, first Depeche Mode showed, had a sledgehammer in the hand, and Eric Johnson, AC/DC, Daughter, Peter Gabriel, Hendrix, all four Gabriels, Chevelle, Three Doors Down, 3 Days Grace, AC/DC, Oi, Three Doors Down, DOA, Destruction, Morbid Angel, The Story So Far, The Return of the Living Dead, and AC/DC. That's all stuff we've sold tonight. Jill, do you know where 2 empty crates are at? I'm going to need 2 empty crates if you don't mind. So right over here, George Harrison. The first bid on this was Karen Robbins at $12. That's My Sweet Lord, a Record Store Day numbered clear vinyl. That's at $12 with Karen Robinson. And then the Pink Floyd is with Craig Thomas for $8. That's sealed Arnold Lane. And those are our first couple auctions of the night. Let's go ahead and grab our first LP, which is on Laura's desk. Can somebody bring me the crate of auctions that's on Laura's desk? I would greatly appreciate that if somebody could bring me the crate of auctions that's on Laura's desk. But I have something else to do right here. I have Bob Seger, This is The Distance. It's a Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. The plan for UK, you should be able to see an earlier start on Monday, 11 your time, 11 p.m. in the UK. That way you can tune in a lot earlier instead of 1 a.m. Bob Seger, The Distance. That's a Japanese pressing, $15 start. This was actually something from a long time ago. Tanner already got you some? Tanner tried to, you can play some right there. Thank you so much. How much I owe you? Okay, I'll pass. Thank you. Okay. We have the White Stripes, Get Behind Me, Satan. This is sold. The White Stripes is a 2 LP, and that White Stripes is sold $44.99. That was claimed pretty early this morning by Eric Fisher. There's one extra copy. That's a 20th anniversary edition. Bob Seger is a $15 start. That's a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. And George Harrison has a new bid. Nobody else bid on Pink Floyd. We're going to go ahead and sell Arnold Lane to Craig Thomas. Thank you, Craig. That's so do you. Let's grab another one over here from this batch of sealed looking records. Blah, 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 da, da, da. What am I trying to say? This is Steve Earle and the Dukes. I know Steve Earle. This is Steve Earle, Record Store Day. This is a 7-inch, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. We have one more White Stripes, and that's Get Behind Me, Satan, and that is $44.99. It is a 2 LP colored vinyl. Depeche Mode. So somebody wanted one of each of all the Depeche Modes. That's Natasha. So anytime a Depeche Mode comes up, it's automatically sold to Natasha. And then some people claim some individually ones, but not this one. So Songs of Faith and Devotion is sold to Natasha Pickett, and we have one extra copy. There's one extra copy of Songs in Faith and Devotion, $29.99. The George Harrison's at 13 with Victor Guerra. Karen Robbins, you're out. Intergroove Distortion, you're out. Now Intergroove Distortion's back in. No, he bid 15 on Seeger, so Seeger's at $15. Eric Johnson, we're going to have a waiting list for this one, so go ahead and get out your pen and paper. Hold on to your wigs and keys. This is Eric Johnson, $29.99. So Devon Gillespie. So Devon Gillespie, Eric Johnson. Now, I'll read who's on the wait list in just a second. Jerry Stone, you were tagged for one yesterday. And I know David Doman, who might be a first-time buyer, D-O-M-A-N-N, he definitely wants one on a waiting list. And I think one other person, Eric Johnson here, legendary guitarist, $29.99. There might be somebody else, but let's go ahead and at least get that sticky note started with a wait list. Jimi Hendrix, People, Hell, and Angels. Jimi Hendrix is $33.99. This is a double LP. Jimi Hendrix, $33.99. I know one sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That is so to you. There might be one other Jimi Hendrix claim. Rising Sun sold to David Dole. So this Jimi Hendrix is still available. That is People, Hell, and Angels, and that is $33.99. Let's jump over here to George Harrison. Michael Butler has it for $15. Bob Seger has a bid for $18. And nobody bid on Steve Earle. Let's go ahead and make it a buy now for $7. You can pick up Steve Earle for $7. I actually have two of them. I have two of them over here. So let's grab another one. And then let's grab this Van Halen 1984 Panama. This is Steve Earle, $7 buy now on that. Let's see what kind of condition this Van Halen 7-inch single's in. This is Van Halen Panama 1984. It's a solid EX, or yeah, and a nice sleeve too. It's making sure there was no rotting or anything. Looks good to me. That's a classic $7 start on that. Steve Earle is sold to Nick Bargeron for $7, and Michael Ruttman gets one for $7. Also, we got 3 copies of Depeche Mode Violator. So go ahead and give one of these to Natasha. Does anybody else want a Violator? $39.99. Enjoy the Silence. $39.99. That's sold. We have Turnstile, Glow On. Turnstile is $33.99. And then Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, his second studio album, a revolutionary album, in mono, remastered, $24.99 for Hendrix. I've still got this available if anybody wants it. George Harrison out. What did George Harrison get up to? 15 with Michael Butler. We're going to make sure Karen Robbins doesn't want to bid again. Van Halen has a bid for 7. And the Bob Seger was at 18 with Timothy Horn. Intergroove Distortion, you're out. Also, we have 2 copies of Jimi Hendrix. I have Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl. That's on the orange glitter vinyl, $39.99. Van Halen is at 7. There is another Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell. That's sold to Natasha Pickett, $29.99 for Depeche Mode. And this is Phil Collins, the Singles Collection. I Can Feel It Coming, in the air tonight. 2 LP, $39.99. It's essentially a Phil Collins greatest hit solo career. We have 2 of those, and it's a new pressing on colored vinyl. Here is another Depeche Mode sold to Natasha Pickett. That's that Live 101. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then Jimi Hendrix First Rays of the New Rising Sun. That one is sold to David Doyle over here. That was my only copy of that. If anybody else wants it, it's $29.99. All right, so let's go over here to George Harrison, and that is officially sold to Michael Butler for $15. Bob Seger is sold to Timothy, hold the phone for a second, Timothy Horn, $18. Yes, Timothy Horn, this is sold to you for $18. All right, let's push that away right over here. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, like button on YouTube, like button on Instagram, like button, like this, like that. Van Halen is sold to Amenities for $7. $7. That one's gone. Well, one Van Dangle. How about one Van Halen? One Van Halen down, another one up. Here's another Van Halen. I'll Wait. This one's also going to go up for how much? A $7 start. Just a little dusty, hadn't been cleaned or anything, but it's nice. Nice picture sleeve. Another song from their hit album, 1984. That's going to go up for a $7 start, Otis. Uh-oh. A $7 start on Van Halen? Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and scan this right here. Oh, my gosh. What is going on with this right here? Oh my gosh. Any bonus auctions? We're looking at them right now. Holy moly. Oh my, what do we have here? This is an REM singles box set. This is not something I'd expected to see tonight. It is sealed and it's going to go up for a $55 start. REM 11 singles, 7-inch, 83 to 88 sealed, $55 start on that. Wow. Also, 3 Days Grace, Alien Nation. I'm pretty sure we sold this. This is 3 Days Grace, Alien Nation, $24.99. This is sold to Melissa Bailey. Thank you, Melissa Bailey. Let me make sure nobody else was ahead of you. I'm pretty sure just Melissa Bailey on this one. That's sold to Melissa Bailey for $24.90. Here is the debut of Hendrix, $24.99. At least the Jimi Hendrix Experience, $24.99. That's another remaster, $24.99 on that one. Hendrix Love. So David put Hendrix Love and then Rising Sun. What was Love? That was People, Hell, and Angels. I don't know which one was Love. Axis Bold is Love. Okay, so yeah, we did sell an Axis Bold is Love, and that is sold to David Doyle. Okay, so one of those did sell. REM has a bid for $55.56. Van Halen, $777. Boy, I'd like to hit that on a slot machine. $777. That'd be great. Oh, cool.
It's got some, you know.
We can sell it.
Okay.
I have that one. But it's, no, I don't have that one. I don't have that one. No. Yeah, we'll go ahead and sell it. That's cool, though.
Yeah.
Thermos?
No.
No thermos.
It's not
No.
a shade, but I haven't seen this one.
No. That's kind of like it's Bond, but it's,
Yeah.
that other one doesn't really look like Connery either. I don't think Aladdin ever licensed
That
them.
makes sense.
Yeah. Wow, that's cool, though. Any more Bond stuff? Just, if so, just go put it in my Tahoe. We have David Bowie, Young Americans. Hey, there's Tyler. We have David Bowie, Young Americans. David Bowie's a 1975 USOG, VG condition, and this is Young Americans, a $15 start for David Bowie. Van Halen, REM, and Young Americans. What a party. Van Halen over here, this is a flip of I'll Wait, and the flip is I'll Wait and Girl Gone Bad. Girl Gone Bad is the flip on that one. High bids 8. REM 67. This is a sealed REM box set. A sealed REM box set. This is REM. It's at $67. And the last bid on David Bowie was a 15, or it's a 25, 15, 25, 30. It's a $15 start. Okay, finishing up this crate. Chevelle, point number 1. I don't recall seeing this Chevelle before. $29.99. Just when I thought I've seen them all, I haven't. $29.99 Chevelle. And this is sold to Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's sold to you. We have the best of the Grateful Dead, $77 to $89. The Grateful Dead is $49.99. And Peter Gabriel. Now, somebody bought one each of all the Peter Gabriels. The first person who wanted a Peter Gabriel was David Doyle. And David Doyle got the Scratch album. This is Peter Gabriel's second solo album on blue vinyl. That one sold. Let's put Chris Bryant on a Chevelle waiting list, right? That's a Chevelle waiting list for Chris Bryant. And let's go ahead and do that. Thank you. REM's at 75. So I do have one more Peter Gabriel, Scratch, or AKA his second album. We actually got 2. Wow, we got 2 more of those. No, that's a different one here. This is Rain on the Car. That's his solo debut. That one's on silver vinyl. That one has Climbing Up on Salisbury Hill. That is $36.99. So we got a waiting list going for Chevelle. The last bid on Van Halen was James Rayner at 8. Amenities, you're outbid on Van Halen. It's at 9 with James Rayner. The sealed REM box set, Black Yale has it for $75. Everybody else, the sealed REM box set. This is 11 7-inch singles. That is at $75. Bob Riger also on Chevelle. And then there's another Peter Gabriel, the Rain on the Car album, okay? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to breeze through these one more time. If you want anything in here, let me know. The White Stripes, Get Behind Me, Satan, $44.99. Depeche Mode, Songs of Faith and Devotion. We sold one. We have one left. Same thing for White Stripes. We sold one. We have one left. Jimi Hendrix, People, Hell, and Angels. That's a double LP, $33.99 for that. Depeche Mode, Violator, $39.99. Turnstile, Glow On's, $33. Axis, Bold as Love, $24.99. This is The Life of a Showgirl, $39.99. Depeche Mode, Speak and Spell, $29.99. Phil Collins, The Singles Collection. Did somebody ask me a question about this? There might have been a question. Chad, a few nights ago, you said Beatles Etching must have a lost auction and found another one. You were right, stellar. Great. Glad you found one. Yeah, that's where the Beatles demoed the White Album after they got back from their spiritual journey to India. We have Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced, $24.99. The Best of the Grateful Dead, $49.99. Peter Gabriel, Scratch, $36, and Peter Gabriel, Rain on the Car, $36. All right, so James Rayner, you're out on this. Black Yale's getting the REM for $75, and David Bowie over here. The last bid on this just came in, and that's with Leslie for $15. Going once, going twice. Yes, we've actually posted 2 Peter Gabriels. I think one's coming out. One coming out is a new album, and another one is like a live album. So I think there's 2 Peter Gabriel pre-orders. Let's go ahead and find what else is going over here in the singles box, and let's go ahead and do Mudcrutch here. Oh my! Let's go ahead and do Mudcrutch trailer. Wow! Let's go ahead and put this up. It's a sealed Record Store Day 7-inch single, and Mudcrutch is a $7 start. That's now up for bid. Let's swap out crates, and I guess we can start calling these cans of records. Let's go ahead and put these right over here. And we sold about half of that crate. Fantastic. Let's go get the other one. There's a lot going on inside this building right now. There's like a dozen people here unloading a trailer, and there's records flying from everywhere. And I'm having to dodge them. They're throwing records at me right over my head. So make sure Chris Bryant and Bob Riger went on that Chevelle waiting list. Chris Bryant and Bob Riger on that Chevelle waiting list. Chevelle. Catch the motor run and head out on the highway. Looking for adventure. Y'all know when I've walked away from the camera when my little mini Chad pops off. So when he disappears, that means I've walked away from the table. And I'm back because I'm putting this crate up here. Jake's got my hands working a little bit. Whoa, there's my hands. Whoa. Okay, there's that over here. Let's jump this and let's do that. We got to do this. Don't forget about doing that over there too. Don't forget we still got to do this. We got to do that. And then after that, we got to do some of this. David Bowie's at 18, Mudcrutch 7, Bowie 20. All right, so Van Halen didn't get another bid, eh? Van Halen got a bid for amenities, and we're done, $10. This is sold to amenities for $10. The Phil Collins was $39.99. David Bowie's at 20, and then Mudcrutch has one bid with Frank Galena for 7. Tom Petty related there. Napalm Death, From Enslavement to Obliteration. Napalm Death, $33.99. Let me read some more of these claims. So we've sold Def Leppard, AC/DC, Metallica, Story so far, Metallica, Disclosure, Van Halen, Motorhead, Depeche Mode, Lamb of God, Van Halen, AC/DC, Tarantino, Quinn, Depeche, AC/DC, Daughtery, Gabriel, 3 Doors, AC/DC, Oi, 3 Doors, DOA, Destruction, and Morbid. Okay, I was trying to figure out what metal album sold. Destruction and Morbid Angel. Okay, so Napalm Death is available, From Enslavement to Obliteration, $33.99. The Sword, this sold here to David Howard. He wants the Sword, and he wants a Eric Johnson. He wants an Eric Johnson City Limits. Okay, so we need to put him on a waiting list. David Howard on the Eric Johnson. This is sold. So David Howard got the Sword and put him on that, also on that Eric Johnson waiting list. Wow, look at that AC/DC poster. Whoa, holy moly. That's why we got Tyler carrying it. But
We double for this trip, pal.
oh, you double for this trip. Boy, you look like you've been rolling in mud.
Well, one of the tires came off the trailer on the interstate while we go.
Oh my
Whole
god.
tire.
Oh my gosh. We had a whole tire, folks, come off the trailer while going down the interstate.
Bearing on the side of the road.
Well, this is why we hire the best. I mean, thank you, Tyler. Hopefully, Paul helped you out some. We have Power Trip on green vinyl, Power Trip, Nightmare Logic. This is why I don't go on trips anymore. Could y'all imagine me out there trying to change a tire? I'd be like, let's call AAA. We have Haley Williams, Ego Death at a bachelorette party. That's on highlighter yellow vinyl, $36.99. DOA's coming up in just a second. All right, Three Doors Down, Greatest Hits. We sold several of these. This is their Greatest Hits album, $34.99. Rest in peace to the lead singer who just recently passed away. This is sold to Sean Hibbler. Sean Hibbler got a Three Doors Down Greatest Hits, and then Sean Hibbler and Sean Druin on a Three Doors Down Greatest Hits. Thank you, and thank you on that one. Rage Against the Machine live on tour, 1993. That's a $33. That's $33.99. All right, Mudcrutch sold to Frank Galena for $7, and Bowie is up to one person. No, Leslie, that's yours for $21. Yeah, Tyler said he had to change a tire on the interstate. I was like, this is why we have Tyler on the trips. Otherwise, I'd be out there going, lug nuts. What? We have David Gilmour with Romany Gilmore. Ooh, David Gilmour with his daughter Romany. Yes, I Have Ghost. That's a Record Store Day single sealed. A $7 start on David Gilmour. Brad Arnold. Thank you, Craig. His name escaped me there for a second. Oh my, what do we have here? Alice in Chains, a double single. I don't know where all these came from, but we're selling them tonight. This is sealed, Alice in Chains. That's a $10 start on that one. Let's jump over here and figure out what else is sold out of this crate. Next is Van Halen live at Wembley. Now, we sold several of these. They're $29.99. Von Holland live at Wembley. First one goes to Clifford Umstead. Clifford Umstead, thank you on that one. And let me make sure there's nobody else. I think there might have been one more person. Van Halen live at Wembley. Let me go back down to the bottom. $29. No, Von Galipsy was first, okay? So actually give this to Von Galipsy and then put Clifford Umstead on the wait list. Von Galipsy and give that one to Clifford Umstead, okay? So David Gilmour, a $7 star. Alice in Chains, 10, 10, and 13. Those already have bids. And let's go over here. Let's go over here and sell Talking Heads. Talking Heads. This is Little Creatures. A 1985 USOG Allied original with the original under sleeve EX condition. A $15 start on Talking Heads. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. That's a remaster 2012. $33.99 for Black Sabbath, remastered gatefold jacket. That's available. So is Gojira Fortitude. Gojira is on brown and gray splatter vinyl, $34.99 for Gojira. And Cypress Hill Live. That's a Record Store Day on colored vinyl and official live Cypress Hill. That's $29.99. And then David Gilmour, Alice in Chains, Alice in Chains. So Alice in Chains is at $15 right now. Alice in Chains is at $15 right now, and that is with Mortgage Guy Rob. Manny Ray's Tide. Talking Heads has a bid for $15, and no bid on David Gilmour. We're about to make it a buy now. Vindicator. Vindicator is called Communal Decay. $34.99 on Vindicator, and Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption. That one's $33.99. Rockin' Roots of Motorhead. The Rockin' Roots of Motorhead, $29.99 on the Rockin' Roots of Motorhead, $29.99. So there was a couple metal claims. Let me find Steve Weaver, Destruction and Morbid Angel. I hadn't got to either one of those yet, have I? I have not. Okay, moving on. Creator, Crushers of the World. Creator is on red vinyl, $38.99. And we have Paradise Lost Obsidian. Paradise Lost Obsidian is on gold vinyl, and it's $33.99. That's Paradise Lost. We have High on Fire, Cometh the Storm. High on Fire is $36.99. That's called Cometh the Storm. We have Krug Ben, Con Todo El Mundo. Krug Ben is $24.99, and Manchester Orchestra. This one's a Black Mile to the Surface. Manchester Orchestra, $34.99. Sleep Token, Take Me Back to Eden, $38.99 on that one, and Destruction is sold to Steve Weaver. Thank you, Steve Weaver. This is sold to you for $36.99. Nobody bid on David Gilmour. You can pick that up for a $7 buy now. And Alice in Chains is with Inner Groove Distortion at $30. Talking Heads is with Blackie L at $17, which means somebody's outbid. Will Smithson, you're out on Talking Heads. Allison Chains is at 30. We have Municipal Waste, The Art of Partying. Municipal Waste is $33.99. Napalm Death Scum is $33.99. And Morbid Angel also sold over here to Steve Weaver, and that completes both of his comments. Steve Weaver also got Morbid Angel. He also got Destruction as well. Andy Wade over here on the David Gilmour, that sold to him for $7. Oh my goodness, Jim B is bidding on Allison Chains. What have we done here? What have we done here? Jim B, $36 on Allison Chains. Talking Heads, Will Smithson out. Final call for $17. I see a big Dio poster over there. We got Suicidal Tendencies. I see a big Dio poster over there. Suicidal Tendencies is $33.99. Also, we have Pigs. Yes, that's the name of the artist. One more time in case you missed it. Pigs. Orange vinyl, $29.99. Imagine introducing them when they come out on stage. Pigs. Lamb of God. This is Ashes of the Wake. We did sell one Lamb of God to someone somewhere. Lamb of God is sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you, Jeremy Todd. That's sold to you. And we have the Sword, Gods of the Earth. That's still available, $29.99. This is Allison Chains. It's an official record store day, double 7-inch. What the hell have I? A little better. Get born again and died. Allison Chains. And this is called, yeah, that's what it's called, The Tracks. And then Talking Heads is got a new bid for $20. Talking Heads has a new bid for $20. Thomas Fish on the Cypress Seal. Thank you, Thomas Fish on the Cypress Seal. That's sold to Thomas Fish. Allison Chains is at $41. Mastodon Remission. Mastodon's $33.99. We have Mark Steele on the Sword. Thank you, Mark Steele. Also, Blackstone Cherry, live from Royal Albert Hall, y'all. That's a 2LP, $34.99. Peter Gabriel, that one is sold to David Doyle. Thank you. He got one of each of all the Peter Gabriels. And there's one more in here, Peter Gabriel, green vinyl, $36.99. And Jack White, No Name. Jack White, $29.99. How much was Hayley Williams? Hayley was $36.99. Her most recent album, Highlighter Yellow Vinyl, Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party. Looks like she's at a bachelorette party, not having much fun. Oh, gosh. If you want to see a bunch of those, go down to Broadway on Nashville. $36.99. All right. So we have Allison Chains at $40, $45, $45. Blackie L, you're outbid on Talking Heads. It's at $20. Let's see what else is over here in this singles box. What else could we possibly have over here? This looks familiar. This is, who is this? This is Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters is a $7 start. Making a Fire and Chasing Birds. Foo Fighters, a $7 start. That's up for bid. Frank Galena on a Hayley Williams. Shane T 102 on a Jack White No Name. Thank you on that. Here's what's left in here. We got Jack White, Peter Gabriel, Blackstone Cherry, Mastodon, Pigs. Suicidal Tendencies, Napalm Death, Municipal Waste, Sleep Token, Manchester Orchestra, Krug Ben, High on Fire, Paradise Lost, Creator, Motorhead, Napalm Death, Vindicator, Gojira, Black Sabbath, Rage Against the Machine, Hayley Williams, Power Trip, and Napalm Death. All those are still available if anybody wants them. Talking Heads is at $22. Allison Chains is at $48. Foo Fighters, $7. Haven't seen any Soundgarden singles yet. Hadn't seen any Soundgarden singles. Yes. Kyle, these are all sticker price. All of our new vinyl is sticker price, no more, no less. The only time we discount it after it's been here 30 or 60, sometimes even 90 days, and it's all sticker price. But thank you for the offer. Have to keep those prices marked. Let's go into the next crate right quick, and then the next crate, and then the next crate. We'll have plenty to knock out. While everybody's hot and on the trail for some vinyl tonight, we're going to go ahead and knock some stuff out of the park. We're going to say Grand Slam, Slam Dunk, Home Run, World Series, Super Bowl, the Green Jacket, the World Cup, the Daytona 500. Here we go. So, Allison Chains has a bid for $50. Foo Fighters has one bid with Mortgage Guy Rob for $7. And Talking Heads has a bid for $25 with Blackie L. First thing I have here is De La Soul. That one's called Cabin in the Sky. Blue vinyl 2LP, $38.99. Clips, Lord Willing. Oh, Clips here is a 2LP silver vinyl, $34.99. Also, Disclosure Energy. Natasha believes she might have been on a waiting list. I will go check. I'll have to get my laptop computer. So this is pending to Natasha. I think somebody got one, but I don't think it was Natasha. So that's possibly sold. If anybody wants it, let me know in case it's not, or a waiting list. George Harrison Electronic Sound. George Harrison's a 2 LP. That's an analog remaster, $39.99. Foo Fighters sold to the Barnetts for $7, and then Alice in Chains is still getting bids. Final call to Manny Ray though. No, everybody stop bidding. $50 on that one. And then here is this set of Tori Amos. So this is a complete set of all 12 album covers. All 12 album covers, $449.99. We showed these last night. We're just doing a quick recap here. It's a new set she put out. It's kind of like, I mean, they were sold to us together. So like they were sold to us together. It's like a set. That's how they sell them. I don't know if you can even go in there and list them and buy them individually. Somebody wants Live at Royal Albert Hall, y'all. That was right over here. That was sold to Josh M.F.R. Jones. That's his name. That's his name. This is sold over here to Josh M.F.R. Jones. Blackstone Cherry Live. All right. Then we have several more AC/DC sold. This is AC/DC Highway to Hell. This is $29.99. We sold Blood Story so far. Metallica, Disclosure possibly sold. And then Van Halen, that's a wait list. Back in Black, Carantino, Quincy, Ball Breaker, If You Want Blood, Daughtery, all 4 Peter Gabriels, High Voltage, Oi, and Highway to Hell was sold to Slammin' Alvin. Thank you, Slammin' Alvin. That's sold to you, $29.99. I still got 2 copies of AC/DC's Highway to Hell. We have John Prine, Sweet Revenge, $38.99. Clips, this is Hell Hath No Fury, a 2 LP Go Vinyl, $34.99. And AC/DC, Back in Black, I hit the sack, $29.99. I'm about to chug this monster and drink another one, $29.99. So who got a Back in Black? Red Cave Collections, that's Josh Corvaborius. Thank you, Red Cave Collections. And I have one more Back in Black left if anybody wants it. One more Back in Black. A lot of AC/DC sold. Good job to Jeremiah ordering that. I hadn't ordered any while. New order, Power Corruption Lives, $33.99. All right, it looks like we're done on Talking Heads. John Franz, $26. And Blackie went out. Let's go ahead and sell that to John Franz for $26. And we have the Chad Avatar, very animated tonight. Jake's dressed me up like a cowboy. He's got my arms moving tonight. And so the camera's on my eyes and my mouth. So that's really my eyes. That's like that's my eyes. And this is my mouth. Arrgh. Hello, partner. We meet again in the streets for a showdown. And we're gonna sling some vinyl tonight. You heard of some gunslinging? We're going to sling some vinyl tonight. That's sold. And then Alice in Chains, Intergroove Distortion, $52. Final call on that one. Over here, we have Iggy Pop, Shot Myself Up. Iggy Pop is $29.99. Glory, Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers, $34.99 on Glory. Zach Bryan, self-titled's $44. And then Daughtery, Part 2. Daughtery is $29.99. Daughtery, $29.99, and this is sold to David Polkey. Thank you, David Polkey. That's sold to you. Over here, what is the Alice in Chains? This is a sealed record store day. What the hell have I? A little better. Get born again and died. It's a double record store day sealed. $52 on that. $52 on that one. Let's jump over here and see what else is in this singles box. I mean, they delivered this to me. There's several box sets from Status Quo. There's a couple OG things. We've already done a couple Van Halens. Let's do another Van Halen. But first, here's Kings of Leon, Wait for Me. And Kings of Leon, Wait for Me has this original price tag huge on the front. It should peel right off. It's sealed. Kings of Leon, a $7 start. That is now up for bid. Let me get my trash can a little bit closer to me. There we go. And then what else do I have here? Another Depeche Mode. And this one is sold to Natasha Pickett. And somebody else wanted this one too, David Doman. And he said he wanted the first one, had a sledgehammer. Okay, so this is sold to David Doman here. Thank you, David Doman. And I don't know if he might be a first-time buyer. If so, leave me a note so we can make sure he gets registered. Jim B still bidding on Alice in Chains. It's at $53. What's this thing worth then? $200 or $300? $400 or $500? $500 or $600? $700 or $800? What's this worth? Jim B has it for $53 right now. That means somebody's outbid. Kings of Leon's at $7. And over here we have what? Both those both of those are sold. And then we have the Clash. And the Clash is on pink vinyl. Did somebody claim this? I thought they did. I've never seen one on pink vinyl. New and sealed, must be an import. $39.99 for the Clash, $39.99. Also, Metallica Ride the Lightning. Now, I know we sold some Metallicas, but I think they were Master of Puppets. Yeah, we still got Ride the Lightnings in stock, $33.99. Da-da, 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 da-da. Yes, $33.99. AC/DC for those about to rock fire. And we have one copy left, and this one didn't get claimed. We sold a lot more AC/DC, but this one is still available for those about to rock. $29.99. There is Dirty Deeds. We still got both of those. Kings of Leon is a single. It's got 2 tracks on it. It's got 2 tracks on it. It's a 7-inch single. Leslie has it for $7. Alice in Chains is at $65. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that's U2. And that's a 12-inch single. I still have not found what I'm looking for. VG condition. This is in VG condition. This is U2. I still hadn't found what I'm looking for. A 1987 USOG, a $5 start on U2. Matt Nichols wants a Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. That sold. Metallica, the Black Album. Nothing else matters except you buying this record right now. Look deep into it. Look right into the blue light of the GoPro. Nothing else matters except you buying this Black Album right now. $38.99. Suffocation, Pinnacle Bedlam, $38.99. Joyce Manor, I used to go to this bar, $33.99. And the Ken Burns PBS soundtrack, Country Music. Ken Burns, $33.99. Alice in Chains is up to one person. It's up to nobody. Sold to Matt Nichols for $65. Sold to Matt Nichols for $65. Amenities has Kings of Leon for $15. Victor Guerra, you're out. And then U2 is just a what? A $5 start. Heck, you can't even buy a can of Monster for that. A $5 start. Let's do Traveling Wilburys. A 1988 USOG specialty press in shrink with the original on her sleeve. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. The Traveling Wilburys, $25 start. So over here we have Dirty Deeds was $29.99. So we got Dirty Deeds for $29.99. We got Ken Burns, Joyce Manor, Suffocation, The Black Album, AC/DC, Metallica, The Clash, Zach Bryan, Glory, Iggy Pop, New Order, Clips, AC/DC, AC/DC. So we got in here Highway to Hell, Back in Black, Dirty Deeds, and For Those About to Rock. That's 4 that's in stock in here. There's the Tori Amos collection, George Harrison Electronic Sound, Disclosure Energy, that's possibly sold. Let me set that right over there. Clips and De La Soul, okay? Killer T does want a Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap, and that was our last copy of that one, okay? That's sold. Now I got one more crate to browse through. Kings of Leon, Victor Guerra's out, and that means Kings of Leon is sold to Amenities for $15. Now all of a sudden U2's at $7. And Traveling Wilburys at $25. The new order in here is Power, Corruption, Lies. New order, Power, Corruption, Lies, $33.99. The De La Soul is Cabin in the Sky, blue vinyl, 2 LP, De La Soul, $38.99 for Cabin in the Sky. Okay, now if you change your mind, if you're like, Chad, I have changed my mind, buddy, okay? You took that off the table too fast. I want to go ahead and purchase everything that's left in that crate, even all the duplicates. Send me the bill, I'll send you the money. I'll be like, we have an agreement, and I'll say everything left in that crate. Or if you just want one, we can do that too. Doesn't matter to me. I'm okay. Whichever way you want to turn over the pickle, it's going to look the same, okay? You flip the pickle over one way, it's going to look the same. You flip the pickle over the other way, it's going to look the same. Pickles are pickles. That's it. Pickles are pickles. You flip it over one way, you flip it over another way, it's still going to look like a pickle. And there's one thing you need to know is somebody claimed Ken Burns. Really? Who claimed Ken Burns? Ken Burns, Zach Bryan. Okay? I see some claims. So the first thing is this. I look like the cowboy in the Village People. Oh my. We have Matthew Hendon on Zach Bryan. Matthew Hendon wants a Zach Bryan. Let's go ahead and do that. And then Ken Burns. So let's do a Zach Bryan. You got it. I missed a few things. That's what happens when I start singing. Zach Bryan. I know we sold a Ken Burns, and I think we sold something else, but let me go over here and purge all this. And I love the purge stuff. So Matthew Hendon got a Zach Bryan. Sold Matthew Hendon on Zach Bryan. We already pulled Dirty Deeds. And then over here, we had Ken Burns sold to Melanie Jennings. And then we need a we need something else. We need something else. Which De La Soul? Amenities on new order. Amenities on new order. Amenities from new order. Okay? Amenities from new order. Amenities on new order. So I still have Ken Burns, Joyce Manor, Suffocation, Metallica, AC/DC, Metallica, Clash, Glory, Iggy Pop. There's a new order. Clips, AC/DC. I think I got everybody. We sold a Zach Bryan. We sold a Ken Burns, and we sold a new order. Okay? And this new order is sold to amenities. Now, last crate of 6 a.m. recap before we go into new vintage stuff, pretty much primarily for the night. We will recap some other new vinyl. So the first thing over here, we have U2. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. And U2 is with amenities at $11. How much? $11 with amenities. This is a 12-inch single, an 87 OG of I still have not found what I'm looking for. That's U2. And then Traveling Wilburys is an 88 USOG specialty in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve, and Craig Weatherford has that for $32. That's the high bids right now. So before we do anything else, let's get started with this crate. Pale Shades of Gray, heavy psychedelic ballads and dirges. That's 69 to 76. The psychedelic comp's $29.99. More AC/DC. That's $29.99. Is that a Pink Floyd lot? It is. Pink Floyd The Wall, $59.99 for Pink Floyd The Wall. Pink Floyd The Wall is $59.99. Also over here, we have Traveling Wilburys at $35. The Three Amigos soundtrack is $29.99. The Three Amigos soundtrack. Also, Return of the Living Dead, and this one did sell. The Return of the Living Dead. And this one was sold way up here to Stephen Parton. Return of the Living Dead, $39.99. Also, The World of Northern Soul, The World. Not the World of Northern Soul, $36.99. We're about to sell U2. Let's see what's U2 just got a new bid for $12. How about we throw up another single over here? What's some more of these sealed single-looking thingies over here I have? Here is Rush. I like the sound of that. Closer to the Heart, celebrating a 40th anniversary of Farewell to Kings. And the B-side is Mad Girl. That's a $7 start on Rush. We have the Roofman soundtrack, $36.99. That is available, and so is the Westbound Sound. That's Funkadelic, Ohio Players. That's $19.99. U2 $12.15, and now Rush has a bid for $7. Traveling Wilburys, I think we're almost done with that one. We have AC/DC, If You Want Blood. Somebody did claim one of these. AC/DC, If You Want Blood. That's sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty. That's sold to you for $29.99. I have one left. There's DOA, War on 45. I told you it's in here somewhere. And we did sell at least one DOA. This is $29.99 for DOA. This is sold to Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. That's sold to you. And we have another one. So we have one more, $29.99. And Josh Ritter, The Animal Years. Josh Ritter's on opaque yellow with black swirl, $36.99. And Armageddon is $39.99 for Armageddon. $39.99 for Armageddon. That's a 50th anniversary on orange vinyl. So Mark Diskin on Westbound Sound comp. Sell that to Mark Diskin. Thank you on that one. We have Metallica Load, the 2LP remaster, $46.99. Oi compilation did sell, $24.99. Of course, Mike Massey got it. Who else on Oi but Mike Massey? $24.99. The Latin Soul of Fania. This is a collection of hit singles and rarities of Latin Soul and Boogaloo, $39.99. And we have The Fall of America, $29.99. The Fall of America. So what happened over here of U2? Amenities has it for $16. Amenities, Carol Puckett, you're out. The Traveling Wilburys is done. Let's go ahead and sell that. Traveling Wilburys is sold to Raymond over on YouTube for $35. And Rush is at $15, also with amenities, okay? Let's put this right over here, and let's go ahead and put up another auction. Now, Tim Rory said, Chad, I've got one request. I'm going to keep this plain and simple. I'm here for one thing tonight, and that's the bid on Motorhead. No one's going to outbid me. There's no way I'm going to walk away not owning this Motorhead record. So here we go. Here's your chance, Tim. Hope you're ready. Motorhead Orgasmatron, an 86 USOG. Unfortunately, it's in G condition. It's pretty low grade. It's only a $5 start. $5 start on Motorhead. The Rush single is Closer to the Heart, the 7-inch single, 40th anniversary of Farewell to Kings. The Dillinger Escape Plan, Irie Works. Dillinger Escape Plan is $29.99. Metallica Reload is $49.99. And Fright, Unscripted and Chaos. Fright is $29.99. AC/DC 74 Jailbreak. That's still available for $29.99. Grateful Dead Blues for Allah. Grateful Dead's $33.99. And then Peter Gabriel, the Melt album. So this is sold to David Dole. He got one of each of all the Peter Gabriels. Thank you, David Dole. That's yellow vinyl, sold to him for $36.99. And we have Depeche Mode Black Celebration, $29.99 for Depeche Mode Black Celebration, $29.99. The U2 is sold to amenities for $16. Amenities still has Rush at $15. I'm assuming we're done with that one. And Mortgage Guy Rob, Motorhead is at $20. Okay. Next thing is Grateful Dead Goes to Heaven. That's on sea blue colored vinyl, $33.99. Def Leppard, The Rock and Roots. This is sold to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad Waits. That's so to you. And have we got to AC/DC If You Want Blood? Was that in the last crate? Or is there another one in here? Yeah, we have one of these sold to James Screws. James Screws got one of these here. The bid on the Rush single was amenities at $15. Okay. We have the Bodyguard soundtrack, $29.99. The Bodyguard soundtrack. And then Rush Caress of Steel. Rush Caress of Steel is $36.99. That's still available. And then Bill Withers, Just As I Am. Bill Withers is $39.99. And then there's Metallica Master of Puppets. Now, this one's sold to James Screws. Mark Hammer on a waiting list, unless I can come up with another one. I might can come up with another one, but that's sold to Mark Hammer right now. Or that one is sold to James Screws. And then here's AC/DC Ball Breaker. One of these did sell. AC/DC Ball Breaker, that's sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty, that's sold to you. And then we sold a copy of High Voltage. AC/DC High Voltage was sold to Jeremy Merck. Thank you, Jeremy Merck, that was sold to you. And then The Great Wide World of Quincy Jones. I can tell a lot sold in here. This was the first video of the 12-minute video I posted. This was the first crate. And it looks like a bunch of people bought a bunch of stuff and they went, holy moly, I better stop watching. Quincy Jones over here was sold to Danae De La O. That's sold to Danae De La O. The Tarantino sound sold to Danae De La O. Those are sold and sold. And then AC/DC Let There Be Rock, $29.99. And then Metallica and Justice for All, $49.99. Okay, Rush is officially sold. And Rush is sold to amenities for $15. The last bid on Motorhead was $22. And Matthew Hendon, yes, there is a Highway to Hell left. Now, there's some claims I forgot. What is the story so far? Story so far. That's one I missed somewhere. It's a 10-inch. That's why these are hard to, let me put it in the way we normally do them. Let me do it like this. So this is sold to Natasha Pickett. These are sometimes, I knew I missed something. The Bill Withers is $39.99. Any of the light boxes are $59.99. We got Pink Floyd, The Wall. We got Rolling Stones, Cannibal Corpse, Pantera. We have Aerosmith, Black Sabbath. We pulled a bunch out. We sold how many last night? 38 of them last night. We sold a bunch of them. There's that one. And then Bill Withers. Okay, so Natasha got the story so far. Mark Hammer on the Metallica Master of Puppets wait list until I can find another one. I missed a Motorhead. That's in a previous crate. Tim Vigari gets the Bill Withers. That's sold to Tim Vigari. But yeah, I need to go pull a Motorhead, and Matt Nichols wants a Highway to Hell. Natasha got one of each of all the Depeche Modes. I've done that one. Make sure Clifford Umstead's on the Van Halen Wembley wait list, okay? Make sure Clifford Umstead's on the Van Halen Wembley wait list. And the next waiting list was David Doman on Eric Johnson waiting list. Okay, David Doman on Eric Johnson waiting list. We can take care of him on that. And next waiting list was Josh Tanner on the story so far. Put down Josh Tanner on the waiting list for the story so far. Okay, that was sold to Natasha. All right, now I got to go find that Motorhead, and I got to find a Highway to Hell for Matt Matt Nichols. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction. David, there's just some Japanese scattered. I do not have a shipment of Japanese. There's just some scattered here and there, like Wings Greatest Hits, a 78 OG with insert OB and poster. We're so sorry, Uncle Albert. Jet Band on the Run. $35 start on Wings. That's now up for bid. Okay, so we still got Metallica, AC/DC, Rush, The Bodyguard, Grateful Dead, Depeche Mode, Peter Gabriel, Grateful Dead, AC/DC, Fright, Metallica, Dillinger Escape, The Fall of America, Fania, the singles, Metallica, Armageddon, Josh Ritter, DOA, Roofman soundtrack, Northern Soul, Three Amigos, AC/DC, and now we've got 8 crates of new vintage pre-owned records, and we're about to knock them out consecutively, one after another, while we put up auctions. I'll mix in a couple other new vinyl crates to make sure everybody's gotten everything that they wanted for tonight. There is a Highway to Hell, and then there's one other record I skipped over, and that was that Rockin' Roots of the Motorhead, which is in one of these crates. Let me find it. There it is. Good, I found them quickly. And that video, plus whatever's been sold here live tonight, has almost filled up our first crate. Excellent. So, first is Motorhead over here. This is from the video this morning. This one was sold to Von Galipsy. And then there's Matt Nichols, AC/DC Highway to Hell, $29.99. Okay? All right. So, Motorhead is with Victor Guerra. This is a copy of Orgasmatron. It's in G condition, and that's at $28. And then Wings Greatest Hits, no bid, final chance, EX edition, a $35 start on Wings Greatest Hits. Kiss Lights. We are sold out of Kiss Lights. We had a waiting list. I had 6 extras, and they've all sold, and we already have another waiting list going for Kiss. Yep. Metallica and Justice for All, $49.99. It's a 2LP remaster, and then that's a 2LP remaster. The Grateful Dead that's in here is Go to Heaven, remastered on C Blue for $33. Blues for Allah, 50th anniversary remaster, $33. And then the other Metallica was the 2LP Reload for $49. And then the newest 2LP remaster of Load for $46. I also have Ride the Lightning in stock and a copy of the Black Album. I got a lot of the Metallica essentials. We can order just about anything. The only thing not in print from Metallica is Lulu, the album they did with Lou Reed. I think they try to forget about that one. Okay, Wings 35 and Wings 35. The current in-stock lots are Pink Floyd, Rolling Stones, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, Pantera, Cannibal Corpse, Aerosmith. That is current in-stock lots. Pink Floyd, Rolling Stones, Pantera, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Cannibal Corpse. I think I named them all off there. Aerosmith, yeah. Stones, Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, Pantera, Cannibal Corpse. Those are all available, okay? Now, that was a great neck adjustment there, Avatar. Whew, that was a good one. Wow, that felt good. Okay, we have Jay Beach on Blues. That's Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah, so to Jay Beach. What DOA? You missed it, Chris. I told you not to blink. You'd miss it, and guess what? You missed it. You probably got off the feed going, he doesn't have any DOA, and that's what happens. You got off the feed, and you missed it. That's what happens. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. No. Not happening. Can't do it, man. I tell people, I'm like, it's coming up. And they'll say, oh, man, it's coming up. Let me go outside and walk my dog right quick. I was eating cookies. I know. That's what happens. Everybody's like, hey, Chad, You got any DOA? I'm like, yeah, it's coming up in 5 records. Okay, I got 5 records. Let me go outside and walk my dog, play fetch with him, do some gardening, wash the dishes, feed the cows, come back in, argue with my wife, and then I'll see if he still has it. Here it is. Sold to Chris Bryant. Thank you. Thank you. Sold to Chris Bryant after all that. And grateful to. First of all, my crate's full. Let me swap out crates right quick. This crate, folks, is full. And when I mean full, I mean with a capital F. I mean with a capital F. What's going on in here? Y'all plotting against me? I feel like y'all are plotting against me. Some kind of crazy avatar stuff. If you can get it to look like it's holding a can of Monster, I'll be happy. We have DOA. This is so to Chris Bryant. And then over here we have Grateful Dead. And Grateful Dead was sold to Josh Brown. Josh Brown. And then, Josh Brown. And then there was one more. Hold on a second. Black Yale on Black Celebration. And then Jay Beach wants a Rolling Stones light. All right, Rolling Stones light sold to Jay Beach. Thank you. I've got Pantera, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath. And Pearl Jam's up for pre-order. Pearl Jam is up for pre-order. And Randy Rhoads posted at 8 o'clock. It just posted. Randy Rhoads just posted. I guarantee Jeff Brent has just posted. He says, I'll take 6 of them. There it is. No, I got Grateful Dead Blues. Yes, you got Blues for Allah. Josh Bryant got DOA. Grateful Dead went to Jay Beach. Jay Beach. And then there was one more, and then we're ready to go. Black Yale on Black Celebration, which was Depeche Mode. All right, we got it. We have it here, Otis. Well, that's right, we do, Chad. We got all kinds of Grateful Deads and Depeche Modes. We got all kinds of them. We got all kinds of them. All right, this is sold. Thank you on that one. Yeah, that was Jay Beach, not Josh Brown. Jay Beach on Grateful Dead. All right, Wings. What happened here? Wings. Now, TSO Houston bid 35. Then Jason Morris, I don't know if you heard me, you tied TSO Houston. So you do not have the high bid. I'm about to sell it to TSO Houston. And then Motorhead. Motorhead is sold to Victor Guerra for $28. All right, $28 on that one. Okay. Now, over here, we're good to go. So GM, the KISS, it rest list from a couple months ago. Do I need to get in a current list? Now, David, I read that, but I'm going to try to read it again and figure out what just happened. So GM, the KISS, it rest list, messed that up. Try typing that one more time, and then I'll try reading it again. Everybody's looking at me like something's going on. Everybody's like staring at me. I feel like this is how Caesar felt. Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know what it is. Okay. Here we go. And let's see what this is. Is this sealed? I guess it is. I'm trying to rip it open, but I guess it's still sealed. Thank y'all and good night. And let me open up this app right here and see what's going on. And this is Ringo. It's a Record Store Day box set sealed in this plastic baggie, a $10 start for Ringo. Okay, I don't know a lot about that, but it's sealed and it's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay, I'm on list for a few months, but I don't need to get on a new list. You might have got one last night. I'm going to go get my laptop. You might have got one last night. I'll have to go check. And some of these lot lists, they miss and they never make it to me. So let me go up here, and before I bring over the first crate, I will make sure I'll read off everybody that got one last night. And then, if not, then yes, I'll make sure you get the next one, okay? We'll make sure you get on the next one. But first, my backpack just fell over on my loaf of bread. Let me open this up. And let me open up my laptop. And let me see if I can find who got tagged for a KISS lot last night. Last night for a KISS lot was Patrick Francis, Adam Alvarado, Mark McCready, Alante G390, Christopher Lee, and David Tate. David, see, you've already got one, my friend. I'll take care of you. David Tate's already got one. David, you already got one. Waiting list, there was like 6 people, and then We already sold out. See? David, I got you taken care of, man. I got you taken care of. Wings was tied for 20 minutes at $35, and now it has bids for $36 and now $37. Wings is at $37, and that's with Stephen Douglas. Ringo Starr is at 21 with Karen. Robert Warner Totter, Ringo's at 21. That's not going to stand up. Let's just leave it flat then. Okay, here we go. Let's go through one of our first crates of new vintage buy it now best offer. There is no telling what they've marked over here. This is new vintage stuff, buy it now best offer, and boy, do we have a bunch. It's going to be a lot. Plus, we got auctions out the yin yang. We got new miscellaneous stuff laying all around me like, well, I'm not even going to say. So here we go. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer, okay? That's buy it now or best offer. Matt Nichols said sold on something. I'm not for sure what, though. We have Savoy Brown looking in. Savoy Brown is in VG condition, $9.99 for Savoy Brown looking in. John Lennon Mind Games, VG Plus condition, $17.99 for Mind Games. John Lennon, VG Plus, $17.99. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. Cat Stevens is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. T for the Tillerman. Spooky Tooth, you broke my heart, so I busted your jaw. Spooky Tooth is in VG condition, $9.99. And McCullum, oh, that's cool. That's David McCallum. This is VG $9.99. This might be the one where they sampled, I know Dre sampled something off one of his albums, or Snoop, Eminem, a lot of stuff. Cool. VG, $9.99 on that. All right, we got to sell wings. Whoever's the high bidder, we got to sell this. Stephen Douglas, $37. That's sold for $37. And then Ringo Starr is at 25 of Nick Bargeron. Nick Bargeron has that for 25. Karen, you've been outbid. Karen, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now. That's Roger Waters, the pros and cons of hitchhiking. Roger Waters is an 84 U.S. Pitman, and it's the original uncensored cover. Yes, her behind is exposed. It's in shrink with hype, and Roger's going to go up for a $35 start. New vintage stuff here, buy it now best offer. Blood Rock, and this was VG $9.99. And the New York Dolls, a VG copy. The cover is pretty poor. It's got tape around all the seams. I would say a G cover. The vinyl's VG. It's an OG 73, $34.99. Ringo's at 28, which means Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. Matt Nichols on Blood Rock. Roger Waters is a $35 start. I still got some other bonus singles back here that I was digging out of this tub, like this picture disc of UFO Mechanics. It's a picture disc here, $7 start on that one. Also, we have John Lennon Rock and Roll, $24.99. No condition notes on this one. No condition notes on this one. Apple label. There is some writing on the label, $24.99. And Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run. VG Plus, $9.99 for Bruce Springsteen. Cameron Davis on New York Dolls for $25. I'm going to sell it to you. Sell that to Cameron for $25. The Jam, Setting Suns. The Jam is VG $14.99. And we have Bad Company, The Sky is Burning. VG Plus, $14.99 on Bad Company. All right, the Ringo Starr box set is sold to Thomas Hujar for $28. I lost Nick Bargeron on that one. Roger Waters, final chance to bid $35. The UFO picture disc is a $7 start. Mike Owen on The Jam. That's sold to Mike Owen. And Brian May and Friends. And that's VG Plus, $19.99. Brian May and Friends, Starfleet Project. VG Plus, $19.99. T for the Tillerman is sold to Andy Wade for $7. David Tate on The Bad Company. Jason Morris on Springsteen. Also, we have Montrose with a promo sticker. Montrose is a white label promo. VG Plus, $19.99 on Montrose, a white label promo. You leaving, Otis? Or are you staying with me? He's just staying with me for the night, right? Right, Tanner? Come on, everybody. Otis stays with Chad. Otis stays with Chad. We got Roger Tagavilla on Spooky Tooth. That's so to Roger Tagavilla. UFO is at 7 with Stephen Douglas. And Joe Jackson, Night and Day. VG Plus, $14.99. George Jones on the white label promo. That, wow, nobody on Roger Waters. Shocking. An OG uncensored. Pros and cons for $35. UFO 7, UFO 7, and UFO 10. Todd Kilgore. Next is Vixen. Vixen is going to go up for bid. And this is an 88 U.S. Allied original with the original under sleeve. A $35 start for Vixen. $35 start for Vixen. We have Sticks. Kilroy was here. EX condition, $17.99 for Sticks. Kilroy was here. $17.99. Gary Wright. Ooh, Dream Weaver. VG, $9.99 for Gary Wright. And then over here, we got concerts for the people of Campeche. Paul McCartney. Every night I just want to get up, get out of my mind. VG, $12.99. All right, so Victor, you can have Roger Waters for $35. If you pass, it goes to Andy Wade. Brian May for $12. Jamie Sotar. Sell that for $15 to Jamie Sotar. Brian May, $15. UFO has a new bid for $12. And then we have Vixen has a bid for $35. Sticks is sold for $12 to James Rayner. Matt Nichols gets Gary Wright. John Franz was next. Vixen has another $35 bid. Victor Guerra does get Roger Waters for $35. Back to the turntable. You were third on Gary Wright. 3 people on that one. We have The Clash Sandinista, a triple LP, VG condition. The Clash, $39.99. Vixen's nice jacket, and the vinyl's EX, an 88 U.S. Allied original. It's got 3 $35 bids. Somebody just go ahead and bid 50, and we'll move that one up on the ladder. We have UFO picture disc. Last bid was Stephen Douglas at $12. Everybody else is out. Final call on that for $12. Another auction coming as soon as I show you Paul Simon. There goes a Ryman Simon. VG Plus $14.99. Kodachrome. The Inmates First Offense. That's EX $9.99. And we have Dire Straits Brothers in Arms. VG Plus $24.99. This does have the original Bob Lugwood mastering. It has the original on her sleeve. I want my MTV. I want my MTV. Will Smithson gets the Clash. Make sure he gets that for $35. We got Vixen with a new bid for $38. Now a new bid for $40. And then UFO has a new bid for $15. So those are all new bids there. Where the heck is my monster at? I'm going to need a lot of this tonight. Ooh, there's a bunch still left in here. Good. 1 second, please. Nice. And now we have a request for Stevie Ray Vaughan. I didn't even know we did have a Stevie Ray Vaughan, but I'll go over here and find it. Wow, we got some big stuff tonight. I'm just kind of now paying attention to how many great records we have for auction. Holy crap. Oh, my. Wow. Okay. Let's just all remain calm. Please don't freak out on me. Please remain calm. Here's Stevie Ray Vaughan. The Sky is Crying. A 2016 Analog Productions 200 gram. Analog Productions 200 gram. A $35 start. Vixen's at $40 with Todd Kilgore. The Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street. Oh, I listen to the music. VG Plus, $9.99 on the Doobie Brothers. This is new vintage stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Argent, In Deep, VG Plus $12.99 for Argent. Merle Haggard, Okie from Muskogee, VG Plus $9.99. Marshall Tucker Band's Greatest Hits, VG $12.99. Stephen Stills 2, VG Plus $14.99. Cher, Half-Breed, Shares, VG Plus $17.99. Nazareth, Hair of the Dog, VG Plus $24.99. Molly Hatchet, Self-Titled, VG Plus $14.99. ELO Time, EX $17.99. And Blows to Cult Self-Titled. Missing a Label. Wow, another record missing one of the labels. VG Plus $14.99 for a Blows to Cult. Cities on Flames with Rock and Roll. We have UFO 15, UFO 15, UFO 20. The UFO picture disc is at $20 with James Papa Constantine. The lax bid on Vixen. Sean Drake bid $40. Now, if I hadn't scrolled up, nobody would have even known, and we would have probably had to redo this entire auction. Sean Drake has Vixen for $40. Okay, I'm going to get really close so y'all can see. You can see the top of my head, and you can see my eyes really close now. That is at $40. $40 right now with Sean Drake. Everybody else is out. Stevie Ray Vaughan's now up for bid. Next is David Tate on Merle Haggard. Sold. David Tate gets Merle Haggard. Sold. Next thing was David Tate on Molly Hatchet. Molly Hatchet sold to David Tate. Nazareth over here. Nazareth. Nazareth. Back to the turntable. Nazareth. That's sold to you if you want that for $20. $20 on Nazareth. We're probably way too far apart on that one. Michael Thrower next on Merle. Mike McGinnis on the Doobie Brothers. And that's sold to Mike McGinnis. The Inmates, Jared Inc. Let's go back and see on this, Jared. I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $6. UFO 22, BOC 22, BOC 12. Michael Thrower, I'll go ahead and sell that to you for $12. Vixen has a new bid for $46. No bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Final call for $35. No one has bid. Shane said he made an offer on Dire Straits. Shane offered $18 for Dire Straits. Dire Straits is sold for $18 to Shane Lando. Sold. UFO still getting bids. Back to the turntable gets Nazareth for $20. Sold. Brian had just sold. Jim Morrison, American Prayer, VG Plus $24.99. El Dorado, A Symphony by the Electrolyte Orchestra, VG $9.99. And Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Bad Company, VG Plus $14.99. Juanita Gagney wants a Pink Floyd light. You got it. Pink Floyd light sold to Juanita Gagney. Let me go ahead and get you one right over here off the inventory shelf. And this is sold to Juanita Gagney, $59.99. Does anybody else want one? We've sold one Rolling Stones tonight. We've sold one Pink Floyd. Does anybody else want one tonight? Anybody else, Tanner? Anybody else? Anybody else? Let me lay one over here in the corner. Let's lay this one over here. That's a cool looking one. Look at that one. That's pretty cool looking, right, Tanner? Let me put that right down in there. That one's also available. That lights up, changes colors, and it'll even talk to you. A new level. Tanner says that's on a new level. What happened? What happened? Stevie Ray Vaughan, 35. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 38. Bad Company, 10. Sold to Brian Call. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 35. Stevie Ray Vaughan, 40. UFO is sold to Kevin Brown for $22. Kevin Brown, that's sold to you for $22. Next is Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live is VG Plus $9.99. Zebra, self-titled, VG Plus $19.99. Rare Earth, Get Ready, VG Condition $12.99. The Pretenders, that is the Pretenders 2, EX $17.99. Jay and the Techniques, Apple, Peaches, Pumpkin Pie. You are mine and something, something. VG $12.99. And we have Iron Butterfly, Sun and Steel. Iron Butterfly, VG $9.99. Vixen, the last bid that came in on Vixen over here is now a final call. Vixen's with Todd Kilgore at $46. $46. $46. Bad Company. I've already sold it for 10. Michael Thrower offered 12. I shot myself in the foot over $2. David Tate wants Saturday Night Live. That's sold to David Tate. Saturday Night Live is sold. And then over here we have Babes in Toyland, Walt Disney, VG $9.99. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison, damaged cover, VG vinyl, damaged cover, original label, $12.99. We have Cat Stevens, Is It So? VG Plus $9.99. And Early Steppenwolf is VG $9.99. Okay? Next single is going to go up for bid right now. Pretty Woman, Walking Down the Street. Pretty Woman, the kind I like to meet. This is Van Halen, $7. Their cover of the Roy Orbison song, nice in the picture sleeve, $7 start on Van Halen. Alex Kane on Iron Butterfly, and that is sold. And now Vixen over here is sold, and Vixen's over here sold, and Vixen's over here sold to Todd Kilgore for $46. Thank you on that one. And then Paul Rogers, excuse me, I read the wrong comment. I have Cash sold for $10 to Jeremy Merck. Now, the last bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Analog Productions, is at $58. Van Halen already has a bid for $7. And now Leonard Skinner, the Be a Simple Kind of Man. This is on the original Sounds of the South label. A 73 OG, VG Plus cover, a real first press of Skinner's debut on the Sounds of the South label, $35 start. Charles Siebert on Zebra, sold to Charles Siebert for $15, Charles. That one's always pretty desirable. I'll do that one for $15. I'll do that one for $15. Anybody else, I'm going to go right into another crate, not even reading them again. Because if I do, there's so many great titles in there, we'd probably sell 50 more records. But I don't want to sell 50 more records. I want to show 50 more records from another crate so we can sell 50 more records out of there. So let's keep going. How much are these? They're buy it now best offer. They're all priced differently. You can either buy them now, you can make an offer, or you can wish that you would have made an offer faster because somebody made an offer faster than you. And you're like, good gosh, why didn't I make an offer faster than that? Holy crap. Zebra over here is officially sold then to Charles Seibert for who offered? Charles, if you don't want it for 15, Matt Nichols does. Just let me know. Van Halen, we're about to sell it for, it has a bid for 7. Amenities bid 7. And then over here we have a bid for 10. Leonard Skinner has a bid for 35. Tracy Miller wants the Babes in Toyland. Let's go ahead and get that. That's right here, Babes in Toyland. That's sold to Tracy Miller. Thank you on that one. All right, and then Leonard Skinner 35, and then Leonard Skinner 35, and then Zebra, let me know if you want it for 15, Charles. If not, Matt Nichols wants it. Leonard Skinner 40, Leonard Skinner 37, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan 60, Leonard Skinner 45. Next is Reba McEntire, the last one to know, a sealed original copy for $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Love Beach, EX $9.99, and then we have the Country Collection of the Oak Ridge Boys. Elvira's on there, and it's sealed $9.99. Elvira's on there, folks. Matt Nichols, you can have Zebra for $15. Thank you, Matt Nichols. This is sold to you for $15. That's 1.5 to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that one. Also, Glenn Fry, the All-Nighter. Glenn Fry is $9.99. David Tate on Reba, and then Roxy, no hop sticker, already sold to David. Elvin Bishop, Let It Flow, EX $9.99. And Charlie Barnett, Cherokee, that is $9.99 on that one. Nealon Black was third on Reba. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the last bid over here. Stevie Ray Vaughan was Josh Jones at $62. The last bid that came in on Skinnerd was $50 with Back to the Turntable. John Kaiser, Shane, you're out. And then over here, the Van Halen is sold to Amenities for $10. That's sold to Amenities for $10. Next is Robert Cray, Strong Persuader, EX $9.99. Crack the Sky. This is EX $9.99. The Firm self-titled, not just $9.99 on the Firm. City Boy is $9.99. 20 of the Best, the Carter Family, $9.99. This is a German press and Carter Family compilation. Herbie Hancock VSOP, $19.99 for Herbie Hancock. There's another Reba McEntire sealed. A sealed original. What am I going to do about you for just $9.99? John Anderson, Oasis of Sun Willow, EX $14.99. Not country John Anderson. The Doors Greatest Hits, EX $34.99. And A Taste of Honey is $9.99. So Matt Nichols first on the Firm, and that's just $9.99 sold to him. Stevie Ray Vaughan out. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, the last bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan was Josh Jones at $62. The other bidder said out, final call. Leonard Skinner's now at $60. Does Reba have hop sticker? There is no hop sticker on Reba. Nope. Sealed $9.99. We have Johnny Winter, Nothing But the Blues. EX $19.99 on that one. Hans Joachim Rodelius. What did I just read? It's an ambient record. $14.99. Herbie Hancock sold for $13 to Amenities. That is done. We have Romantic Warrior. That's Return to Forever. Chick Corea. EX $14.99. Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? Tony Bennett's EX $9.99. Sleepy LaBeef, Sleeping in Spain. Sleepy LaBeef is sealed for $14.99. The Main Ingredient, Rolling Down a Mountainside. That's sealed for $14.99. And Tom Johnston, everything you've heard is true. Tom Johnston from the Doobie Brothers, EX Edition, $9.99. CB for $7. CB for $7 was for City Boy. That's sold to TBI Music Room. Gabe 2528 on Robert Cray. That is over here, and that is that is for the Robert Cray right here. That's sold to Gabe 2528. Gabe, have you bought for us before? Have you bought from us before? I don't recall saying your name too much. Hans JR for 8. Let's go back and look at that. Hans JR and Robert, I'll do that one for 10. Do that one for 10, please. Danae on Chick Corea for 12. Let's do that one for $12 to Danae. Leonard Skinner to 70. Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold, and Stevie Ray Vaughan is officially sold to Josh Jones for $62. He says no, it was for Charlie Barnett. His offer was not for City Boy, it was for Charlie Barnett. 2 CBs. There's actually a bunch of CBs in here, it looks like. But it was for Charlie Barnett. Sell this to TBI Music Room instead for $7 instead of City Boy. If anybody wants City Boy, you can have it for that one. Next over here is Chick Corea. We've already sold that for $12. Leonard Skinner has a new bid for $70. Crack the Sky and Elvin Bishop for $13. Was there another Reba? There was. That's Gabe Valles. And Robert Warner gets this for $10. Mark Diskin gets Sleepy LaBeef. That's sold for $10. Ernest Nuez on MI for $12. Main Ingredient. That's sold to Ernest for $12. And David, there's one more Reba right here. It's sealed, $9.99. If you don't want it, Joe Sontag does. Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys, $9.99. UFO Obsessions, EX24.99. Reba is sold, and that is sold to David Tate. John Fogerty, EX24.99. And Larry Coryell, The Lion and the Ram, $14.99 for Larry Coryell. Next auction is Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Ozzy's an 81 US OG Terre Haute, EX edition, a $25 start. The cover does have a little bit of wear. $25 start on OG Ozzy. Nealon, you were third on Reba. Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, a German pressing, EX $44.99. City Boy is sold for $7 to Kevin Brown. Leonard Skinner's at $75. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Some Things Don't Come Easy, $9.99 on that. Dickie Betts and Great Southern, $24.99. Mean Business The Firm, $9.99. The Go-Go's Talk Show, that's EX $9.99. Michael McDonald, EX $14.99 on Michael McDonald. Emerson Lake and Palmer, self-titled. What a lucky man he was. $9.99 on Emerson Lake and Palmer. Leo Saylor, Endless Flight. Hey Otis, you make me feel like dancing. Da-da-dun-da-dun-dun. EX $9.99 on Leo Sayer. Randy Newman, Little Criminals, that's EX $14.99. Oak Ridge Boys is sealed, $9.99 for Oak Ridge Boys. Delbert McClinton, live from Austin, that's $19.99. Emerson Lake and Palmer in concert, EX edition, $14.99 on that one. The Doors, that was back here, the best of the Doors, or AKA the Doors' greatest hits, right? Sell that to Andy Wade for $22. Will Smithson on Emerson, and that was in Emerson Lake and Palmer. That's right there, so to Will Smithson. This is Alice Cooper, Zipper Catcher Skin, no condition notes, $24.99. Black Sabbath, The Best, $49.99. Wow. ORB, that's a common abbreviation for Oak Ridge Boys, that's $40, so to Nealon Black. And the harmonica, according to Charlie Musselwhite, a sealed copy from Blind Pig, $29.99. What was Black Sabbath? What was Black Sabbath? I'm surprised somebody hadn't already bought them. Are we done on Leonard Skinner? We're not. Back to the Turntable has this for $80. Going once, going twice. Leonard Skinner at $80. Back to the Turntable. Going once, going twice. And then over here, we have Ozzy. This is an OG copy. Crazy. That's how it goes. So the bids were $30, $25, and now $35 with Blackie L. Will Smithson, you did give me Emerson Lake and Palmer self-titled studio, yes. Nealon Black on RB. There's two Black Sabbaths in here. The first is a vintage, possibly an OG copy of Never Say Die, EX condition, $44.99. And the other one's Black Sabbath Best Of, $49.99. Kevin Richards, you have dibs on either one of those. Delbert McClinton is sold to Stephen Douglas for $15. That is sold to Stephen Douglas for $15. Alex Kane was second. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. John Kaiser, wants the Black Sabbath if you don't, Kevin Richards. And then Musselwhite is sold to Danae for $20, and Ozzy has a new bid for $38. The Leonard Skinner's up to one person, and that's Tony McDaniel. Back to the Turntable has it for $80. He passes. John, do you want both Black Sabbaths or one of them? Let me know. Which John Fogerty? It's called John Fogerty. There's still an Alice Cooper in here too. This is John Fogerty by John Fogerty. It's a French pressing. It is a French pressing, EX edition, $24.99. Great titles still left in here. We had Emerson Lake and Palmer, the Oak Ridge Boys, Glenn Fry, Elvin Bishop, Crack the Sky. Now, somebody made an offer for these two here. I forgot who it was, but somebody made an offer for Crack the Sky and Elvin Bishop. And let me go back and try to find that right quick. Stephen Douglas offered $13 for both of these. Sell these both to Stephen Douglas for $13. Those are sold. And then over here, we have Best of Black Sabbath. That's sold to John Kaiser. And then Paul Vihar gets Never Say Die. Those are sold and sold. Carter Family, John Anderson, Taste of Honey, Johnny Winter, Tony Bennett, Tom Johnston, Bob Wills, UFO, Larry Coryell, England Dan, Dickie Betts, The Firm, The Go-Go's, Michael Donald, Leo Sayer. That one was Randy Newman, Emerson Lake and Palmer, Alice Cooper, and John Fogerty. Ozzy has a new bid for $39. Leonard Skinner has a new bid for $81. Let's go right into another crate. Going through these fast and furious. Let's go right. We have 8 crates of vintage. The only way to go through them is like this. If you want me to go any slower, you're watching the wrong channel. I think I'm going to try to go faster. Otherwise, some of y'all are going to start falling asleep and you're not going to get to see everything. You're going to be like, oh, well, he's not going to be able to go through those by the time I get to bed. Honey, go ahead and warm up my milk. I'm heading to the pillow. I'm heading to the pillow. Oh, No, it's Saturday night. You need to be in there putting on a pot of coffee. You need to be taking some kind of medication to wake yourself up. Alice Cooper, a zipper catches skin, $24.99. Price condition of MM. What was MM? And I can tell you, we have the Cars, Heartbeat City, $29.99. Also, Cosmos Factory, CCR, $34.99. CCR Chronicle, a 2LP, $34.99. John Mellencamp was $19.99. Cheap Trick 101, $17.99 for Cheap Trick, and Cheap Trick All Shook Up is $19.99. Cars has no condition notes. Last bid on Leonard Skinner was $81 with Tony McDaniel. Going once, going twice, going once, going twice. So we done on Leonard Skinner, $81, Tony McDaniel. Somebody was outbid. The last bid on Ozzy was Kevin Richards at $42. Next is Climax Blues Band Gold Plated. That is $19.99. Sticks Paradise Theater is $19.99, and we have the Best of Sticks Gold Stamp Promo Tanner, $24.99. Michael McDonald, it was no condition notes, $9.99. No condition notes, $9.99. Next thing was this, Cars, is it sealed? The Cars is not sealed, $29.99. It has a hop sticker on it, no condition notes, $29.99. Victor Guerra wants Shook for $12. Shook, all shook up. Sell that to Victor Guerra for $12. Next thing is Skinner has a new bid for $85. Tony McDaniel, you've been outbid. Fleetwood Mac Future Games, $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac. Deep Purple Stormbringer, $27.99. And Deep Purple Come Taste the Band, $29.99. Ozzy's officially sold to Kevin Richards for $42. That's sold to Kevin Richards for $42. Hope everybody was done bidding on that. If not, I need you to bid faster and higher and more often. Thomas Fish on the Best of the Sticks for $20. That's sold to Thomas Fish. Danae was second. Greg Preston wants Michael McDonald from the last crate. I can do that. So there's Michael McDonald. There's Alice Cooper. Michael McDonald was $7, and let's sell that to him. UFO was Obsession. Whoever asked about that? UFO Obsession, EX Edition, $24.99. It does have a clip corner. Greg gets Michael McDonald for $7. Also, Foreigner, Inside Information, $24.99 on that. Jamie Sotar on Deep Purple Stormbringer for $20. Thank you. That's so to you. Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, no condition notes, $24.99. Juanita, you're third on Sticks. I've already sold it. Let's put up another auction. Oh my gosh. Iron Maiden, the Holy Heart of the Damned. Oh my gosh, Iron Maiden, an unofficial limited edition live at Victor, Auckland, New Zealand, May 2016. $55 start on Iron Maiden. That's now up for bid. Also, the Fabulous Thunderbirds hot number. Fabulous Thunderbirds is $19.99. Sticks caught in the act, the double LP live. $34.99 for Sticks. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. This is called Deja Vu. It's a gatefold original. $34.99 on that one. And Chicago 17. $14.99. Point Blank, The Hard Way. $14.99 on Point Blank. And we have Paul Simon, $19.99 for his self-titled album. Oh, we're done on Leonard Skinner. This thing's moving on like a snail. I don't know who I need to motivate to bid again. Tony McDaniel had this for $81. Tony, you've been outbid. Back to the Turntables had it for $85. He's about to get it. I need you to go ahead and bid 100 or 125. I bet that will win it. If not, we might be here until Sunday morning. We have Iron Maiden, no bid yet. Final call to get a bid in for $55. The Holy Heart of the Dam, $55 on that one. Jamie Sotar on Fabulous Thunderbirds for $12. That's sold to Jamie Sotar. Danae needs to put back Charlie Musselwhite. That's only a $3,000 restocking fee. $3,000 restocking fee. I'm sure that won't be a problem. Let's go ahead and put that back. If anybody wants it, it was sealed, $29.99. Tony says he's out. This is sold for $85 to back to the turntable. Final chance on Iron Maiden. Also, Rare Earth Superstar Series, $19.99 on that one. And Richard Pryor is $19.99. Iron Maiden is Victor Arena, Auckland, New Zealand, 2016, live, unofficial bootleg, $55, no bid yet, going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. The Yardbird 68. The Yardbird 68 is a 2017 USOG compilation with book, $50 start on the Yardbirds. Next is Jeff Beck Blow by Blow and Shrink Wrap, $19.99 on Jeff Beck. Every Man Has a Woman soundtrack, $19.99 on that one. And George Duke Rendezvous, that is $9.99. Heart Magazine, $24.99 for Heart. Heart Little Queen Barracuda, $24.99. Janis Joplin Farewell Song. In Shrink Wrap, really nice. Janis Joplin, $29.99. Lou Reed The Blue Mask. There is some pretty noticeable cover damage up here. Lou Reed is $19.99. Steely Dan, Katie Lied, $34.99. Clean copy of Steely Dan, Katie Lied. John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, $39.99 on that one. And U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky with the extended version of Electrico, $34.99. John Kaiser has Iron Maiden for $55, going once, going twice. Nobody on the Yardbirds yet, going once, going twice on that. Got a whole crate of auctions over here to try to knock out tonight. First thing we have is, what was the Richard Pryor? I think it's called Richard Pryor. It's just a self-titled comedy album, $19.99. Richard Pryor, one of his earlier ones there, $19.99. Bernie Johnson was next, and Bernie Johnson on the Duke. And let me go back and find that. George Duke, that's sold to Bernie Johnson. How much for Fleetwood? Well, there's several in here. First one was Bare Trees. That was $24.99. We also had Future Games. It was $24.99. Both for $24.99 each. George Duke, Ernest, you were second on that one. Next is The Mothers. That's $39.99. Also, we have King Crimson, Richmond Press, 1969 original King Crimson, $49.99. $49.99. How much is the Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees? Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees is $24.99. James Rayner gets Richard Pryor for $12. He's the only one that's shown interest. And the Lyndon Johnson's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $9.99 for the Lyndon Johnson Lonely Hearts Club Band. You're not going to believe this. Frank Frazetta artwork. Frank Frazetta artwork, $9.99. Iron Maiden got one bid with John Kaiser for $55. That is sold. $55, Iron Maiden. This is the Holy Heart of the Dam, $55 on that one. Nobody bid on the Yardbirds. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now. The Yardbirds is a $50 buy it now. The Yardbirds, $50 buy it now. There's that. Also, the Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen, $19.99. And then Fleetwood Mac Bare Trees, that one is right here, and that is sold to Will Robinson. Also, Led Zeppelin, Into the Outdoor, $34.99. And we have Ups and Downs Opus. That's $14.99. The Coltrane and Hartman, I Can. And then LJ, Lyndon Johnson, so to Kevin Brown. Frank Frazetta artwork on that one, believe it or not. And then first thing is Coltrane and Hartman. John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman is $39.99. And Steely Dan, Katie lied, $24. Sold to Amenities. King Crimson, sold to Black Eel for $40. Nice records in here. So this was first asked about by Tommy Call. It's on MCA Impulse. It's an early 80s press, 1986 to be exact. And then let's go ahead and sell Beck for $15 to TBI Music Room, okay? Thank you on that one. Now let's put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. We got Natural Child, Sturgill Simpson, Talking Heads, David Bowie, Twisted Sister, Steve Vai, DG's, Arctic Monkeys, Queens of the Stone Age, White Tiger, Metal Sampler, Bob Dylan, Ace, Bob, Grateful Dead, David Bowie, yes, Whitesnake. That was just requested. Let's do Whitesnake, and let's do one of those other ones. Let's do the DGs. Oh, boy. The DGs. This is the DGs. Hail Satin, and this is an unofficial on purple or blue marble vinyl. It is sealed. An unofficial. $25 start. Whitesnake, Here I Go Again, an 87 USOG. I don't know if this is what was requested, but it's a 12-inch single of Otis. Here I go again on my own, Otis. Down this lonely road I never known, Otis. I was a dog drifting alone, Otis. Da-da-da-da-da. I know where my treats are. I bark all night for my treats. Da-da-da-da. Here I go again for my treats. Da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Something else. All right, now let me pet your ears. Oh, yes. Oh, what a good boy. You're just going to stay here with me all night, right? Tanner's going to let me, I'm going to keep you tonight, right? Yep. Or I'll come pick you up tomorrow, okay? Okay. Okay, good boy. Okay, I'm done petting the dog. Where's Tanner at? Oh, he's in there. I thought you already left and left me with him. What happened? Michael Butler on Musselwhite for $23. Sold to Michael Butler for $23. Greg Preston on Future Games for $18. Sold. Tommy Call passes, so let's sell the Coltrane to Amenities for $25. Sold for $25 to Amenities. Chaz Gordon requested Twisted Sister. We have DG's at $35. We got a request for White Tiger. DG's $25. And then we have Whitesnake, a $5 start. No bid yet. Next thing is George Thorogood. This is $19.99. We have Kayak, Phantom of the Night, Kayak is $19.99. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love, $14.99 for Jackson Brown. Journey Frontiers, a gold stamp promo, $19.99 for Journey. And ELO out of the blue, $34.99. White Snake's a $5 start. Nobody's bid. Here I go again. A 12-inch single. And now DG's is at $40. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that one is White Tiger. We got White Snake and we got White Tiger. White Tiger is an 86 USOG with both inserts, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. That's our current 2 auctions. Kansas, self-titled, $19.99. These are all bought now, best offer. Human League Dares, $24.99. Steven Steele, self-titled, $19.99. Hendrix does a guitar solo on that one. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, $34.99. Men at Work, Who Can It Be Now? And Shrink with the original Hop sticker, $24.99. John Cougar, Mellencamp, and Shrink with the Hop sticker, $19.99. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $34.99. John Lennon, Yoko Ono, Sometime in New York City, a 78 press for $39.99. And Yes shows. Yes is $34.99. Men at Work is Near McManus and Shrink and Hop. The Land Down Under, super clean copy, $24.99. So DG's was at 40. White Snake got a bid for 10. And then White Tiger got a bid for 30. DG's got a bid for 41. White Snake got a bid for 50. White Tiger got a bid for 30. DG's got a bid for 42. White Tiger got a bid for 40. ELO is sold for $25 to Troy Overmeyer. White Tiger got another bid for 25. TBI Music Room wants the Yardbirds for $50. That box set is sold to TBI Music Room, and that pretty much fills up our second crate of the night. Meatloaf was $34.99. Is this bot now best offer? Yeah, White Tiger is Kiss related. Mark St. John on that one. Mega Blast is first on Men at Work at $18, okay? And then Black Yale on Journey. Let me actually start that a new crate. Let me swap out crates right here. Otis, I'm going to step around your big floppy ears, okay? I'm going to step around your big floppy ears. I don't want to step on those. He'll go, wah, 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 wah. And then everybody be like, you idiot, what are you doing stepping on Otis's ears? Okay, this is sold for $18 to Mega Blast. I've had 5 people send me that news article where that woman abandoned her dog at the airport, and it kind of looks like Otis. I've had 5 people send that to me like, Chad, do you need to go rescue this dog so you have your very own Otis? No, I think somebody already rescued it. All right, let's go back over here and figure out what's going on. So also Black Yale on Journey for $15. All right, there's that. And then we're going to go right into another crate. Jay Beach gets Meatloaf for $25. So don't hesitate to make offers on here. We have DG's. Mortgage Guy Rob has it for $44, now $45. White Tiger at $36. And let's go ahead and sell that White Snake for $10. That was the first bid. 2 people bid $5, but no one else bid again. So I'm going to go ahead and sell the David Tate for $10. Now, White Snake's gone. Now we got White Tiger. And White Tiger is at $40. And Creek Small just bid $11 on White Snake. Your bid came a little bit too late on that one. Sorry about that. And then Matt Nichols on Sticks Live, $20. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to you. So to Matt Nichols for $20. Anybody else on anything in here? If not, I'm going to go right into another crate. And here he goes. We got a lot. We got a lot to go through. Don't have any time to pause on these or do another recap. There's still 2, 4, 5 more crates of vintage. That's usually what I start with sometimes. That's sometimes how many I start with. And we've already been through 3. And that's about as fast as I could read through them. All right, and then over here, White Tiger has a bid for $45, and the DG's is at $50. Bruce Springsteen, the 5 LP live box set, $49.99. 5 LPs of live music, Bruce Springsteen. With booklet, The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, which is like their greatest hits album. They call it The Worst just to be funny. It's $24.99. Don't You Want Somebody to Love? That's a classic one there. White Rabbit, One Pill Makes You. Joe Jackson, Jumpin' Jive. Joe Jackson is $19.99. And we have Tim Finn. Don't know a lot about that, but Tim Finn is $14.99. White Tiger's at $50. DG's is at $53. Jefferson Starship Nuclear Furniture, $14.99. Yes, going for the one. $19.99 on Yes. Stevie Wonder Intervisions, $24.99 on Stevie Wonder. And Songs in the Key of Life, another Stevie Wonder. And this is complete with the book and the 45, it looks like. Well, I don't see a 45 yet, but they're usually down in there. We probably should take it out and see, right? So there is the book. I don't see a 45 yet. Hold the Fort. Hold the Fort. There's that. And I don't see a... Yep, it's in here. This is a complete one. Very Superstitious Writings. This is a classic. Sir Duke's on here. Isn't she lovely? You got to have this one. And it looks like it's very nice too. Has the book inside of it, both LPs, and then the bonus 45. That was a pretty deluxe packaging when that one came out. $34.99. Stevie Wonder, an all-time classic. Songs in the Key of Life. That's a must-have. That's $34.99. No condition notes. $34.99, no condition notes. White Tiger got up to $50. DG's $55, another $50. Matt Nichols on Jefferson Airplane. That's sold to Matt Nichols for $20. White Tiger $52. White Tiger $53. Elvis Costello with the bonus EP on that one, $24.99. That came with a bonus EP. What is this? The Move, Fire Brigade. The Move is $19.99. Stevie Wonder $28, and then a full price claim. Okay. So what do we have here? We have Stevie Wonder, Wolverine, you have dibs at sticker price. Otherwise, it's sold to Craig and then Catherine. We have Midnight Oil, Blue Sky Mining on blue vinyl, the original on blue vinyl, $44.99. That's Midnight Oil. And then with the Beatles, interesting, a 69 German press. A 69 German press, super nice, $44.99. Are we done on White Tiger? Hammers up to Sean Drake for $53. Anybody else want to bid? Sean Drake has it for $53. I think we're still going on that one. $53 on that one. And then DG's. This is really between two people. The last bid was Mortgage Guy Rob. I'm waiting for Leslie Holt to bid again on that one, okay? The sleeve on Stevie Wonder, I would grade it VG+. No damage or anything. I mean, it has a couple dings. It has a ding there. It has some shelf wear along the bottom. I would call it VG+. I would call it VG+ on the sleeve. Anyway, Springsteen, $25, sold. Alice Kane gets the Beatles, sold. Leslie's out on DG's, sold to the Barnetts, and that is sold for $55. White Tiger. Last bid on White Tiger that came in was Sean Drake at $53. Sean Drake at $53, okay? And then we have what over here? I have Boston, a half-speed master. Don't look back. The day is breaking. It's been too long since I felt this way. Boston, a half-speed master, a $55 start. Everything in here is bought now, best offer. The Dusty Chaps, Honky Tonk Music, though, Dusty Chaps, $19.99. Savoy Brown, and that's called Raw Sienna, $19.99. Stevie Wonder is sold to Wolverine. Thank you. He gets that one a sticker. And then Free, the very best of, $24.99. All right now, that is $24.99, clean copy. Elvis Costello sold to John Franz for $17. White Tiger is sold in. Sean Drake, thank you. That's sold to you for $53. That is the CBS Master Sound half-speed master of Boston, a $55 start. Our next auction is going to be this right here, this Hard Attack 84. Iron Maiden, Helix, Wasp, Queenswhack. Wow. An 84 promo only. This, of course, was not released in stores. VG+ condition. A $20 start on that metal sampler. Nice. Dire Straits Alchemy Live, a 2LP, $49.99 on Dire Straits. And Eagles Live, 2LP with poster, $39.99. Matt Nichols on Free. All right now. And then Chris Martin was second. Now, this Dire Straight jacket, something to do with them using a Disney character. There's Uncle Scrooge or somebody up there on the top right. And I think somewhere they're supposed to credit the use of Disney. I forgot, but the last time I looked one of these up on Discogs, I wanted to beat my head against the wall. It was so complicated. $49.99. Shane Langdode on Savoy Brown for $14, sold. Next is Melissa Etheridge, $29.99 on that one, self-titled. Bob Seger Live Bullet. Wow, a sealed copy. We've had a lot of sealed Seger lately. Sealed Seger, $29.99. And final chance to get a bid on Boston. Wow, the half-speed master for $55. That's what we're looking at right now, this half-speed master for $55. And this Hard Attack comp has bids for 2020. Alex Kane leads at 25. 25 on that one for the Hard Attack sampler. Nice. Thin Lizzy Renegade Gold Stamp promo. Thin Lizzy is $34.99. Thin Lizzy Renegade, $34.99. Thin Lizzy back-to-back Thunder and Lightning, $39.99. Wow. Neil Diamond Moods, $12.99. And we have the Doobie Brothers. What were once vices are now habits. $14.99 for the Doobie Brothers. Alchemy is $42 and sold to Victor Guerra. We have a bid on Boston for $55. Hard Rock is at $27. Boston's near minus. Also, we have ELO Discovery for $19.99. Wolverine on BS for $25. Sealed Bob Seger sold to Wolverine for $25. We have Warrior Scandal featuring Patty Smythe, $19.99. And Leonard Skinner Live, a double LP. Leonard Skinner is $39.99. Okay, so the first thing is Boston has a new bid for 60. Matt Lawson first on Thin Lizzy Renegades. That's so to Matt Lawson. And Bob Reiger, Thin Lizzy Thunder and Lightning. Bob, I'll do that one for 32 if you want it. 32 on that one. Matt got Renegade for 34. I'll see that one for 32. Somebody else has offered 30 for one of them. Boston, let's look at the details on this one more time. Yeah, it's near mint minus. Laura left us no notes. So, oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, it's a half-speed master. It's at $60. And then the Hard Rock, David Tate bid 27. So, Alex Kane, that goes back to you, okay? What a great batch of records there. Not many in here. I can read through those one more time. Joe Jackson, Jumpin' Jive, $19.99. Tim Finn, Matt, was $14.99. Jefferson Starship, $14.99. Yes, going for the one, $19.99. Stevie Wonder, still, there is 2 Stevie Wonders that was in that crate. I'm sure everybody was going after Songs in the Key of Life, but Intervisions is still available for $24. The Move Fire Brigade is $19.99. Midnight Oil on blue vinyl for $44.99. Honky Tonk Music, the Dusty Chaps, $19.99 on that one. Eagles Live 2 LP complete, $39.99. Melissa Etheridge was $29.99. Neil Diamond Moods, $12.99. Tim Finn is sold to Matt Bushy for $15. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle right there on top, just FYI. $10 on that one. And then Neil Diamond, $12.99. Doobie Brothers is $14.99. ELO was $19.99. Warrior was $19, Skinner Live $39, and he passed on Thin Lizzy. So I don't know which one you were making an offer for, Michael, but Michael Thrower or then anybody else. Gold stamp promo, Thin Lizzy Thunder and Lightning, very desirable albums, original under sleeve, and beautiful vinyl, $32. We'll buy that one. I've already reduced it. It was marked $39.99. And then Metal Attack is sold here, and Metal Attack is sold to David Tate, or Heart Attack. $25 on that one. Doobie Brothers is sold to Al Cox. That's sold. And then the Stevie Wonder, no condition notes, nice. Intervisions, super clean, nice and sleeve, $24.99. Yes, very nice on that one. John Franz gets Melissa Etheridge for $20. And let's go right into another crate. Wow, that one almost got obliterated. I'm going to condense that over here. Now we've went through 4, and we're just halfway done going through new vintage stuff. One after another, plus all these auctions. Trying to focus on the auctions, but we're trying to get through all these crates too. That way we can go through even other ones tonight, also best offer. Here's our next auction, Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, a 73 US Monarch VG++ EX, and that's going to go up for a $30 star. Thin Lizzy and Stevie Wonder are both sold. Stevie Wonder is sold for $20 to Wolverine, and Thin Lizzy is sold for $32 to Michael Thrower. Boston's at $75, and I just introduced the Grateful Dead, Tanner. I just introduced the Grateful Dead. Just so you know. Just introduced the Grateful Dead. All right? Let's put up another crate of buy it now or best offer. Okay? Another crate of buy it now or best offer. Let's do it. Grateful Dead 30, Grateful Dead 40. Boston, 75 of Adam Bernardi. Mike Adrini, I'll make sure you don't want to bid. Now, I do have a few more singles over here. A couple of them are box sets. One of them is Angel, the singles box set collection. Does this have a barcode on it? If not, I may just throw it up and let y'all determine it, okay? This looks pretty cool, though. Angel, the singles box set. Any SKU whatsoever I can scan right quick. If not, we might just let it ride. That looks, I've never seen that before. Angel, the singles collection, volume 1. Looks like it's got 2, 4, 6, 7 singles. Nice. Everything's all minty looking with the books. And let's put that up for a $25 start. Yes, Wolverine, you were tagged for the second one for $20. Angel's a $20 start. And here we go. How much was the Move Fire Brigade? $19.99. $19.99. Let's do another buy it now best offer crate here. Everything in this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. Eric Clapton backlist. Talking about the promises. This is check condition stuff. VG Plus, $12.99. We have Deep Purple, the very best of Deep Purple. VG Plus, Smoke on the Water, $19.99. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. VG Plus, $14.99. Danae offered $14 for the Move Fire Brigade. Let's go find that and sell it. The Move is sold today for $14. Angel has bids for $25.25. I'm going to make sure Mike Quadrini was done on Boston. Hammers up, though. Final warning. And Grateful Dead is with Jay Beach for $40. Mark Diskin, you've been out. John Cougar, another copy in Shrink and Hop of Scarecrow. EX $17.99. And over here, we have John Cougar American Full. This is VG condition, $9.99. And we have John Cougar Mellencamp, EX condition, $17.99. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. Alice Cooper is in VG condition, $12.99 for Alice Cooper. Also, Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, VG Plus, $24.99. The Car, Shake It Up, EX $24.99. Jim Croce, Photographs and Memories, his greatest hits, VG Plus $9.99. Mike Quadrini still bidding on Boston. Boy, you got lucky. I paused right there to sell this, and Adam Bernardi, you've been outbid. I lost Mark Diskin. I got to go ahead and sell this to Jay Beach for $40, and they're still tied. Chad Holder, you're out on Angel. The first bid that came in on Angel was $25 with TSO Houston over on Twitch. Chad Holder, you're out. Let me know if you want to bid again. Charles Siebert offered $9 for AC. Another great-looking crate here. Alice Cooper sold to Charles Siebert for $9. Devious John on KC and JC. Now, did you mean just JC? And there's Jim Crow. I'm assuming you mean Jim Croce, right? There's also John Cougar, and Joe Cocker. But I'm assuming you meant Jim Croce since it was the most recent, and you didn't mean anything for JC. Boston still getting bids, $83. Deep Purple in Rock. Deep Purple's VG Plus $19.99. Deep Purple made in Japan, VG $14.99. And Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey. Alice Cooper's VG Plus $19.99. The Angel Singles Collection then is going to get one bid and final call for $25. And that has one bid for $25 to TSO Houston. We're about to sell it. Jethro Tull Benefit, VG $9.99 on that. Robin Trower for Earth Below, VG $9.99. Santana Z-Bop is VG Plus $14.99. The Moody Blues to our children's children, VG Plus $9.99. Al Cox on Deep Purple Japan. So to Al Cox, time for another auction, but first here's Fleetwood Mac Mirage, EX $17.99. Adam Bernardi, you're outbid on Boston. High bids Mike Quadrini at $83. And TSO Houston, Angel was sold to you for $25. Thank you. That's sold for $25. Let's pull that right over here. Let's put that in this. And let's put that right over here, okay? Next single is going to go up right now. And this is, well, TSO Houston, do you want volume 2 for the same price? Since you won that one, do you want volume 2? There's box number 2 for $25. If so, let me know. Boston has a new bid for $85. Trower for $5. I will do that Chaz for $7. $7 on that one. He's out on Boston. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $85. Nice. Boston's done. Next auction is David Bowie's Space Oddity. Ground Control to Major Tom. 72 Indianapolis. Now, they call this a reissue, but it's actually the first RCA pressing. This is a reissue, but it's the first RCA pressing. It is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start on David Bowie. John Cougar, for $7. Let's go back and review that one. And that one was EX. I will take $15 for this one. It was marked $17.99. TSO Houston also gets the Singles Collection Volume 2 for $25. That is sold. And now moving on to something else over here. Oh, I had a couple of Japanese McCartneys. I think Jeremiah unearthed these the other day. They got mixed in with some other 45s that was supposed to really be put on Discogs and eBay, but I was like, hold the phone. That's actually stuff that I was supposed to auction, but that's why there's so much stuff laying around here. You just never know what's going to pop up. So actually, let me go ahead and grab these right here. And this is, let's do this first one here. This is Paul McCartney and Wings, Another Day, and Junior's Farm. But we'll do Junior's Farm first. That's one of my favorites. Written about Lebanon, Tennessee. Written about our very own Junior's Farm here in Lebanon, Tennessee, where Paul McCartney stayed a summer. This is going to go up. It's a Japanese single, $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. Chaz Gordon said he will take the Robin Trower for $7. And we have Stephanie Hill on the John Cougar for $15. Bowie has a bid for $25. The Boston you won should be a US. Yeah, that was a US. Those half-speed masters are typically US. Also, we have the Rolling Stone Some Girls, unedited cover. EX edition, $62.99 on that one. Billy Joe Glass Houses, you may be right. I may be crazy. McCartney, a $15 start. Todd Rundgren Initiation, VG Plus $9.99. And Wings at the Speed of Sound. There's Wings, EX $22.99. Someone's knocking on the door. Otis, somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor, Otis. Open the door and let him in. Yeah, yeah, let him in now, Otis. We have Nirvana, Incesticide, a 2011 180 gram, and this is audiophile from ORG Music, and these are pressed at Palace in Germany. These are very desirable Nirvana pressings, these Palace Germany pressings. $50 start on that one. $50 start on that one. Bowie just has one bid for $25, final call. Cream, Wheels of Fire, in the white room with black curtains. $24.99 for Cream, white room. Troublemaker, Willie Nelson, VG plus $9.99 for Willie Nelson. And Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? VG $9.99. Bob Seger, The Distance, VG plus $17.99. Nirvana has a bid for $50. And the Billy Jack soundtrack, and Billy Jack was VG $9.99. If anybody wants to buy McCartney, it's a $15 buy now if anybody wants that. And then Bowie just got one bid. Unbelievable. Robbie Woods got Space Oddity for $25. Let's put that away. And Nirvana over here is at 50. Now it's at 51 with Neil Black. Kelly Vladicek, You've Been Outbid. Glenn Frey, No Fun Allowed, VG plus $14.99. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, VG plus $24.99. And Eric Burden Declares War. Spill the Wine. That's a cool song. The cover is kind of damaged. It looks like a paint or something was splattered on it. And that's VG plus $29.99 on that one. Also, Elvis in Concert, VG plus $19.99. And the original Sun Sound of Johnny Cash, VG Condition, $14.99 on Johnny Cash. VG $19.99. Heading out. Thank you. Have a good one. Appreciate it. Yeah. And then we have Another Day and Oh Woman, Oh Why. Here's another McCartney single for a $15 start. This is Another Day, Oh Woman, Oh Why. Paul McCartney is a $15 start. That's now going up for bid. That's number 2 there. Nirvana, 15, 50, 51, 55. Billy Jack got an offer for 7. Info on Billy Jack, I just sold it for $7. Mike McGuinness was first. Matt Nichols on Johnny Cash. Let's put up another auction. But first, here's the London Chuck Berry sessions. VG $12.99 for the London Chuck Berry sections. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let's try another Bowie. Make sure everybody's woke up now since they've missed that one. The Man Who Sold the World, a 72 German reissue, and that is a $25 start. It's an orange RCA label, near mint. $25 start on that one. Nirvana 56, Nirvana 60, and Cream. Let's go ahead and roll it. $16. So does Shane Lane Doe on that one. Also, Slaughter on 10th Avenue, Mick Ronson, VG plus $14.99. And Sound Stories, Isle of Man, TT67. That's pretty cool. That's a VG copy for $9.99. If anybody wants McCartney, he's a buy it now for $15. We got 2 available. And then Nirvana over here, Kelly Vladicek is at 60. TSO Houston wants Junior's Farm. That's sold for $15 to TSO Houston. Nice. And I still got Another Day. That's a cool song too. Bowie's up for bid. Nirvana still getting bids. And this is 2 albums in one by The Who. A quick one and Sellout. The Who. This is VG Condition, $14.99. Michael, one of the McCartneys have already sold, but if you want the other one for $12, I'll sell it to you. If you want the other one for $12, Raymond on LS for $30, and LS for $30. What was LS for $30? Let me figure out what that was. LS for $30. That might be further back. I don't see an LS in here. Okay, and then we have, okay, let's keep going. Smokey Robinson, The Miracle, Special Occasion, VG plus $14.99, and Ted Nugent, Double Gonzo Live, VG $12.99. Okay, so let me pause there. I'm going to go ahead and put up another single. Here's another one of these box sets. Let me see what this one is exactly. We might need to, 84, 80. Okay, let me figure what these out. Let me figure out what these are right quick before I start putting them up. They're Status Quo box sets. Leonard. I don't think there's a Leonard Skinner in. Are you talking about maybe from the last crate? I don't think there's a Leonard Skinner in this crate. There's one in the last crate. If you're referring to that Leonard Skinner live, but there's not one in here. No Leonard Skinner in this crate. Robbie bid 25 on the Bowie, which is a 72 German. 25 on that one. Okay. Now, moving on, REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity, a classic, VG plus $14.99. Jimmy Buffett Volcano, VG Plus $14.99. Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits, VG Plus $17.99. Bad Company Desolation Angels, VG Plus $14.99. The Fix Reach the Beach, VG Plus $19.99. And the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers, VG Plus $24.99. Blue London label, $24.99. Jay Sontong on the Willie Nelson for $7. And the Willie Nelson that's left in here for $7 is the Troublemaker. Sold for $7. Bowie has a new bid for $30. Bowie has another bid for $27. Nirvana has a bid for $75. And I will say REO Speedwagon for $12. $12 on REO Speedwagon, okay? And we have, give me 1 second, I'm going to scan this first box set and see what comes up. We might probably just need to sell them individually. And let's just put it this way. If you win the first one, I'll give you dibs on the other ones. And this one came up the wrong. Let me just try to do that. I think it's scanned. Okay, interesting. How about we sell them all three together? This is Status Quo. Let's just sell them all together. Look at this. Status Quo singles box. 72 to 79, 80 to 84, and 84 to 89. All Status Quo. 72 to 79, 80 to 84, 84 to 89. $100 for all three sealed box sets. $100 starting bid for all three sealed. These are singles box sets. Status Quo. Vertigo. Very cool. There's that one. And then here's volume 3. I've seen some of those before on picture sleeves. So 3 vinyl box sets from Status Quo. $100, all three, to being sold together. All right, so first thing we have is Back to Turntable said he'll take REO for $12. Michael Thrower, BC for $10. Bad Company, that's the second one we sold tonight for $10. TSO Houston says he'll take the other McCartney for $12. Thank you. REO is $12. Matt Nichols, your second. Nirvana, $80. Blackie L on the Fix for $15 sold. And then over here, Raymond's offering Leonard Skinner from the last crate. And that was $30 for this Leonard Skinner. And sell this to Raymond for $30. Okay, right into another crate right now. Thank you. If you're waiting to see something else in there again, let me know. I've got some more McCartney and solo Beatles Japanese singles over here to run tonight that I had forgot about. I had forgot about these. So let me go ahead and grab these. And this is My Love Does It Good. McCartney, $15 start on that one. Very cool Japanese single. All these are really nice unless I say otherwise. $15 start on that. Nirvana's at $80. Everybody else is out. The last bit on Bowie that came in was Adam Bernardi at $30. Adam Bernardi has Bowie at $30. Everybody else is out. The Who is 2 albums in one. A quick one, also known as Happy Jack and Sellout. That's 2 albums in one. It's a repackaging from the 70s, VG condition, $14.99 on that one. Nirvana Incesticide is that original music label that's pressed in Palace, Germany. So we got 4 auctions right now. We got the Status Quo box sets for $100, starting bid. McCartney, a $15 start. Bowie's on its final call. And yeah, here is Nirvana Incesticide. It's the 2011 Palace, Germany by ORG Music. I think that's original. Remastered from the original analog tapes. Okay, and Topographic got the Who for $9. Sold for $9 to Top-O-Graphic. Sold for $9 to Top-O-Graphic. Okay? All right. Let's go ahead and put up another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Let's put up another crate of Buy It Now or Best Offer, okay? So, Status Quo box sets do have a bid for $100. Those will sell to Andy Wade if there's no other bids, and there was an offer on Jimmy Buffett Volcano for $10. Sold to Charles Sieber for $10. Right into another crate of Vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. Heavy night for Vintage and cool auctions, including surprises and miscellaneous. Trying to go through as much as I can here. I'm going to roll through some of these Beatles singles fast if there's no bids. McCartney is a Buy It Now for $15 if anybody wants it. That was My Love. We have Kool and the Gang, Celebrate Good Times, Come On. No condition notes on Kool and the Gang for $14.99. Coney Hatch is $19.99. That's in shrink wrap. And Johnny Winter and Live, Johnny Winter, $24.99. Cher is $24.99 for Cher. And Country Sunrise, 20 John hits, Country Sunrise compilation, $9.99. Dolly, Johnny, Bobby, Hank Williams Jr., $9.99. So, first thing we're going to do is Nirvana. Nirvana over here, I want to make sure we know who's the high bid. That is Shane Lanedope for 80. Kelly Vlodderchek, 85. Kelly Vlodderchek has this for 85. We're about to sell it. Now, Bowie didn't get another bid after Adam Bernardi bid 35, and he outbid somebody. $35 of Adam Bernardi. I think it's up to Craig Weatherford. And now the status quo box sets have a new bid with Guy Shard for 110. Those have a new bid. Guy Shard, 110. Andy Wade's out. Cool in the Gang. Danae, 10. Celebrate Good Times. Come on. Sold. We haven't sold Stone Temple Pilots yet. No. That's sold for $10 to Danae. Willie Nelson, Pretty Paper. Willie Nelson's $14.99. Rick Wakeman, The Six Wives of Henry VIII. Rick Wakeman is $19.99. Jefferson Starship Earth is $14.99. And Martha Hoople, $19.99 for Martha Hoople. Spyro Gyra Morning Dance. Spyro Gyra is $9.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street, $34.99 for Four-Way Street. And Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, life's been good, $19.99. Status Quo has a new bid for $115. $115. David Bowie out, so let's go ahead and sell that to Adam Bernardi for $35. And yes, let's throw up that Stone Temple Pilots. Let's try another. Here's a George Harrison I don't see too often. Ding Dong. And I don't care anymore. George Harrison, Japanese single, $15 start on that. So far on this crate, we've had Joe Walsh, Crosby, Stills, Nash, Spyro Gyra, Mott the Hoople. It's called Mott. That's what it's called, kind of a self-titled album. $19.99. Jefferson Starship, Rick Wakeman, Willie Nelson, Country Sunrise, Cher, Johnny Winter, and Coney Hatch. Also, this is Billy Satellite, $9.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Live, sold to Andy Wade for $25. And Transfer Station Blue, Michael Shreve. Michael Shreve, $29.99. Don't see that one too often. And now Nirvana is officially sold to Kelly Vlodderchek for $85, okay? And then Michael Thrower on JW for Joe Walsh for $15. If anybody wants George Harrison, it's a $15 buy now on George Harrison. Status Quo is at $120 with Guy Shard. $120 of Guy Shard. Next auction is Twisted Sister sealed. An 85 OG sealed with hop stickers. It does have a saw mark. $35 start on that. Also, John Wade Ignition. John Wade is $14.99. And then Stone Temple. I teased that Stone Temple Pilots, didn't I? Let me go ahead. I think it's an OG copy. It looks like one from the front. It is a 90. Whoa. It's a real 96 OG with hop sticker. That's a tiny hop sticker, but I've never seen that before. Stone Temple Pilots, tiny music with a tiny hop sticker. That's actually pretty cool. It's a 96 OG. It has a bonus record flat of the album art, and it's in shrink. Folks, this one's always been tough to get. 1996. If you remember, if you were alive and kicking in 1996, if you went to a music store, there wasn't much vinyl. If you walked into your local music store in 1996 on a Saturday morning, said, I would like to purchase the new Stone Temple Pilots on vinyl, they'd be like, vinyl? What are you, from the Stone Age? Man, we got that on CD over here. Vinyl? Huh? $275 on Stone Temple Pilots. That's now up for bid. Okay? What's the Mott pressing? First, Status Quo's at 120. He's out. What is the title of the Cher album? Cher is called Cher. Sorry, there's a bunch of self-titles in here. And self-titles always throw people off because I'll say the name of the album and people don't even catch it because it's called Cher. I should start saying self-titled more often. Self-titled Cher, $24.99. Out on Status Quo. Final call on that one. And that one on Status Quo is $120 to Guy Shard. And then over here, Mott the Hoople pressing. I don't have that information. I will try to glance at it and tell you. It has a P. That's typically for Pittman. But I don't see, there's also, this one's kind of weird. There's also a T1. Man, I don't know. Either a Pittman or a Terre Haute, one of the two. Joni Mitchell Blue, a 74 JW press, $49.99. The Transfer Station Blue was $29.99. And then Karen, the George Harrison was Ding Dong, and Paul McCartney, My Love. Those are Japanese singles, $15 a piece on those. Nobody's been on Twisted Sister, $35. Nobody's been on STP, $275. Guy Shard, you get the Status Quos for $120. I haven't seen Guy Shard since we've had the new painted Billie Eilish or since we've had the new Taylor Swift promo, right? I don't think Guy Shard's been on since we've had the painted Billie Eilish or the Taylor Swift promo. I don't think we have. But first thing is these are sold to Guy Shard. Thank you. Let's get those off the table. I've got more Beatles solo artist singles over here. And let me stack these right there. My love does it good. Chad needs a water. Let me do this right quick. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a water. Quick timeout. Over here. Otis is up here walking around. Let's grab a bottle of water. Whew. Man, I needed that. All right. I'll take George. Karen gets George Harrison for 15. That starts a new pile. TS Info. If it's transfer station, I just sold it to Craig Weatherford for $22. And then if you're talking about Twisted Sister, it's Come Out and Play. This is an 85 USOG sealed. 85 USOG sealed, looking for a $35 start. And then we have a top copy, rare, Stone Temple Pilots Tiny Music, $280 of Mike Quadrini. Cher is sold to Pam Murray for 17. Mott the Hoople sold to Adam for 12. Wang Chung, Wait, a 12-inch single, $9.99. And the Dave Edmunds and Love Sculpture, singles A's and B's. Dave Edmunds and Love Sculpture, singles A's and B's, $19.99. Our next McCartney single is this one right here, Venus and Mars and Rock Show and Magneto and the Titanium Man. That's going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. We also have Todd Rundgren Faithful. Todd Rundgren is $14.99. Big Red Music. This is a compilation. Boomtown Rats, Eddie Money's on here, Phoebe Snow. It's on red vinyl, and that's $19.99. 10cc Bloody Taurus. 10cc is $14.99. Also, Alan Parsons Project, Stereotomy. I think it's called Stereotomy, though. It's in that original blue and red baggie, $24.99. STP 300-305. And we have David Bowie Tonight, $24.99. Nobody bid on Twisted Sister. That's a $35 buy now. On Twisted Sister, no bid. Sealed copy with hop sticker. Also, we have Boston and Shrink, an early 80s press, $34.99 for Boston's debut. More Than a Feeling. Da, 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 da. Okay, what else do we got over here in this handful of singles? I have Boom Boom. Here's Gary Moore, After the War, limited edition gatefold single. Gary Moore, After the War. Is this like a OG? Okay, I think it is, yeah. Thought it was something almost brand new, but it's Gary Moore. It's a gatefold single. And yeah, it's $7 start. Gary Moore, After the War. That's up for bid for a $7 start. MT Mac got the Twisted Sister for $35. Greg Preston was second. And then Gary Moore has a bid for $7. Paul McCartney's a no bid, $15 buy now on that. STP's at $325 with Mike Quadrini. We have Peter Frampton, I'm In You, $9.99 for Peter Frampton. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. That's in Shrink, $24.99. TSO Houston on McCartney for $15. Thank you, TSO Houston. That's so to you. All right, moving on. Let's do another album. But first, here's 10cc, $14.99 on that one. And Gary Moore. Gary Moore is at 10 with Alex Kane. 10 with Alex Kane. So that has a bid. Mega Blast, you have been outbid. Okay? First thing I have is Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Missing in Action, an 85 Boogie Funk. That's $14.99. Tama Sambo on Caroline. And that is, I don't think that's a claim. Gary Moore's at 11. Let's see. STP out, a Grail. Mike Quadrini has that $325. $325. Next over here is Paul McCartney. And this is Letting Go. Oh, I like these. I feel like letting go. He played that on his most recent tour I went and seen in Nashville. And you gave me the answer. That's from the Venus and Mars rock show. $15 start on that. $15 start on another McCartney. Gary Moore's at 11. And a Grail here, a real STP Tiny Music. OG copy and shrink, and that is $325 with Mike Quadrini, okay? Next over here is Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel. Linda Ronstadt is $9.99. Todd Rundgren, the Hermit of Mink Hollow, $9.99 on Todd Rundgren. And big hits, High Tide and Green Grass, the Rolling Stones. That's on blue vinyl, $34.99. And the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. Oh, man, a top copy. A 69 Terre Haute with poster and the original inner sleeve. This is a nice one, $99.99. Whoa. And it has the original inner sleeve and the poster. Yeah, this has gotten up there in desirability and collectability. The poster looks like it has some wear and tear on it. Yeah, a little bit of damage on the poster, but it's in there. That's always been tough to get. It's got a stain right up there, but man, that's almost auction worthy. If no one makes an offer on it tonight, I may give that one to Laura to retag for an auction. But yeah, that's, man, those have gotten really tough. 69 Terre Haute, $99.99. Back-to-back great Stones albums there. Gary Moore over here is sold a Mega Blast for $11. Paul McCartney's $15 if anybody wants it. And George Jones just bid $15 on Gary Moore. Man, sorry, Mega Blast had that for the last few minutes. I just sold it to him for $11. And STP, Mike Quadrini, $325. Mike Quadrini, $325, right? $325, and that's sold to Mike Quadrini for $325. Foot shooting, I know. I just shot myself in the foot. TSO Houston on Paul McCartney for $15. That is sold for $15, okay? Now, over here, first thing I have is this. I have, let's do a Ringo Japanese single, You're 16. And let's get back into some of the other albums tonight, too. So right now, we're in a crate of vintage Buy It Now Best Offer, and there's still 2 more to go through. And then tonight, I mean, part of my, like, cleanup and recondensing on Saturday nights is I just try to go through as many pre-owned crates and just go through them and read off titles and restack them and get everything basically ready for Monday whenever I end here, unless I do a coin show tomorrow. Hey, by the way, I did buy some coins I can sell at Melt if anybody's interested. Let me go find those right quick. We have Ringo, You're 16, a Japanese single. Devil Woman's the flip, and it's minty. Very cool there. Ringo's a $15 start. How much was the Stone? So I've got this marked $99.99, essentially $100. It's OG. It's super clean. It has the original inner sleeve and the poster. It's $99.99. Looking for a fair offer. If not, we'll get that one retagged for an auction tomorrow. That's what we do sometimes with higher-end records. We go ahead and price them if you want to make an offer, or we'll retag them for an auction. Steve Vai, 2016. Speaking of guitarist, Steve Vai is a Friday Music clear vinyl, $35 start on Steve Vai. Ringo's a $15 start. And info on the Stones. This is $34.99. Big hits, High Tide and Green Grass. Yeah, this one's nice too. That's the first Stones. This should be a gatefold with a booklet attached. Oh yeah, this is clean too. It's got a little bit of damage right there. The paper's rolled over a little, but yeah, really cool there. Charlie Watts, Keith Richards, nice. The Rolling Stones. And folks, they're still kicking. Keith Richards is somewhere right now. There's a cigarette in his mouth, and he's probably playing Gimme Shelter. $34.99, or Can't You Hear Me Knocking. Cool. A quad press of Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles, $26.99 on that one. And Steve Vai, $35 start. Ringo, final chance for $15. And here is Arctic Monkeys. Whatever people say I am, that's not what I'm not. What is that called? Whatever people say I am, that's what I'm not. Arctic Monkeys is a 2018 Vinyl Me Please on smoke colored vinyl. $45 start on Arctic Monkeys. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. $32.99 for Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. A 70s press. $32.99. How does it feel? Rolling Stone. $32.99. And SOS Band 3. $14.99. Santana, the one here with Buddy Miles, is $26.99. And Beach Boys, Endless Summer, that's a double LP, $19.99. Ringo, buy it now for $15. Ringo, buy it now for $15. Steve Vai is actually a Friday Music pressing. 2016 Friday Music. Is it a double? It's a double LP from Friday Music and pressed at RTI. And then Arctic Monkeys is $45 on that one. And then Stones Let It Bleed. Yeah, John graded this one EX Plus near mint minus. Let me do a close examination of it here. And it has the original inner sleeve. Let me do a close examination. Yeah, it's got some sleeve scuffing, but it's nice. Yeah, it's not near mint minus. I would say it's closer to EX plus, but man, yeah, it's pretty dang clean. I would say EX plus. I don't want to call a record like this near mint minus. It's been stored in this paper sleeve. I think it would be near impossible to get a near mint minus, but we'll say EX plus on that one. Okay, and then next thing that popped up is Frampton for 7. Frampton, let's see. I'm in you, right? John Franz for 7. Red Betty gets Ringo for 15, and then Stones. $28 was the offer that just popped up. I had it priced $34. Matt Nichols first, $28. Mega Blast second. Steve Vai, $35. Joni Mitchell Blue, a classic. Carrie, a 74 pressing. 74 pressing. Nice vinyl though. Very, very nice. And that is a JW press. That is $49.99. Okay, next question was Vi 3537 and 40 and John Waite 10. John Waite 10. And that one was, let's see here. Boy, I don't remember seeing John Waite. Y'all must be thinking about stuff from earlier in the crate, which is okay with me. Sell that to P Free for 10. Nobody been on Arctic Monkeys. Let's go ahead and roll that one. $45 unopened music vinyl me please, okay? Steve Vai 43. It's at 43 right now. 43. Steve Stevens Atomic Playboys. Steve Stevens has the original inner sleeve with it. $39.99 for Steve Stevens. Atomic Playboys, $39.99, okay? Now, over here, Steve Vai is near mint minus with the original RTI baggie. Okay, so let me update a few things here. The first thing I have is John Waite. P Free got it for 10. Steve Vai is actively still getting bids. The last bid was a Minty 43. It's near mint and RTI Friday music pressing. Okay, and then CP Dean on the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. $99.99. A 69 Terre Haute. It has not been play tested. And CP Dean wants it. Sorry, I'm trying to get caught up here. There's a lot of confusion. It has not been play tested, Joe. No, we haven't play tested it. I would say, I mean, visually, it's just a visual grade of EX plus is what I'm calling it. And you have dibs. If not, somebody else has claimed it. If not, somebody else has claimed it. Okay, now the Arctic Monkeys. Adam Bernardi, you're first, but Blackie offered more at 40. So this is yours if you want it. It will be $40 though, Adam Bernardi. Let's lay that up there. Those are pending sold. And then Steve Stevens. Steve Stevens here. The last bid on Steve Stevens. Let's go over here. Steve Stevens. 35. And then a claim. So Greg Preston. No, Greg Preston put SV. That's a bid. That's a bid for Steve Vai. Red Betty got Steve Stevens. Okay, so Red Betty, you got that. Joseph Clark, Joni Mitchell, 38. Are you the person who asked about it? Who asked about Joni Mitchell? Joseph Clark did, and he offered 38. You got it for 38. Enjoy that. That's one of my favorites. Steve Vai's at 48. Greg, you were second. Greg Preston second on Steve Stevens. Steve Vai, 49. Adam Bernardi, you do get the Arctic Monkeys at 40. And we have Let It Bleed. Joel says he still has his parents' OG. That's cool. You have your parents' OG. My dad always listened to his brother's record. So my dad was born in 54. So, you know, he was a boomer. And he listened to all this great music. Hence my influence of all the Stones and Zeppelin and Rush. Or I should say more so, Yes. Rush came from my cousins and more so, and just a little bit me more finding. But all of his records ended up with my uncle John, who happens to have the name John Williams, not the Star Wars guy. And my Uncle John has everybody's records stashed away at his house, and he won't let anybody look at them because they belong to my aunts and uncles, and he has them all stashed away. He won't let anybody look at them. Okay, this is sold to Christopher Dean. Okay, Christopher Dean. So my dad never did really have records. He always listened to my uncles, his older brother and his younger brothers. He never did spend any money on music, he said. So, but my uncle John, when everybody went off to college and moved out, he was one of the youngest ones. He took everybody. He was in high school he graduated in like the early 80s, so he took everybody's music. I hope he's watching right now. Uncle John, I'm watching you. I know. He tunes in sometimes. I know, Uncle John, where those records are at. And look right here into my eyes, partner. You see this? I'll meet you at the OK Corral. All right? My name's White Earp. Okay, moving on. We have Rolling Stones. Cool, shrinking hop sticker. Why don't you start me up? $34.99. That is Bob Lugwood mastering, $34.99. The best of the band, Up on Cripple Creek. She sent me If I Sprang a Leak, $29.99 on the band. And Cat Stevens, Back to Earth, $14.99. Band on the Run, run, dun, 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 dun. And it has the poster. Oh man, don't get me singing. Sailor Sam, $34.99. Steve Martin, A Wild and Crazy Guy, $14. Boy, there's a lot of great records. I apologize. I really don't know where we're at on Steve Vai. Amenities has it for $49, okay? $49 on Steve Vai. That's a Friday Music 2LP clear vinyl, and that is a final call for $49 to Amenities. All right, moving on. I have No More Lonely Nights. That's Paul McCartney. David Gilmour on guitar, a 7-inch Japanese single, $15 start on McCartney. The band is sold to it's sold to Creek Small Mouth for $20. Just so you know, there is a stain. Boy, I didn't even see that till right now. Maybe that's another reason I should take $20 for it. That's sold to Creek Small. The vinyl was beautiful, though. All right, what else do I have over here? Here's a sealed single, Night Ranger, Wasted Time. Sealed for a $7 start on Night Ranger. Wasted Time, sealed single on that one. Yeah, my uncle's had to live his life with the name John Williams. Now, you got to think he was born in 1964, maybe, so long before John Williams had the name recognition it does today. Plus, that's a pretty dang common name, John Williams. Williams is like the top 5 most popular surname. It's up there of like Smith and Taylor and Williams, Smith, Taylor, Williams. How many Smiths, Taylor, and Williamses live in the United States? Golly, millions. There's a lot of Williamses. Ace, Bob Weir. This is a 72 U.S. Pitman. Nice. Bob Weir, Grateful Dead, original back cover art. The photo of Bob Weir holding a pot leaf was removed from later pressings. So evidently, there's a photo of Bob Weir back here. He's holding an old marijuana leaf. Oh, Bob Weir. Do you think he ever smoked any marijuana? There it is. He's holding a pot leaf on the back cover. And this is a 72 Pitman EX edition. A $30 start on that one. $30 start. Steve Vai, 50-51. Amenities out. Blackie has it for $51. It's up to Tony McDaniel. And we have the pressing for Tattoo You. Tattoo You was in shrink wrap with a hop sticker, original inner sleeve. It has got Bob Lugwood mastering. I don't have the exact pressing plant. It does have EDP. Sorry, sometimes I'm really good at identifying pressing plants. Maybe a specialty. Sometimes Atlantic, which this is a subsidiary of Atlantic, the Stones label, it does have SP on the label matrix, which typically stands for specialty. SP, Specialty Press. It does have Bob Lugwood mastering, $34.99. Bob Weir has a bid for $45, and this is first asked about Adam, and then Tim made an offer. But let's see what Adam wants to do. And yes, let's go into another crate. A whole nother crate to go through. Sorry, Matt Nichols like, Chad, that one took too long. What happened to you going fast? Sorry, there was a lot of activity in that one. And we still got 2 more new ones. We've went through 6 crates of new arrivals, and everything left is in 3 crates. That's great. And let's go ahead and go through another one. Let's go through another one. Buy it now, best offer. And then I'm going to, like I said, tonight's a kind of night. I'm just going to keep going through pre-owned stuff. We might show a couple crates of new vinyl, but a lot of pre-owned stuff to knock out, okay? A lot of pre-owned stuff. And if you have any questions, let me know. Crate after crate after crate. So, Adam, we do have an offer on Tattoo You. It's up to you. You can offer more. You can offer the same, and then I'll make a decision. Or, we'll just see what happens. Steve Vai has a new bid for $52. That means somebody's outbid. That means that Amenities is out. That means Tony McDaniel has it for 52. That means Blackie L, you're out. All right, Tim, I'm going to go ahead and take your offer. That's a nice copy for 25, but I'm selling it to Tim Tolbert for 25. Why don't you start me up? Paul McCartney, a $15 buy it now. And Night Ranger did get a bid for 7 with Charles Berry, final call. And then Bob Weir. Bob Weir had a bid with Jay Beach for $45. This is a new vintage bin. Buy it now, best offer. Everything in here. Never shown before. These are the first time these have ever been put out. Time to touch my toes. Time to touch my toes. Okay? I need to. Oh, man. Okay, first thing I have is Queen, the game. Bump, bump, bump. Shoop, bum, ba, da, da. VG Plus, $29.99. That's Queen, the game. Jimmy Reed, Found Love. VG copy, $19.99 for Jimmy Reed, Found Love. JJ Kell, Troubadour, VG, $24.99. Crawler. Crawler does have a little bit of damage down here. The vinyl's been graded VG Plus. By the way, all these have been cleaned, and our shipping department got kind of a head start today, and actually some people needed some time to make up for their hours, and we had extra people today cleaning stuff. We had like Jack and my sister Jill, and they were all cleaning stuff, and that way we can get ahead of the game so we can have more auctions for next week. We need more auctions for next week. All right, Charles Berry, you get Night Ranger for 7. Jay Beach, you get the Bob Weir. That's definitely going to a Grateful Dead fan. I've lost Blackie L on Steve Vai. Final call to Tony McDaniel for 52. Let's keep rolling here. My crate's almost full, but let's keep rolling. Nice. Jackson 5. It's in partial shrink wrap. Looking through the windows. Jackson 5, VG Plus, $24.99. Jimi Hendrix War Heroes. That's a VG copy for $24.99. And free. VG Plus, $24.99. Free is VG Plus, $24.99. That is their self-titled album. Free, $24.99 on that one. And we have Crazy Horse, and this is VG Plus, $9.99. $9.99 on that one, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I lost Blackie L. Tony McDaniel, that's sold to you for $52. All right, now my crate's full. Let me swap out right quick. Chad, off topic, blind faith question. Is it legal to own it because of the 13-year-old girl on the cover? Whew, I'm not going to give you legal advice on, I don't know if I should share legal advice on here for a nude cover. So to my knowledge, it's legal to own. Yikes, that's a tough question. I may have to default you to some more legal advice. I don't really know. That's yeah. Yikes. I don't know how to answer that. Danae on Reed for 14. That is sold to Danae for 14. And Queen is, we're a little bit too far apart on this one. Jamie, that was marked $29.99. If you want it, I'll do $24 on it. There's 2 covers that are really, they're pretty much blocked, I think, they're blocked on Discogs, right? That one and definitely the Scorpions. There's another one with the Scorpions that's even more brutal of a cover than that one. But I don't, yeah, let me, I guess I'll say I'm not going to answer. We have Queens of Stone Age Villains, a 2017 USOG Deluxe Edition with 14 art prints. This has 14 art prints with it. This is a Deluxe Edition of Queens of Stone Age Villains, $35 start. $35 start for Queens of Stone Age Villains. That's a $35 start on that one. All right. But yeah, yeah, that's a gray area there. It's technically an underage female nude on a cover, but at the same time, it's something that, I don't know, it's like everywhere. I don't know. Anyways, we have the Kinks. We're going to do 3 Kinks Record Store Day singles together. 3 Kinks Record Store Day singles together. These are all sealed. Kinks, You Really Got Me, Milk Cow Blues live at Twickenham Television. The Kinks Hits, You Really Got Me, All Day, All the Night, and I Gotta Move. And Kinks Size Sessions, some Record Store Day singles. All 3 of those for a $15 start. Everything in here is a buy it now best offer crate. We sold Jimmy Reed for 14, and Villains has a bid for 35. White Music Crack the Sky, VG Plus, $9.99. Did you go through the new vinyl flip crate this morning for claims? Yes, that's already been pulled and tagged. Tina Turner Private Dancer. Tina Turner is a strong VG, $9.99. Black Sabbath obviously has some cover damage here. This is VG, $34.99. Born Again. VG, $34.99. Yeah, that brings into question the Nirvana cover then. The two I can think of is Nirvana, the Scorpions, and of course Blind Faith. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like Nirvana, that sold 30 million copies worldwide. So that's just about in almost every other household in America. We have Pat Travers Band, Go For What You Know. I don't think like your door is going to get kicked in and you're going to get arrested or anything, you know. VG Plus, $14.99. This is, speaking of nudity, good gosh. This is, do what now? This is, VG Plus, $24.99. This chain, we're going to have the TBI and the FBI watching this before long. Fausto Paparizzi Sax. I don't even know what this is, but she is laid out in her denim jacket and she happened to accidentally unzip it. She's catching some sun there. $24.99 on that one. And Van Halen, 5150. VG Plus, $34.99. This is Van Halen, 5150. VG Plus, $34.99. All right, so up at the top, Queens of the Stone Age got a bid for $35, and then Blackie L bid $50. Okay, then the Kinks singles got bids for $15.15. And David, I don't see many more Japanese over here. I know they tagged the Wings. If there was no more, I mean, all those were in the hot picture. If there's no more over here in the hot picture, then I really don't know exactly what's possibly going on. I don't know if there's too many more over here. Just FYI. And then Kinks 18, Tina. Can't do 5. But if you want it, I'll do 7. And then the 45's 15, 17. What is the LP auction? Kinks has bids for $19.19. And then over here, and then over here we have Queens of Stone Age Villains. Queens of Stone Age is a 2017 US OG Deluxe. So this is the deluxe edition of Queens of Stone Age with the art prints. And the last bid on this one was Blackie L at $50, okay? Everybody else is out. Then we're selling these 3 Kinks singles together, and that's at $20. And then Tina Turner sold it back to the turntable for $7, okay? Condition of Van Halen. Vinyl VG Plus, the cover is probably VG. It's got wear and tear around the edges. It's got wear and tear around the edges. Can you show the Japanese jazz artist? I don't know if this is Japanese. This sounds like more French to me. Fausto Paparizzi or Italian. Let me see what's going on before I open this thing up. I think that's his name, Fausto Paparizzi. Is he Italian? He's in front of a pear tree there. Fausto. Yeah, and he's and she's nude. And it is $24.99. It's been claimed, I think, by Victor, but Danae, you have first dibs. I would grade Van Halen, VG Plus, and the cover VG. Also, we have Chick Corea, the Mad Hatter, and that's VG Plus. Ivan said he offered on Fausto. He offered 19. All right, so Ivan actually has first dibs. Ivan, it's yours, but it will be $25, okay? It's yours, but it will be $25. And then Yellow Jacket, Samurai Samba, VG Plus, $9.99. Outside Inside the Tubes, VG Plus, $9.99. Danae wasn't asking on this one. Danae was asking on some kind of Japanese jazz. Danae says, can you get Japanese? Oh, my bad. I read that as, can you read the Japanese artist on this? My bad. So this is sold to Ivan R. sticker price. Okay, that's gone. Now, the next question was Queens of the Stone Age, and it's about to be sold to Blackie L for $50. The Kinks is at $25 with Fred Cardinale, and we have Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. That's VG Plus, $19.99. Leon Russell Carney, that's VG, $9.99. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly, VG Plus, $9.99. And Kiss Love Gun, an early Pittman pressing, a strong VG, $39.99, okay? Can you grab the Linda Ronstadt from the previous crate? Yes, sorry, I forgot about that. I moved on so fast from the previous crate trying to get through all these. I never did answer your question, and hopefully you can forgive me. So there is a generic sleeve, but it actually has the original inner sleeve too. So somebody put it in a new generic inner sleeve. Heart Like a Wheel, Faithless Love. This one is $9.99. Faithless Love's on here. What a voice, Linda Ronstadt. Just a little bit of cover wear, no condition else on the vinyl. Joseph Ellis bid 52 on Queens of the Stone Age, okay? 52 on Queens of the Stone Age, Joseph Ellis. Blackie L, you've been outbid. The Kinks are at 25 with Fred Cardinale. Nick Cernginko, I think it's up to you. Edwin Starr, War and Peace, VG $19.99, and George Harrison, 33 1/3. A strong VG for $19.99. Our next auction is, one second. Time out. Hold the phone. We have Stone. Oh, I forgot about this one. We have another OG Stone Temple Pilots. Check this out. This is a 94 USOG limited edition translucent purple in shrink with hype. In shrink with hype. An original purple vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots. I'm getting all these titles confused tonight. This one is called Purple on purple vinyl. A $95 start, VG Plus condition. $95 start on that one. Queens of Stone Age is at 52. Are the Pink Floyd lights in or just a display? Eddie, was you on a wait list for a Pink Floyd light? If so, I think I need to tag you for one. I don't think that I've tagged you for one yet if you need one, but yes, they're in. And then Linda Ronstadt. Linda Ronstadt is sold, which was put right over here. Nope, that was a UFO. This was available if anybody wants it. EX $24.99. I think Chris Martin originally asked about that. And then, yes, this is sold to Chris Ferrara. Okay, now, NXS 27. Oh, that's the Kinks. 27, now 30. And then Queens of the Stone Age Villains. Okay. STP does have a bid for $95. This is a 94 USOG limited edition translucent purple vinyl in shrink and hype, and STP's $95. $95 on that one. The Kinks is sold to Fred Cardinale. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $35. STP is at 100 with Mike Quadrini. And then George Harrison is called 33 1/3. It's a strong VG copy, $19.99. Sorry, this is one of those moments where there's like 5 things happen at once. And I'm trying to make sure I do everything in order. Kevin Gladden, Love Gun was a early Pittman press. It's a strong VG, no inserts except for there's nothing. No inner sleeves, no inserts. It does have some sticker residue there, $39.99. Now, Queens of Stone Age is still getting bid. So let me do a quick update. Sorry, there was like 2 things from the last crate, 2 things from this crate, 3 auctions, and then a couple questions about life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. But before I answer anything, you know, like about U.S. history or world history or anything else about film or television, right now, Queens of the Stone Age is at $53 with Blackie L. $53 with Blackie L. And that is the deluxe edition. That means Fred Cardinale, I think that puts you out or somebody. No, Joseph Ellis. Joseph Ellis, he did come back in at 53. Okay, then Stone Temple Pilots, Steve Garza has that at $115. Now $130. That's OG and shrink and hype, a solid VG Plus copy. Okay? A solid VG Plus copy. Now, let's make sure Eddie Bruce has a Pink Floyd light. I read off one person on a waiting list, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't Eddie Bruce. I would have remembered that name. I would have remembered Eddie. So with that being said, let me go ahead and put one. Let's check his invoice. Okay, let's make sure he didn't already get one keyed in. But let's go ahead and tag Eddie Bruce for a Pink Floyd light. There's 2 left in stock. Somebody was on a waiting list, but I would have remembered Eddie's name. Not that I'd forget everybody else's, but I don't remember saying Eddie. So, Eddie, you've been tagged for one, okay? Danae wants one for Monday on a new invoice. Yes, you'll have to ask me on Monday, of course. We try not to hold anything for a new invoice. We really don't do that, or as you can imagine, people would be asking for a million things on next week's. So we just say, you got to claim it now, or just ask me when the new cycle starts, okay? And hopefully we still have them. Moving on, still not done with this crate. Scorpions fly to the rainbow. Scorpions is a German pressing. VG plus $29.99 on the Scorpions. Procol Harum live. That's a VG for $9.99. Matthew Southern Comfort. This is later than, what now? VG plus, I forgot this one. Later than that same year, yeah. VG plus $9.99. Later that same year. The 3 is VG plus $9.99. Sample Brown and Man. $9.99 on that one. And Bob Dylan Street Legal, Strong VG $14.99. Joseph Ellis, did you bid again on ST or Queens of the Stone Age? Joseph Ellis, you're out. Blackie L has it for 53, and STP's at 160. Okay, we have Cheap Trick, and this is Gimme Some Truth. It's a Record Store Day red vinyl, a $7 start on Cheap Trick. And let's do another Beatles McCartney related single over here. One of my favorites. You gotta listen what the man said. And he said, do, 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 do. That is Listen What the Man Said. Paul McCartney and Wings. A $15 start on Paul McCartney and Wings. $15 start on that one. Okay? That is available. And we have Buy It Now Best Offer. Anything in here, let's go through them one more time, okay? One more time. Consult Jackie Charles. That's a clear right that's a clear violation of your rights as a consumer. That's a clear violation of your rights as a consumer. That's outrageous, salacious. Kramer, it's definitely outrageous. Okay, now, there's not much left in here. Let's read through these again. JJ Kill Troubadour, VG $24.99. Crawler is VG plus $14.99. Jackson 5, Looking Through the Windows, VG plus $24.99. Jimi Hendrix War Heroes, VG $24.99. Free is VG plus $24.99. Crazy Horse, VG plus $9.99. Queen was VG plus $29.99. Crack the Sky was VG plus $9.99. Black Sabbath, VG $34.99. Wow, a Black Sabbath Born Again in the crate. Vinyl's VG with cover damage, but there it is. And then Pat Travers Band VG plus $14.99. Van Halen was VG plus $34.99. Chick Corea, the Mad Hatter, VG plus $14.99. Yellow Jackets was VG plus $9.99. Outside Inside the Tubes, VG plus $9.99. Robin Trower, VG plus $19.99. Leon Russell Carney, VG $9.99. Roberta Flack is VG plus $9.99. Edwin Starr is VG $9.99. Hold on a minute. Edwin Starr was $19.99. War and Peace. George Harrison, VG $19.99. Love Gun was VG $39.99. Scorpions is VG plus $29.99. Procol Harum, VG $9.99. Matthew Southern Comfort, VG plus $9.99. Dylan and the 3. Dylan was strong VG 14, and the 3, which looks like a jazz fusion, VG plus $9.99. Okay. Now, I lost Joseph Ellis on Stone Temple Pilots, dang it, on Queens of Stone Age. So sell this to Blackie for 53. Blackie for 53, that's sold. Nobody bid on Cheap Trick, $7, and nobody bid on McCartney, $15. Listen what the Man Said, one of my favorites from him. And STP is an OG and shrink on purple vinyl for $200. Victor Guerra put Boda Oshas. What is Boda Oshas? And then DG's is already sold. Joe Sontag on the Procol Harum Live, and Chick Corea sold it today for $12. Let's find that Procol Harum Live. Procol Harum Live. Let me go over here. Procol Harum Live. That is sold to Joe Sontag. Danae on Chick Corea for $12. Danae on, we sold that one. Craig got the 3 for $7. And we have the 3 amenities. You just missed that one. Oh, and that was Cheap Trick for Victor Guerra, I think, for $7. Okay, that's sold for $7. Bodacious. Was that a claim, or was you just calling something bodacious? I don't think there's any bodacious in here. Okay, and then we're about to sell STP for $200. Let's jump over here and see what's going on. First thing we have is David Coverdale, Whitesnake. Nice, a 77 Canadian OG. This has got the company inner sleeve. It does have the insert. David Coverdale, Whitesnake, VG. It's essentially a David Coverdale solo album. It's called Whitesnake. $15 start on that one. All right, let's go right into another vintage crate, one after another. We had 8 new crates tonight from Paul and Patrick. Crap. John and Patrick. I got too many character names. We got Patrick, which every time I think of that, I think of my childhood hero, Patrick Starr. I think of John and Paul. I think of the Beatles with some of my favorite music. And then we got Jack and Jill, my sister, and then Jack that helps out in operations. All these character names, man. Why can't we have something unique like Ozzy? Too bad we don't have somebody called Ozzy. That'd be great. All right, STP over here. That is sold for $200. Ozzy Williams. Mike Cadrini gets this for $200. Sold. Coverdale is a $15 start, no bid yet. All right, and now what else is over here? We've already sold 2 of these. There's another one. Steve Earle and the Dukes, Justin Townes Earl, limited edition, yellow vinyl, $7 buy it now on that one. $7 buy it now on that one. Steve Earle, $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now on Steve Earle. We've already showed a couple of those. Okay. And, yeah, more vintage going into it right now. Buy it now or best offer. Okay, in the advertised auctions, bonus stuff tonight's kind of been all over the place. We got bonus stuff kind of all over the place. Preston Rose wants a Steve Earle. That's another one sold for $7. Here is a new Alan Parsons Project single edits of Turn of a Friendly Card, Snake Eyes, Games People Play, a $7 start. That's now up for bid. And we got so a couple more 45. Oh, yeah, we sold a bunch of patches last night. Y'all missed out on the world of patches. I've got some big ones over here. But first, this one didn't get a bid last night. I'll go ahead and make it a buy it now. The only one that didn't sell. We sold one Monsters of Rock patch for $80 last night. This is Anthrax, $10 on the vintage Anthrax patch, a Battle Jacket patch, $10 on Anthrax. I've got some Cheap Trick buttons and pins. Those are $9.99. Some Cheap Trick buttons and pins. Those are $9.99. And let's start doing some more vintage buy it now best offer. Nice. Great start. Willie Nelson, $39.99. Now, about 4 times as much as most Willie Nelsons, but this one is tough to get and very desirable, and this one has to be very nice. That's an Atlantic Press, $39.99 for Willie Nelson. We have Peter Frampton Comes Alive. As usual, a little bit of ring wear. There is some writing right there. $29.99 for Frampton. And Bruce Springsteen, I'm Going Down. That's a 12-inch single, $14.99. APP has a bid for $7. Nobody bid on Coverdale. Let's go ahead and make him a buy it now for $15. David Coverdale, a buy it now for $15 on David Coverdale. Let's put that right there. And Bad Company, Straight Shooter, $24.99. I feel like making da-dump, da-dump, da-dump. I feel like making da-dump cookies. We have best of the rap, the last, the best, the rest, the worst, the last of the Red Hot Burrito Brothers. $39.99. APP has a new bid for $8. Amenities, you've been outbid. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Intergroove Distortion for $10. We got Detroit Blues Factory, Volume 1. That is $19.99. I feel like making da-dum, da-dum, chocolate chip cookies. Da-dum. I got some cookie dough up front in the fridge. If you don't believe me, I'll bring you. I got some cookie dough. Whoa, that's my splurge. Cookie dough. Next is we have Billy Strings, Turmoil and Tinfoil. Billy Strings is a 2017 USOG sealed, a $95 start. $95 start. That's what I used to say to girls up at Thursday night during my old Tennessee Tech days up in Cookeville. We'd be down at the local Spankies, and I'd walk up to her and I'd say, I feel like making da-da, da-da, chocolate chip cookies. And then she'd go, okay, I'm going to go over here and I don't want you anywhere around me for the rest of the night. We have what next? Bruce, $10. We have C. Dale for $10. What was C. Dale for 10? CD Dale? What was that? And then Michael Butler on Blues for 15. Sold. Oh, that's David Coverdale. Well, Victor, same story as always. You got dibs, but it will be $5 more. Christina said she wants it, but it will be 15. Matt Nichols on BS. And what was BS? What was BS? BS, that stands for Billy Strings. Also, it stands for, this is a $95 start of 2000. This is out of print. $95 start on Billy Strings. Alan Parsons at 13. That's sold to Amenities. And we have Alan Parsons in the bin. There's tape, unfortunately, all around the cover. Alan Parsons is $19.99. Matt Nichols wanted Bad Company. He's feel like making some, boy, this has got some great, this also has Shooting Star. Chad was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there it didn't take him long. Got himself a guitar, used to play every night. Now he's in a rock and roll outfit, and everything's all right. Don't you know? We have Country Music Fever. This is a 6 LP country music comp, $29.99. And we have Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. Cyndi Lauper is $22.99. It does have some cover damage. Girls just want to have fun. So Billy Strings is a $95 start. That's going once, going twice. Victor Garrett says he'll take Coverdale for 15. And over here, we have the following going up for auction. U2, With or Without You. This is U2, With or Without You. An 87 U.S. Special at the OG. VG Plus, U2, a $10 star. Billy Strings does have a bid for $95. Joe Walsh, Barnstorm. Now, this is a good Joe Walsh. Commercially, a lot of people don't talk about it, but man, there's some good, almost like psychedelia songs on here. Joe Walsh, Barnstorm, $19.99, no condition notes. Here's our next single. It's a Him picture disc. His stuff's pretty collectible. Him is Volume 3, Wings of a Butterfly and Poison Heart. It's in a resealable baggie. It looks like it's been opened before, and I'll tell you why I think it's been opened before, because underneath the resealable baggie, I can see a cat hair. I don't like cat hair. I'm allergic to cats. Or is that on the outside? No, it's inside. But there's the actual how it came, and it looks like it's all nice. Yeah. Him, a $7 start. How about we just throw this away, okay? I don't think that's not what it came in. So there we go. $7 start on that. We got CM Fever for $24. Country Music, Soda Robin. That's good, $24. And wow, never seen this before. A Cher picture disc. It's a single. Whenever You're Near, Could Have Been You, I'll Never Stop Loving You, and You Wouldn't Love. A 4-track picture disc from Cher. Never seen it. I'm here every night showing records. Never seen that one. Let's see what the other side looks like. Another picture of Cher. $26.99 on that one. So Billy Strings, final call. Him has a bid for $7, and Joe Walsh was $19.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again. Daylight Again is $19.99. When you see that Southern Cross for the first time. I like that song. $19.99. Him is considered love metal. We have Motley Crue, The Dirt, with that original cover. They used that cover for a while, and then they used a different cover now for that Dirt soundtrack. The cover, though, is kind of beat. It's got dings and dangs on it, but $39.99 for Motley Crue. They don't make that cover anymore. $39.99. We have Country Sunshine. Country Sunshine is $9.99, and Doug Kershaw is a white label promotional copy. Doug Kershaw, $24.99. Christina, Cher, So Do You for, wow, well, I didn't get it spit out. I could have charged you, but Carly claimed it at full price. I already said the word, though. I already said sold. I just shot myself in the foot over $6.99. There went my next week's chocolate chip cookie dough down the drain. No more chocolate chip cookies for me next week. Next is the Beatles, a collection of Beatles oldies, $39.99. And Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw, $19.99. The Him is Wings of a Butterfly and Poison Heart. What's the Smashing Pumpkins song? Butterfly with bullet. This is Wings of a Butterfly. That's not Smashing Pumpkins, though. Poison Heart. Okay, Billy Strings, Matt Lawson, nice pickup, $95. U2 is the 12-inch single With or Without You. I was about to show that one more time. I'm looking for a $10 start. It's VG Plus, but solid. Nice cover, $10 start on that. And then him has a new bid with Jim B for $9. Jim B, $9. And over here, we have the following. We have Alan Parsons Project, iRobot. Excuse me, this is the best of 19. I was listening to Cirrus, which isn't on here. You know, Cirrus is the, I don't know, does anybody know? Does it play Cirrus before Eye in the Sky? Cirrus is the Chicago Bulls song, you know, and now your starting lineup, dun, 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 you know, the Michael Jordan walkout music, but 1999 on that one. Let's go back to the top. Tony, your bid on Billy Strings came in very, very, very late. Carol bid 10 on that. What was the price of Motley Crue? $39.99. I would have to grade the cover like VG minus. I mean, it's had a rough journey, kind of like Motley Crue. $39.99. Bullet with a bullet with butterfly wings. Yeah, that's it. U2 got another bid for 10. Him got a bid for 10. And Carly can have share. Christina Christina says if you want share for $20, I'm sure she'll take it because she was going to pay more. So if you want to pass and Carly still wants it, I'll give it to Carly. Danae on Alan Parsons for $14. That's sold to Danae for $14. And Joni Mitchell, the hissing of summer lawns. Joni Mitchell is $19.99. We have David Bowie. This is Scary Monsters. David Bowie is a 1980 USOG with the original on her sleeve. $25 start for Scary Monsters. That is OG. Okay, U2, 11, 13, now 15. Okay, hold on a second. U2, 15. Timeout. I don't want my head to explode. Steve Riley has him for $10, now 12. Somebody bid 11. Jim B bid 11, and what was the Beatles album? That was a collection of, this is a unique one here. This wasn't released in the United States. It's a kind of like an overseas deals only. It's a compilation. It's got 16 tracks on it. She Loves You, From Me to You, We Can Work It Out, Help, Michelle Yesterday, I Feel Fine, Yellow Submarine, Can't Buy Me Love, Bad Boy, Day Tripper, Hard Day's Night, Ticket to Ride, Payback Rider, Eleanor Rigby, and I Want to Hold Your Hand, $39. Scary Monsters is a EX, nice copy. EX with the original on her sleeve, $20 start on that. Him is at 12, final call, and U2's at 16, Carol Puckett's out. We have Steve Winwood back in the High Life. Bring Me a Higher Love, $19.99. Sheena Easton, Strut. Sheena Easton's $9.99. Jackson Browne, Forever Man, nice. Usually this die cut thing here is kind of clipped out and kind of dinged up. $24.99 on that one. And Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Live Bullet, $24.99. Brian Setzer, The Knife Feels Like Justice. Brian Setzer, $19.99. Steve, wow, 2 in here. Bring Me a Higher Love. Ooh, I got 2 of them. Your pick. Also, or best offer, Danae put JW 13. If you're referring to, are you referring from the Joe Walsh from earlier that I was talking about? If so, that's sold to Danae for 13. Becky Lerner got the Beatles. Is that who asked about it? It was, and that's sold to Becky Lerner. Good stuff there. That's sold to Becky. And then over here, we got him with a new bid at 13. Steve Riley, you're out. Bowie does have a bid for 20, and amenities, you do get the U2 for $16. A lot of buy now best offer. I got Paul crates back here behind me too that has a lot of jazz stuff in it. We'll be doing that. Okay. All right. And then over here, we have John Lennon Walls and Bridges, $24.99 for John Lennon. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. Ted Nugent, Free For All. Ted Nugent's $14.99. And The Pretenders, $19.99. I got Brass in Pocket, $19.99 for The Pretenders. Also, Bruce Springsteen, Nebraska. A pretty well-regarded album from Bruce Springsteen. I had somebody, won't mention any names, I said, give me your top 5 Bruce Springsteen albums. And that one made the cut. I won't mention any names, but that one made their top 5. David Bowie on 25. and him is out. Steve Riley, Victor Guerra gets it for 13. That last bump did it. Next is a Michael Schenker picture disc. Michael Schenker group. This one's Dancer and Girl from Uptown. $7 start on that one. Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be. That is $24.99. Next thing over here. True Stories. True Stories is an 86 US Allied OG with the original sleeve. True Stories is a $25 start. Talking Heads, a $25 start. The Monty Python Instant Record Collection, $14.99. Monty Python, $14.99. And we have Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave. That one doesn't come through too often. Clean copy, gold stamp promo, Tull, Crest of a Knave, $19.99 on that one. Bowie's at $25. That means Mega Blast and James Allen, you're out. James Allen says he's done. Now it's just up to him. The Michael Schenker picture disc is a $7 start. Talking Heads is now up for bid, which is an 86 US Allied OG, $25 start on Talking Heads. And our next single is this, another McCartney, I Love You. Ramp, 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 ramp. This one needs a cleaning. It's kind of dirty, but it's very, you can tell it's very clean though. It's dirty and clean at the same time. They're probably like, is this guy on crack? What I mean is there's no like marks or scratches. It's just got some fingerprints on it. That is a $15 start. A Japanese pressing of Silly Love Songs. Jethro Tull sold to Matt Nichols for $15 and Line Stink on MS for $7. That's the Michael Schenker, $7 on that one. Blue Oyster Cult, Some Enchanted Evening. Blue Oyster Cult is $26.99. Bad Company, Dangerous Age. Bad Company is $34.99. Super Clean, Bad Company, $34.99. Squeeze, East Side Story. Tempted by the fruit of another, $19.99. Neil Young, that's Everybody's Rockin', $19.99 on Neil Young. And Eddie Murphy, Comedian. Eddie Murphy's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $14.99. And Dave Edmunds, Rocker, Early Work, 68 to 72. Dave Edmunds is a 2LP, $29.99, okay? David Bowie is sold for $25 to Philip Holt. Thank you, Philip. That's sold to you for $25, okay? And that's sold for $25. Next thing over here is Talking Heads, $25 start. Paul McCartney is a Paul McCartney. That's a final call. Michael Schenker. Let's go ahead and sell that for $7 to Line Stink. Okay, there's that. The Beatles 6. The Beatles 6 is $34.99. $34 for the Beatles 6. That is $34.99. Super clean copy. That looked nice. The Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. $34.99 on that one. That's cool. The Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream. $19.99 on that. EM, Eddie Murphy. Go ahead and sell that to Tony for $10. And then John Cougar Mellencamp, $19.99. That's for the Lonesome Jubilee. Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver, $19.99. And so, wow, there's two tough to get bad companies in here. Here is the more difficult one to get. Holy Water, $44.99. A 1990, $44.99. And then over here, we have Dangerous Age, $34. I can't believe no offers. I hope everybody hadn't got like zoned out. There's been so much vintage. And folks, that is 8 crates in a row. 8 crates in a row. 8 crates in a row of vintage stuff. And there's more. I've got other stuff over here from previous sales. And I'm about to start restacking and doing this stuff. Buy it now, best offer, okay? We got to keep rolling and rolling. Alex Kane gets both of the tougher to get bad companies, and he gets Goat Head Soup. But that was 8 crates in a row of new vintage stuff. I don't know how long that just took me, but we just obliterated them. Paul McCartney, we will do a cleaning for this if anybody buys it. It's Silly Love Songs for $15. And Talking Heads just got a bid with Chris Ferrara. That's a DPC Club at $25. And Victor Guerra says, go faster, faster. Okay, so, well, before I do that, oh, Alex Kane got the Beatles too. I forgot about that. And the Beatles and Weasel on Monty for $10. All right. And we've sold about half of them. The 8 crates are now all condensed down into 4. That's great. Let's keep rolling. Now, to mix it up a little bit, I might have to go through either some we've already shown or maybe even some other genres. I know Paul's marked some stuff that's like jazz and soundtracks, et cetera, stuff like that. jazz and soundtracks, and I hope that's okay for everybody. But there could be other stuff mixed in. I think he's been throwing in like other random, like just rock albums, so everybody's like, oh no, it's jazz. But some people's like, oh man, jazz. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. Is this signed by Elvis? What is this? Is this signed by Elvis? No. They've brought in so much stuff in here. So when the show started, I was pretty dang busy. You know, we were tagging stuff. But man, they've brought in a heck of a bunch of stuff over here. Is this the guitar that's signed by Ace Frehley? Man, here's a guitar that's signed by Ace Frehley. I want to see what this sucker looks like. It's a real Gibson, too. It's a Les Paul. It's not any cheapo. Man, where's the other latch at? 4 latches. Man, here it is. Oh man. Oh, he signed the cloth too. That's awesome. Okay, and then there's something here signed by somebody else. Wow, we got a lot of stuff to sell. All right, no more tic-tacking, no more yik-yakking, no more blabbity-blabbity, no more pa-boobada-boobada. Let's keep going, okay? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's sell True Stories for $25. And here we go. Let's keep going right into it. So those 4 crates, those 8 crates are now condensed into 4. Next time you see those, will be 2 places. We'll be going through them again, best offer, sometime next week, or they'll be in the 9 a.m. flip videos, further discounted. That's why I go ahead and make them best offer. I'm like, well, you can make an offer right now. And don't forget, last night we had the Guns N' Roses box set left over. If not, I got to photograph and post pictures of it tomorrow in the group. And that's what's going on. All right, and let's put up another auction. So we had a copy of this earlier. This is an 84 US OG Jacksonville VG Plus condition. This is David Bowie in shrink with the blue jean hop sticker. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. No, I'm not going to make anybody wait any longer. I won't be that way. And we could go through this, what's left of everything that Laura priced this week. Best offer. We can do that too. Let's not forget about that. Let me try to find one of those kind of crates I'm kind of yik-yakking about. You know, Mel by me, I like the yik-yak and let's go through this one right here. Buy it now, best offer, okay? Buy it now, best offer. And this is going to be quick. This is going to be quick, okay? Guns N' Roses with the drawer. Yeah, that's the Super Deluxe Appetite for Destruction. I guess now regarded as one of the best-selling debut albums of all time. All right, here we go. There's David Bowie. Let's do some other stuff too. Where's the... Sorry, I'm trying to find like what's the next best bonus auction stuff for the rest of the night. I'm really racking my brain over here. Where's those other big patches I had? Okay, these should demand some pretty good money here. Yeah, here we go. These are a couple big back patches for battle jackets. The first one here is Scorpions Blackout. That's a big one. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Scorpions Blackout patch, $20 start on that. Motley Crue from the last crate is still available. It is still available. Here we go. Cal Collins, Cincinnati to L.A. Cal Collins is a 1978 U.S., $14.99. Proof Positive, J.J. Johnson, $74.99, a 65 mono OG, $74.99. Soul Fusion, Milt Jackson and Monty Alexander Trio, a 78 U.S., $24.99. I still have Sturgill. John Fadius, F-A-D-D-I-S Legacy, an 86 U.S. and shrink, $9.99. The Coleman Trio at the Golden Circle. This is at the Golden Circle, Stockholm, Volume 1. The Ornette Coleman Trio, an 83 French import, Ornette Coleman, $34.99. The Great Lars Golan, Volume 1, 55-56 with Chet Baker and Dick Twarsdick, an 82 Swedish OG. I don't know how to say his name, but man, that is $19.99. Terrence Blanchard and Donald Harrison. This is an 86 US BOP, $14.99. And we have Carol Sloan Subway tokens. Carol Sloan is an 82 Japanese import, $19.99. Final call to get a bid on David Bowie for $25, and final chance to get a bid on the Scorpions Blackout Battle Patch. Back patch, battle best black back patch, $20 on that. That's a lot to say. Let me lean in really close so y'all can see my eyes real good. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I need you to bid on the Scorpions, please. Also over here, we have Gene Bertassoni and Michael Moore, O Grande Amore, $14.99. Gullin over here is sold for $14 to Danae and Amenities on JJ, and that was JJ Johnson, sold to Amenities. We also have Topsy. This one's for Basie, the Modern Jazz Quartet, $9.99, and JJ Johnson again, Mad Bebop, a 78 US compilation, $14.99 on that one. The Slokar Trombones, and that's a 77 Swiss import, sealed, $9.99. And the trombone album, Curtis Fuller, J.J. Johnson, Frank Wazzolino, Billy Verblank, and Frank Weiss, $14.99 on that one. And Extemius, the Joe Pass Trio, Martin Drew, $24.99. Scorpions, if anybody wants it, it's a $20 buy it now. And one more time on David Bowie, this is an 84 US Jacksonville in shrink and hop, VG Plus condition, $20 on that. And then JJ for $12. And let me figure out what that one was. Danae, I'm assuming that was on the trombone one here for $12. Is that right? If so, that's sold to Danae for $12. Albert Daly, The Day After Dawn. This is a 72 USOG underrated gem, is the note from Paul. An underrated gem with Jack Wilkins on guitar, $19.99. We got Bob James, hands down. Bob James is $9.99. And Terje Ripdahl, Whenever I Seem to Be Far Away, a 74 US Fusion, $19.99 on Terje Ripdahl. All right, here's another battle patch. Look at this one. This is Metallica, Jump in the Fire. Good gosh. Another battle jacket patch, $20 start on that one. Daily for $14. And that one is right here to Danae. Sell that to Danae for $14. And King Curtis and the Kingpins. King Size Soul has a DJ sticker. King Curtis, $19.99. Danae also on Terje Ripdahl for $15. And we have Bruce Cameron Jazz Ensemble. That's a 79 US Fusion, $14.99. Leslie did bid $25 on David Bowie. Final call. We have a pass on Terje, but let's go ahead and give it to Amenities, because right after Danae made an offer, so did Amenities. So sell that to Amenities for $15. Chet Baker, Strolling. An 86 German OG, $49.99 for Chet Baker, Strolling. $49.99 on that one. We have Symphonically, Mike Masello and Chet Baker, an 86 Italian import, $24.99 on that. And Paco de Lucia, this is an 81 Japanese, a 2LP gatefold with Obi, $39.99, okay? David Bowie is over here. It's called Tonight. And Leslie, you're about to get it for $25. Final chance to lock in a bid on the Metallica Battle Patch at $25. Chet Baker, $38. Let me think on that one. Ramsey Lewis, Mother's Nature's Son, a 69 US promo, $49.99 for Ramsey Lewis. Paco de Lucia, sold to Amenities. And over here we have the Purple Rose of Cairo. That's a soundtrack, $9.99. So Chet Baker, this one was marked $49. Let's do a $2 bump on that one. $40 and it's yours. $40 and it's yours. This is a Japanese pressing of Roland Hanna, Easy to Love. Roland Hanna's a 74 Japanese stereo, $19.99. David Taylor, bass trombone, an 85 US contemporary classical, $9.99 on that. Metallica's a $20 bot now if anybody wants that. And then over here, this is sold to Leslie for $25. Now we're ready for other auctions. The next auction is Sturgill Simpson High Top Mountain. Sturgill Simpson's a 2013 USOG, limited to 500 copies, EX++ near mint minus. And Sturgill is a $25 start. High Top Mountain. Okay. Next is Hannah for $15. And this is sold to Danae for $15. If you don't want the Chet Baker for $40, Amenity said he would take it. So let me know if you want that for $40, Danae. If not, Amenity said he would take it. Alfredo would. Metallica patch sold for $20. The Line Stink. Thank you on that. Let me go take that over here then. Still got the Scorpions for $20. Let me take this new handful of Miscellaneous over here then. Get that off the table. Moving through merchandise. Got stuff laying around all over the store, especially when we come back from collection buys like we just did, and there's like a building full of stuff we just bought. Over here, we got next Chet Baker in the Lighthouse of All Stars, an 85 US. That's Chet Baker in the Lighthouse All Stars. Witch Doctor, $19.99. She said she will take Chet Baker for 40. Sturgill has a bid for 25. This is Quator de something, and that's a 1984 Swiss classical record, $19.99. That's a tough one there. The City Heat soundtrack, that's a Clint Eastwood movie, $9.99 for City Heat. And Jazz Vocal Best, 14 by request, an 81 Japanese import, $9.99. Quincy Jones Play Standard Hits. Quincy Jones is an 81 Japanese import, $19.99 on that one. Nobody knows when you're down and out. Howard McGee. Howard McGee is a 63 US Stereo OG, $69.99. Claus Ogerman, Cityscape, and Michael Brecker, an 82 US Contemporary Jazz Fusion, $19.99. Let's jump over here. Give me 1 second. Let me jump over here and put up another auction. And that next auction is Pretty Maids. Wow, we still got some cool stuff to auction that's advertised. Like Pretty Maids Future World. Pretty Maids is an 87 US OG with the original on her sleeve. VG condition, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Danae on vocal. And Danae on vocal, Jazz Vocal, that's sold to Danae for $9.99. Info on Sturgill. Quincy Jones sold for $14. And Claus Ogerman sold to Danae for $14. Let's look at Sturgill Simpson one more time. This was the 2013 OG. And actually, when they made this in 2013, they only did 500 copies of it. Black vinyl, EX++ near mint minus. The new high bid on that is $27. That's between Creek Small and Neyland Black. And then Pretty Maids has just got introduced. That one should have been probably put up a lot earlier. But here's your chance. An 87 US OG, original on sleeve, $15 start on that one. And Hattori Hanzo has bid, and so has Line Stink on the Scorpions. Okay, good. Let me take a drink of water right quick. All right, sorry for the dramatic timeout. I just chugged this water and then almost choked to death. I started coughing, and y'all probably didn't want to hear that. It sounded like I was dying. But I'm good now. I've drunk some water. I feel a lot better. One water bottle down, probably 5 more to go, and I still need another monster in my system. This is sold to Line Stink, this Scorpions, for $20. This is sold to Line Stink for $20. Let's put that right there. Thank you, Line Stink. That's sold to you for $20. I appreciate that. What else is over here? City Heat condition. The City Heat, everything in here is beautiful. This jazz soundtrack collection is beautiful. Yeah, it's in shrink with hype. Has the original Tower Records price tag. It looks virtually brand new. $9.99 on that one. And then Sturgill 35 and Sturgill 35. And then Pretty Maids just got that one bid with Hattori Hanzo, and that sold for $15. $15 on that, okay? Now, we're going to go right, just like I was doing vintage classic rock stuff, right into another crate. So you jazz buyers, mostly Danae and Amenities, if y'all want anything else in there, let me know, and I'll have to go back to it. But if not, we're going to go right into, now we're going to mix up genres so I don't lose too many people. We're going to go try to go back into like another crate like we have been going through. And that stuff's right over here. And these have never been offered best offer, okay? These have never been offered best offer. And with that being said, don't hesitate to make offers, okay? Now, a couple of these crates I might have went through originally and not offered. You know, I might have said they're sticker price, no more, no less. And then we'll do another jazz crate like that, hopefully with more soundtracks too. All right, and Sturgill is still getting bids. And yeah, here's a whole crate of great titles here. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Let's go look at that Ramsey Lewis. That's Mother Nature's Son. It's a 69 promo copy. A 69 promo copy, $49.99. A 69 promo copy, $49.99. Mother Nature's Son. White label promo on that one. Okay? $49.99. I accepted your offer. Did I not say it? Yeah, City Heat was sold to Mega Blast for $6. I might have not said that out loud. Okay, Sturgill's at 40. Let's introduce another auction then. I still got Gucci Crew. Gucci Crew. Gucci Crew is an 87 USOG Miami bass hip hop. It's in G condition. A $1 start. $1 start on that. $1 start. Gucci Crew. Okay, Sturgill 42. Here we go. And this is buy it now, best offer. Linda Ronstadt, living in the USA. It has got a wicked saw mark down here. Everything in this crate you can go ahead and buy, or you can make an offer. It doesn't matter to me. $9.99 on Linda Ronstadt. Neil Young Life. Neil Young is $34.99. That has the original on her sleeve. Neil Young and Crazy Horse. A little bit later one there we don't get as often. 1987. Not probably as many made on vinyl for that one. Sturgill still getting bids. Please don't hesitate to make offers. This is vintage pre-owned stuff. It's Saturday night. It's unlimited shipping, so I want you to add as much as you want to your order, and we'll do deals. Don't hesitate to offer 10, 12, 15. We'll find the right price. A lot of my offering, it depends on the title, how common it is, how often we get it, the grade. You know, some of these I see almost every night. If it's about the same price, we always sell them. We let them go. Some stuff I might be like, I need $5 more out of that one, please. We have Alex Miller on Neil Young. Thank you on that one. And here we go. We have The Firm. That is $24.99, self-titled. I'm Radioactive. Gucci Crew's about to sell for $2 to Mega Blast. Sturgill Simpson still getting bids. It's at $46. Gucci Crew Miami Beat is got a bid for $2. Victor Guerra went backwards at $1. Split Ends Waita. Split Ends is $19.99. Also, Journeys to Glory, Spandau Ballet. This has got some pretty significant cover wear on it. It does have a clip corner. $14.99 for Spandau Ballet. And Simple Minds, Once Upon a Time. We had a copy of this last night, and I put one in the flip crate this morning. And here's another one, $34.99. It's really clean. $34.99 for Simple Minds. Another Simple Minds, Sparkle in the Rain. $24.99 for that Simple Minds. And UB40, once again, does have quite a bit of cover wear. $24.99 on that. The last bid on Sturgill Simpson was Nealon Black at $46. Gucci Crew is at $5 with Mega Blast and the Honey Drippers Volume 1. $24.99 for the Honey Drippers, Page and Plant. Bob Seger, Like a Rock, $24.99. And Yes Tormato. Yes is $19.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. Nice, $19.99. Ramsey Lewis was EX++ near mint minus. At the first glance I caught on it, it appeared to be really nice. Let me take another peek. Yeah, it has the original Cadet. Oh, it's beautiful. It is a spanking copy. That is very nice. Yes, let me lay that right over here. And next thing over here is the Jazz Singers. The Jazz Singers is a 2 LP. Bessie Smith, Louis Armstrong, Fats Waller. That's $24.99. And the Pointer Sisters Breakout, that is in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $9.99. That is hop sticker. And give me 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Time out. Hold the phone. Don't go anywhere. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. And my bad. So Sturgill. So we had Gucci Crew at 10 with James Lavender. Gucci Crew with 10 with James Lavender. And then Ramsey is at 40 with Danae. Let's go ahead and sell that. This is sold for 40 to Danae. And then Sturgill has a new bid for 51. The Amen Batia, the Interstellar Suite, $19.99. Not for sure what I just read, but $19.99. Stephen Halperin, Georgia Kelly, Ancient Echoes, $19.99 on that one. And the Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, $19.99 for the Moody Blues. Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, $19.99. Sturgill out. Nealon Black is about to get it for $51, the OG pressing of that Sturgill. So now the Gucci Crew's at 11 with James Lavender. I think at this point it's up to Victor Guerra. I have a feeling Victor Guerra's out, but we'll leave it up to him. Jason D. Williams, Rockabilly Rocks again, $9.99 for Jason D. Williams. And we have the Kinks live on the road, $19.99 for the Kinks. Jeff Beck Flash. Jeff Beck is $19.99. And Dave Edmonds Rock Pile. Dave Edmonds Rock Pile is $24.99. Men at Work Cargo is $24.99. And Howard Jones 1-to-1. Howard Jones 1-to-1, $19.99. We have Spirit Future Games. Spirit is $14.99. Steve Winwood, that's the third copy tonight of Back in the High Life. How about I go and make ahead and simple right now? Who wants a copy of Steve Winwood Back in the High Life for just $9.99? I like doing this when I get 2 or 3 of the same copy. We did buy a collection the other day. There was a guy locally that is kind of like what we call a record hoarder. We made a deal with his estate to go through and pick out like anything we wanted because there was just a lot of stuff we didn't want. And this guy is the kind of collection, he had 7 and 10 copies of the same records. So like I went through a tub the other night and I swear there was 18 copies of Olivia Newton-John. What's that really popular? Well, they're all popular for her. They sold millions of copies probably. But yeah, so like I've always told our record pricers, just go ahead and put them all out at once. Like if we have 12 of the same record, mark them for a bargain and just go ahead and say, they're all sold for $9.99 each. There's one for Creek Smallmouth. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They're all really nice and really clean. $9.99 on that. Sturgill's at 55, and John Franz on Howard Jones. That's sold to John Franz for 15. And then Sturgill is still getting bids. Wow, we're still getting bids on Sturgill. Let's sell Gucci Crew. That's sold to James Lavender for 11. Debbie Winston wants a Steve Winwood for $9.99. Anybody else want a Steve Winwood for $9.99? That's going to leave me with 1 extra copy. Al Cox says he'll take one. How about a quick flash half-off sale on that $9.99? Next over here is Steve Winwood. That's $19.99. The Art of Noise, Invisible Silence. That's in Shrink and Hop for $19.99. Thompson Twins, here's the Future Days. Thompson Twins is $24.99. Here's the Future Days. And we have Jim Brock Line Song. Jim Brock is sealed, $74.99. Sturgill's at 58 with Tim Vogt. It's not done. Let's keep going. Here is a Yes going for the 1 picture disc. Going for the 1 picture disc. A 2017 limited edition, unopened. They did that in 2017 as a picture disc. $25 start on that one. Next is the Bobby Watson Band, recorded live at the Met Cafe, $14.99. Steely Dan, The Royal Scam. That's in shrink with the original on the sleeve. That's a nice copy. $34.99 for Steely Dan, The Royal Scam. This is also essentially a Steely Dan album. It's Donald Fagen, Walter Becker, and then Denny Diaz. You got to walk it like you talk it. $34.99. Sturgill 58, Sturgill 59. And this is James Young with Jan Hammer, and that's City Slicker. City Slicker, $14.99. Sturgill still getting bids. It's at 59 with Nealon Black. 59 right now with Nealon Black. Art Pepper, Friday Night at the Village Vanguard. That's $34.99 for Art Pepper. And the Clientele, the Clientele, Strange Geometry, $34.99. $34.99. Roger Hodgkins, In the Eye of the Storm, $14.99 on that one. And Uriah Heep Salisbury. Now, this is unique. It's actually a Japanese press. No obi, as you can see, but unusual to see that. $74.99. Uriah Heep Salisbury, $74.99. We have James Allen on this word here that I can't seem to spit out. $28. Wow, they're still bidding on Sturgill. 61 with Tim Voldness. Final chance on yes for a $25 start. 1 second, please. One second. Okay, so Uriah Heep, George Scher, thank you. Yes, my avatar. Sorry, I had my back turned. I was over here looking something up on Discogs, and because I'm trying to figure out some of these next auctions to run. And what is this button in the back of here? I'm also sending some text messages. Here is a Jason Isbell and Amanda Shires Record Store Day button. $6.99. $6.99 on that one. Sorry for the. What was it doing over here? Was it glitching? Oh yeah, I was over here with my head turned. It can pick me up when I walk away to a certain, you know. Okay, sorry for the delay. Here we go. So we sold that for 28. Sturgill 61. We sold Uriah Heep. Yes got a bid for 25. JY is sold to Gerald Whitworth. Thank you on that one. Yes has a new bid for 27. Sturgill 62. Sturgill 62. Line Stink, you're out on yes. Dave Frischberg, Oklahoma Toad, $49.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. This is in shrink wrap, $34.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. I had another couple singles over here I was about to put up for auction. They were wing singles, and I wanted to double check them for two reasons. One, to make sure they wasn't uber rare, and this is what I was over here looking up. And two, I was trying to remind myself if I had them in my collection or not. And I don't think I have this one, but man, I just don't know. It would take me a year to put all my Wings singles together. So let's go ahead and let it go. This is With a Little Luck. With a Little Luck. This is Wings. That's what I was over there trying to figure out right quick. So $15 start on Paul McCartney and Wings. That's up for bid. New bid on Sturgill. And we have Good Time for Love, Sado Wadabe. Good Time for Love, $9.99 on Sado Wadabe. Yeah, Jake's kind of animated my hands. If I stand right in front of the camera, my hands really are pretty good animated. Of course, I kind of stand at an angle, and so it's getting the side of my face the whole time, and I'm always looking down, as y'all know. So, but it's pretty cool. It works. Hope that's not too distracting for everybody. I kind of like it. Gives everybody a chance to, you know, some people when they stream, they have a picture, like a camera on the streamer. And I didn't want that. I was like, I don't want a camera on me. Not that I don't mind people looking at me all night, but I'd rather, this is pretty cool. This is kind of like me, but, you know, you don't get to see all this cool stuff behind me. It's a secret. All you get to do, you just get to see, that's my teeth and this is my eyes. We have Foghat, Girls to Chat, Boys to Bounce. $14.99 for Foghat. Toto, Hold the Line, $19.99 on Toto. Sturgill, 66, yes, has a bid for 30. Final call on Wings for $15. Sweet, level-headed. Sweet is $24.99. Sweet has the original on her sleeve, $24.99 on that. Blanket of Secrecy, Ears Have Walls, $9.99 for Blanket of Secrecy. Queen the Game, that's in shrink and that's in hop, $39.99. It has the original on her sleeve, $39.99. Jake was like, yeah, actually what we do, we had to render this as a 3D file for a Funko. a third-party Funko file or something like that. Is that what he said? Maybe, but it's basically like they could like hit a button and print this and it would turn into a Funko. And I was like, oh gosh, and that's the next thing. We'll be selling Chad Funkos and everybody be going, I want a Chad Funko dressed as a cowboy. We have Mr. Mister, go on. Mr. Mister is $14.99, and Pure Prairie League busting out. Pure Prairie League is $24.99. Line Stink, you're out on yes. We have Gorgie Park soundtrack, $19.99. Nothing to do with the band, $19.99 on that. And Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. Billy Idol is $26.99. Sturgill Simpson has had bids for $25. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, all the way up to the 40s, into the 50s, and then 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 69, and now Sturgill's at 70 with Neil Black. We have Todd Rundgren's Utopia. Todd Rundgren's Utopia is $14.99. And Simply Red Picture Book, Simply Red Shrink and Hop, $19.99. Wings, with a little luck, you can buy that for $15. And Yes is sold to Christina Curtis for $30. That's sold to Christina Curtis for $30. Okay, there's that. And then over here, we have Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, $14.99. And we have Ideola. Ideola from 1987, $39.99 on that. Sturgill still getting bid, $17. Debbie Winston on Simply Red for $17. Sell that to Debbie Winston for $17. The Paul Butterfield Blues Band, $29.99 on the Paul Butterfield Blues Band. Supertramp, Even the Quietest Moments. Give a little bit of your love, something, something. $19.99. Mr. Mister, sell it to Lewis Kulik for $8. Sold, $8. Next is the best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. $19.99 on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. And Randy Travis, Storms of Life. Randy Travis is $24.99. Our love is deeper than the holler, stronger than the river. That song's not on there, though. Journey Departure, $19.99. Sturgill is at $75. Sturgill, $75. They're still bidding on it. Next thing over here is what? Y&T. Still got some advertised auctions to run. Y&T, Mean Streak. Y&T is an 83 Indianapolis OG. $15 start on Y&T. $15 start on Y&T. And he's out on Sturgill. Final call to Tim Voldness for $75. Sherry Darnell gets Wings. That's sold to Sherry Darnell for $15. We got Joe Salamo on Supertramp for $15. Thank you, Joe Salamone. Earth, Wind & Fire Spirit. Earth, Wind & Fire is $14.99. Earth, Wind & Fire Spirit. Howard Jones, Humans Lib, $19.99. We have the following. Cat Stevens, Back to Earth. Cat Stevens, $14.99. Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, $19.99. And Mike Ofield, Tubular Bells. Mike Ofield, $14.99. Juanita Gagney on the Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $15. And Terry Gearhart on Spirit. And that was for Earth, Wind & Fire. Thank you, Terry. All right, Sturgill sold to Tim Voldness for $75. Great battle there. Great battle. I thought it was down to 2 people for the longest. And then somebody went out, and then somebody else got into the mix. I guess it was Tim. Nealon was in from the beginning. He battled 2 people. Tim Voldness comes out on top, $75 sold. Y&T, this album is not in print. Y&T really has no original material in print. $15 start on that. And then Al Cox on Billy Idol for $18. Al Cox on Billy Idol for $18. You got it, okay? And then Supertramp's already sold. CS was how much, Cat Stevens? Was $14.99. Back to Earth, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's TT Quick. Got a couple metal records right quick. TT Quick, Metal of Honor. Metal of Honor. TT Quick is an 86. Oh, no, it's G condition. Pretty low grade. That's why we're going to start it for just $1. What makes it G? Just a lot of scuffing. It's just got a bunch of scuffing on it. Yeah, a lot of scuffing. It looks like it was laid around for a while without a sleeve. You know, a lot of scuffing, but no fillable marks, it looks like. $10 start. Cat Stevens sold to Debbie for $10. Okay. Here we go. I have Mike Ofield, Alan Parsons, Howard Jones, Journey, Randy Travis, Paul Butterfield, Ideola, Moody Blues, Todd Rundgren, Gorgie Park, Pure Prairie League, Queen the Game. Here, I'll do this so y'all can see down here with me. Blanket of Secrecy, Sweet, Toto, Foghat, Sada Wannabe, Rolling Stones, Dave Frischberg, Roger Hodgkin, so's the Charles Berry. We have Art Pepper, Donald Fagan, Walter Becker, Steely Dan, Bobby Watson Band, Jim Brock, Thompson Twins, Art of Noise, Winwood, Spirit, Men at Work, Dave Edmonds, Jeff Beck, The Kinks, Jason D. Williams, Moody Blue, Stephen Halperin, Amin Batia, Pointer Sisters, The Jazz Singers, Yes Tormato, Bob Seger, The Honey Drippers, UB40, Simple Minds, Spandau Ballet, Split Ends, The Firm, Toto, and Linda Ronstadt. Wow, there's some great titles still left in there. Mike Oldfield, Alan Parsons, Howard Jones, Journey, Randy Travis, Paul Butterfield, Ideola, Moody Blues, Todd Rundgren, Gorgie Park, Pure Prairie League, Queen, Blanket of Secrecy, Sweet, Toto, Foghat. You get what I'm saying, right? Yep. All right, let's move back that camera now. Sorry about that. Wow, and I don't think I've done this in a while. No bid on Y&T, $15 buy it now. Mean Streak, a VG cover, no condition notes on the vinyl, $15. And we're about to sell TT Quick for $1 if nobody else bids. I should have said a $5 start. TSO Houston gets Y&T for $15. No, B Smoker first. B Smoker, do you want it for $15? And then TT Quick has one bid for $1. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay. All right. This sold to TSO Houston for $15. Hattori Hanzo was third. TT Quick third. Was there an Elton John Honky Chateau tonight? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. All right, right into another crate. Actually, right into another McCartney single. Actually, this time it's the Beatles. Get Back. Get Back. Don't Let Me Down. Nice. The Beatles. $15 start on that Japanese single. Okay? All right, let's get right into another crate. Somebody said something about a lower crate. You know what? There is one over here that half of it has never been viewed as best offer. It's only been shown once at sticker price. So, yeah, let's knock that out. There is a lower crate in here that, what is this here? This sealed box set. That's not in her stuff. But yeah, let me go through this stuff. It's never been offered best offer, okay? So let's knock this stuff out. Buy it now, best offer. Here's like a small hat. This is everything that I can think of that Laura has ever marked that's still left behind right here. So that's most of everything from this week. She's probably she marked 2 or 3 crates every night for 5 days. So she marked probably 14, 15 crates this week. And here's everything that's left right here. Not much. TT Quick is about to sell for $3. The Beatles is a $15 start. Next is going to go up right now. Dream Widow. I forgot about this. Dream Widow. Isn't this Foo Fighters related, or am I crazy? Dream Widow, a 2022 Record Store Day sealed. $15 start on that. Now up for bid. Okay, buy it now, best offer. This is Mike Kokendahl, half past present pending, Indie Rock, EX $12.99. M. Ward, VG condition, $9.99. And we have King Tuff. King Tuff is Garage Power Pop, $29.99. Sorry for the dumb question, but what is a lower crate? I know it's said all the time, been watering since I've been watching. So we have about 4 people here that price records now. We had the first guy ever hired, John, and then Paul, and then Laura. And they all mark crates and they all tend to have their own style when they mark stuff. And for some reason, there's a huge following for the type of music Laura puts out. I tell you why, because most of it is modern reissues, and it's like marked half of retail. And it's basically on sale new vinyl, or it's out of print stuff. And so when you get out of print modern records, or you get modern reissues that are marked half of what they would cost new, it's basically a crate of on sale new vinyl. And if you ever see me put on sale new vinyl up, it gets obliterated. Okay? How much is Joe Pass in the last jazz crate? All right, and yes, and for Danae or from Amenities or anybody other jazz buyers, probably after this one, well, I don't really know. I'm going to try to find one that's pretty mixed, but yeah, we still need to knock out some more of these jazz. The Joe Pass was $24.99. $24.99. So, yeah, she mostly marks a lot of modern stuff. And like I said, like, there'll be a Metallica Ride the Lightning for $19.99, okay? And we will have 12 claims for it. That same record new costs $29.99, and most people's like, I'm going to save the $10 and wait and get a pre-owned copy. But the demand for them are super high because we don't get a lot of modern records in collections because most people are still buying them and collecting them. Sometimes they're trade-in. And it's a lot of more modern stuff and modern pressings, okay? So it's a lot of modern stuff and a lot of modern pressings. And from what I've seen, in 2026, most people are preferring modern records and modern pressings. OG stuff, very desirable, but there's more of that out there than anything else. So from what I've noticed is a lot of people would prefer to have almost a pre-owned $20 Metallica Ride the Lightning than a $300 OG or even a new sealed copy for $30. That's kind of seems to be the going trend with a lot of because a lot of new record collectors that are kind of new into collecting, it's a lot easier, I think, to understand the new stuff. I think it's a lot new, and this stuff requires a lot more research too. She tags the exact year, the genre, and all that. The other stuff that gets marked, unless Paul puts some research into the jazz, we really don't have to put the price or the grade or the pressing plant and genre of a Boston record, right? Now, because we don't put the pressing plant or the genre of Boston, because we assume nobody really cares about that. But what I've learned is everybody cares about pressing plants now. They want to know where, if they're going to buy a Boston record or a Fleetwood Mac record or an Eagles record, they want to know where it was pressed. I'm not that way. That's never interested me whatsoever. But most people, because of Discogs, they want to know where it was made, okay? I don't know. That's just something new with new record collectors. People want to know where it's made. The plant is important for a lot of people. This is Joe Pass Trio, $24.99. That was asked about. So now if John did that, first of all, he wouldn't get half of the stuff out every day. And we just basically put prices on it and say, make an offer. Laura's stuff is probably like the cheapest you could get it in the United States for sale right now. Back up to the auctions. George Sherritt gets the Beatles for $15. That's sold for $15. TT Quick is sold to Victor Guerra for $4. And over here, we have Dream Widow. And Dream Widow, the last bid on Dream Widow that came in was nobody. And this is a final call for a $15 start. Then Joe Pass over here. Joe Pass is sold to Danae for $17. Christopher Dean, you're second. You missed a whole crate of jazz earlier. And then over here, we're back to the crate. Sorry. I hadn't explained that all in a long time. Bobby Brown has not been sold yet, okay? Joe Pass is already sold, and King Tuff is done. King Tuff. And so if I'm taking an offer on a record out of here, you're probably getting it like 40% of the market value. This is sold for $24 to Devious John, okay? All right, back to the auctions. Bobby Brown has not been sold yet. Bobby Brown is going up right now. Bobby Brown is called Don't Be Cruel, Shrink and Hop, an 88 USOG, VG Plus condition, $15 start. This is Dream Widow sealed for a $15 start. So, you know, we have a formula here. The vintage stuff, we just mark it, clean it, put it out. If we start worrying about pressing plant, we'd be here all night with that. But Laura takes sometimes a little bit more, and that's why I love her sales, because I'm telling you, everybody wants to know the exact details, which is understandable, but y'all also got to understand that takes a long time. That's why she marks half as many as John does. Parker Millsap is sealed, $19.99. In some records, there's only one version. You scan it, and there's only one version, probably like Parker Millsap, $19.99. We have Small Faces, $17.99 for this. $17.99 for Small Faces. That's some kind of reissue, 180 gram, $17.99 on that. This was Flying Lotus Until the Quiet Comes. Flying Lotus is a 2012 USOG, $34.99. $34.99. And we have King Tough. King Tough is $29.99. King Tough, $29.99. Go Sunset Remixes. This is Paul Weller, Indie Pop Psych, $9.99. Bobby Brown, 15. Dream Widow, 15. Dream Widow, 15. Bobby Brown, 20. So Bobby Brown's at $25, and Dream Widow is got 2 bids for 15. Ron Duffield, you're out. Victor Guerra's bid came in first. Jeff the Brotherhood, upstairs at United. EX condition, $12.99 for Jeff the Brotherhood. Sweet, level-headed alternative mixes and demos. Sweet is a Record Store exclusive on blue vinyl. Sealed, $19.99. This is a Laura Crate best offer. This is buy it now best offer, Laura Crate. BINBO. Yep. All right, let's do some more here. These are another Japanese single I have going up right now. This is Obla Di, Obla Da, and While My Guitar Gently Weeps. $15 start on the Beatles. That's now for be a Japanese single there. We have Slave, Stellar Funk, The Best of Slave. That is on red and red vinyl, $24.99. Ron Duffield, you're out on Dream Widow at $15. Bobby Brown's A Final Call to John Franz for $28. This is autographed by Amanda Shires and some of the band members. 2018 USOG Deluxe Edition, signed on purple marble vinyl. Amanda Shires, $59.99. Devious John on DW for $20. And DW for $20 was the Dream Widow. I think he's bidding on the auction back here. Dream Widow for $20. So now, Victor Guerra, you've been outbid. And Ron Duffield, you've been outbid again. We have Hall & Oates. This is VG $9.99 for Hall & Oates. The Beatles has a bid for $15 with TSO Houston. We have M. Ward, Supernatural Thing, VG Plus $14.99. Rick Wakeman is EX $14.99. That is the 6 Wives of Henry VIII. And Thank You, Marty. This was Mike Kuykendall, Chasing Away the Dots, VG Plus $14.99. Amanda Shires, $45. Sold to Matthew Hendon for $45. And then Flying Lotus, that's these kind of bigger box sets back here. Sell that for $24 to B.M. Stillman. And now my crate has filled up. My crate has filled up. Give me 1 second here. Why won't this get in there? What is going on? There we go. All right, now that crate's really full. That's awesome. Another full crate tonight. We sold almost a full crate tonight to start from the 6 a.m. video. And Slave, Chris Knapp, $18. You got it. That's going to be the first thing there. TSO Houston gets the Beatles for $15. Dream Widow is now at $20. Ron Duffield, you're still out. And Bobby Brown is sold to John Franz for $28. Okay, last few records in here. Jeff the Brotherhood Castle Storm, $19.99. Roxy Music Siren, $24.99 for Roxy Music. Crosby, Stills and Nash, $24.99. And Deep Purple, Equal One, that is $44.99. Okay, and then we have Van Halen, 5150. Van Halen 5150 is an 86 US Carrollton OG Club, original on her sleeve, VG Condition, 5150, $15 start. Anybody else before I go right into another crate? Sounds like we got a few other people saying, hey, Chad, did you say the word jazz? Lift me, won't you lift me above your old routine? Jazz man. That's Carole King. All right, Van Halen already has a bid for 16. Castle is sold for $15 to Victor Guerra. Sell that to Victor for 15. And then Dream Widow is sold to Devious John for 20. All right, there's Van Halen. Thank you on that one. And let's see what else. So over here in the no bid pile, I had Wings Silly Love Songs. I had Wings Listen to What the Man Said. McCartney No More Lonely Nights. McCartney My Love. Those are $15 each, all no bids. That's the only no bids tonight are the McCartney Wing singles. And I was going to see which other ones I still have over here. So just so if you miss some of those other ones, because I've seen a couple people bid on some of these that may have not seen those. So Silly Love Songs, Listen to What the Man Said, No More Lonely Nights, and My Love. So that's the only no bid so far tonight. And then we got Come Together and Something. Another Japanese single, $15 start on that. Something in the way she moves, boom, 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 tracks me like no other lover. Something in the way she moves me. Don't wanna leave her now. You know I believe in how. Down, down, down. Somewhere, boy, she smiles. Boom, boom, boom. All I've got to do is think of her. Somewhere in the smile she shows me. I wanna leave her now. You know I believe in how. This crate, for the first time in the history of Earth, will be Buy It Now Best Offer. Me boom boom. Me boom boom. He come on flat top. He come grooving up slowly. He come together. We have Van Halen at 23. This is in VG condition. VG condition on Van Halen. And we have one bid on the Beatles for 15. Final call. Van Halen's at 23. VG vinyl. VG Plus cover. All right, this is going to be a Buy It Now or Best Offer crate, okay? A Buy It Now or Best Offer crate. You hear me, partner? You understand what I'm saying? That's a Buy It Now or Best Offer crate. All right, here we go. We have Elton John, 21 at 33, sealed, $24.99. Crack of Dawn, sealed for $19.99, a 76 Canadian Soul Funk. Crack of Dawn. Dawn Elliott, Rejuvenation, a 75 US Jazz, $9.99. Willie Nelson and Family, Honeysuckle Rose and Shrink. What a nice copy there. $14.99. Dino De Laurentiis with a nice foot on there. The Valachi Papers, Crazy Joe and Stone Killer. Sealed, $19.99. Sunset Boulevard, the classic film scores of Franz Waxman. Sealed, $14.99. Emily Ramler, Transitions, 84 US sealed, $49.99. Fancy Dancer, Bobby Humphrey, sealed, $59.99. Keith Jarrett, Eyes of the Heart, Keith Jarrett, $14.99. Van Halen, final call to Jay Nutria for 24. Scott Dyer's out. Mark Chesler, you're out on the Beatles. TSO Houston has it for 17. I Now, a Girl Named Dawn. Chad, I Need to Know the Avatar, Stoner Rock, Willie Nelson 10, Willie Nelson Condition. Willie Nelson's Near Mint Minus and Shrink Wrap, and it's sold to you for 10. It virtually looks brand new. We have Paul Newman, The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean soundtrack, 73 US. Andy Williams doing that one, $14.99. The Deliverance soundtrack, that's in shrink, $14.99. Marlon Brando, Last Tango in Paris, oh my, $14.99. $14.99. Mark, you're out on the Beatles. We Can Fall in Love, Kimo Kasai, $14.99, something like that. Cross Swords from the motion picture soundtrack, that's a 78 US, $9.99. Also, who? This is Robert William Scott. That is a 70 US R&B jazz, $14.99. Joseph Clark on Dueling Banjos for 10. You got it. Wayne Bartow on Keith Jarrett for 10. You got it. And Hammers Up on the Beatles. All of a sudden, Van Halen's getting new bids, and Jay Nutria, you're out. Oh. Hold on. I'm stretching, as you can see. Oh, gracious. God. God. Okay, here we go. Which one of you are next? Draw my pistol right quick. Bad Luck is all I have. Eddie Harris, $19.99. Donna Rhodes, I See Love, a 71 US country soul. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. The Gospel, According to I Cantina. That's a 74 US sealed, $19.99. I'll scream Stoner Rock whenever a Stoner Rock pops up. This is Zoot Sims, Zoot Case, a white label promo, VG Plus $9.99, and morning, noon, and night listeners, a 71 US Funk Soul, VG Plus $19.99. Well, Mark Chesler's dial-up connection has dropped. He'll be back tomorrow. TSO Houston gets this for $17. Thank you. And then Van Halen is sold to Creek Smallmouth for $25. I want to read that as Smallmouth Creek, but every time it's Creek Smallmouth. Smallmouth bass fishing. I have a feeling this guy's done a lot of smallmouth bass fishing. We have Everywhere, Roswell Rudd, a 70s US reissue free jazz, EX $22.99. Baden Powell, Kanto on guitar, EX $12.99. And then we got a bunch of 10 inches in here. And these are very collectible. Joe Puma on the Bethlehem label. Joe Puma, East Coast Jazz 3. A 1955 US mono, 33 1/3, VG Plus, $49.99 on Joe Puma. Joe Puma. Next auction. Bear with me here. Bear with me. And this is Castle Donington. Castle Donington, Monsters of Rock, Rainbow, Scorpions, April Wine, Saxon, Riot, and Touch. A 1980 US Keel, Gold Stamp Promo, VG, Monsters of Rock, Castle Donington, $15 start. $15 start. Also, we have Aaron Sachs, SACHS, a 55 US mono, VG Plus, $34.99. I'll take the other McCartney singles for $40. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got it. Sell all those to TSO Houston. Thank you. I still got a Jason Isbell button for $6.99, an Anthrax patch for $10, and the Cheap Trick buttons for $10. Just a few miscellaneous things over there I'm trying to move. Donington has a bid for $20. Vinnie Burke, East Coast Jazz 2, a 55 US mono, VG $9.99 on that one, and the compositions of Bobby Scott, a 55 US mono, VG $14.99. There's Nick Bargeron. How upset is he going to be when he finds about all this? Scorpions material we've been selling off. I still got a few more Japanese singles, so bear with me. I've got like 3 or 4 left in the Beatles stash over here. Just give me that rock and roll music. But this one is played, okay? In the 45 world, we call this one played, which means VG or less. It is a Japanese single, though. Here, let's bundle maybe some together. So there's the Beatles. That's a 4-track. It's probably VG. I mean, a lot of these Japanese are minty, or they're beautiful, or both. And then some of them were actually listened to, and they wasn't handled. This one's also like VG. That's Nowhere Man, Michelle. So there's 2. Those are both Beatles, EP, 33 1/3. And let's maybe do one more here. And this one is, let's see what kind of grade this is. Yeah, this one's also like VG or less. And that's Please Please Me and Ask Me Why. So there's 3 for a $15 start. 3 for a $15 start. Donington, the bid still hadn't been matched. We got bids for 20, then we had a bid for 15, then we had a bid for 17, but the bid is still up here at 20. And that means Nick and Line Stink, you're out. Southside Movement, and this is EX 44.99. This is a 75 US Funk Soul promo. EX 44.99 on that. Peter the Great, this is Pete Brown Sextet. 55 US Mono, OG VG Plus 34.99. And we have Disco Baby Van McCoy, VG Plus $9.99 on Disco Baby Van McCoy. Jan Ackerman, this is Tabernacle, EX $9.99. And Mercy Mercy, the Buddy Rich Big Band, a 68 US stereo, VG Plus $14.99. Okay. We have Jazz 10-inch bundle, $50. Let's see, 15 and 10, that's 25, and that's 35. What was I at? 25, that's 40, 60, and then 60, and then a 50 is 110. Ooh, that would be more than half off. Not ready to do that quite yet, but I would do 110 if you're buying all these right now on a 11-12 here tonight at this time. $75. $75 a bomb. $75 on those. Monsters of Rock Condition. Monsters of Rock Condition is a 1980 US Keel, K-E-E-L, Keel pressing, gold stamp promo VG condition, and that is in VG. That's in VG condition. These 3 Beatles are a $15 start. They're in VG condition. Chet Baker live in the Subway Club, $134.99 EX edition. Chris Farrar gets these 10-inch jazz bundle here for $75. Sticker on those were $110. And there's one more in here. I don't know if you want to make an offer on it separately. Pete Brown Sextet was VG Plus $34.99. That's one that popped up after you made an offer there. Big Band, Beatlemania, the big hits of 64. This is big band covers of Beatles songs, EX $17.99. Benzatian, and this has pretty positive reviews. It's a Psych Prog Acid Rock, VG $29.99. Also, Sound Experience, Don't Fight the Feeling, VG Plus $34.99. Warm Wave, Cal Jader, that's VG Plus $14.99 with Klaus Ogerman, $14.99. And White Heat, and White Heat's a 75 US Soul Funk, EX $22.99 on that one. Give me 1 second, please. One second, please. Okay. So, Monsters of Rock 21-22. Farmer Redman on Ben for 20. Soda Farmer Redman for 20. Sound Experience for 30 with Ernest Nunez Jr. Nick Dahmer I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Nick Dahmer was going to pay full price. White Heat was EX $22.99, Nick. And then the Chet Baker, Chris, this one was $134.99. $135 on this one. And then Cal, Murphy, BM Stillman, I'll do that for $10. Okay. Nick, if you don't want White Heat, Ernest does. These three Beatles are a buy it now for $15. All three of those for $15. And Castle Donington is sold to Jay Nutra for $22. Cal Jader sold to Stillman for $10. Anybody else on anything in here? This is Chet Baker, Big Band Beatlemania, Peter the Great. That was the only 10-inch left in there. Pete Brown Sextet, Buddy Rich Big Band, Jan Ackerman, Van McCoy, Southside Movement, Moving South, Baden Powell, Roswell Rudd, Morning, Noon, and Night Listeners, Zoot Sims, Ike and Tina, Donna Rhodes, Eddie Harris, Robert William Scott, Cross Swords, Kimoko Kasahi, Last Tango in Paris, The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean, Fancy Dancer Bobby Humphrey, Emerly Rembler, Sunset Boulevard, Dino De Laurenti, Don Elliott, Crack of Dawn, and Elton John 21 to 33. White Heat is sold to Ernest Nunez, okay? There was a preview post tonight, yes. And our next auction from that preview post is the Jam Sound Effects. And this is an 81 USOG repress in VG condition, a $10 start. The Jam, a $10 start. How much is Bobby Humphrey? Bobby Humphrey was sealed for $59.99. There's a handful left, and I'm going to condense this with the other jazz crate we went through, and we're going to go through some more stuff like that. So now we've went through 2 jazz crates, and I can almost condense everything into a half a crate. So we've sold a lot out of here. That's everything left from the first 2 jazz buy it now best offer. Whew. Sorry, I've had a very busy night, to say the least. As soon as we went live, they were here unloading this trailer, and I feel like I've been nonstop talking and auctioning as usual. Okay, here's a few crates. I'm trying to go through vintage stuff, best offer, mix it up with some of the jazz crates. And because a lot of this jazz stuff Paul marks, I feel like he comps it very fairly on Discogs. And so, you know, with that being said, I don't usually take offers on them the first time around because I feel like they've been comped extremely fairly. But we go through them a second time and take an offer, and that's usually when they get obliterated because then you can get them well below market price. So I think it's time for like another maybe vintage crate if I can find one. We've went through a lot tonight. We started with like 8 crates, just bam, 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 bam. This is a little short half crate. Let me go ahead and put these up. That way we can knock that out. We can almost, after we go through these, condense them with this other one. Because that's what I do here on Saturday nights. We just keep going through crates. If you're watching, just tuned in and casually seeing what's coming up, I'm going to keep going through crates because I try to restack everything, and then I try to keep them separate. Okay, I have gone through these. Okay, I have not gone through these. And that's how I keep it separate. So I know next time, oh, these have already been gone through. This might be a great half-off crate for next time. They've already been shown, best offer, and then if I'm feeling a little bit crazy, we might go ahead and do them half off. So here we go. Next, we have the music of Raul Romero, the Las Vegas Jazz Orchestra, 86 sealed, $14.99. Jackie Coon, Jazzin' Around, an 86 US, $9.99 on that one. Round Midnight soundtrack, that was sealed, $19.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Enrico Rava. Enrico Rava is a 76 Italian, $29.99. Dewey Redman, Look for the Black Star, a 75 US white label promo, $24.99. Etta Jones, Love Me With All Your Heart. Etta Jones is a white label promo, $9.99. We'll Be Together Again, Joe Poss and J.J. Johnson, $14.99. Fire Into Music. Fire Into Music is a 75 comp, $14.99. MFSB Summertime, a 76 USOG sealed, and that is $19.99. Robert, you get the jam for $10. Nice pickup there. Let's put up something else that was in the advertised batch tonight. Sade Promise. Sade is an 85 US Pittman repress with the original under sleeve. VG Plus, Sade, a $15 start on Sade Promise. Chris Christopherson. This is a white label promo, gold stamp promo as well. So a promo Mark Christopherson, Songs of Christopherson, $14.99 on that one. Also, Al Kaola, I think that's how you say his last name, Sounds for Spies and Private Eyes, one of these mini records from the 60s that catches on to the James Bond stuff. A 65 US stereo. You'll see a lot of records from the 60s cash in on two things: the sounds of James Bond and the sounds of the Beatles. Two big things happened there in the 60s. Also happens to be one of the biggest time ever for music or records being made, the mid-60s for sure. The Trumpet Summit, Dizzy Gillespie, Freddie Hubbard, and Clark Terry. 1980 US, $19.99 on that one. Devious John gets to Christopherson for $10. Nick Bargeron was next. Dewey title. Dewey Redman was called Look for the Black Star, a 75 US reissue white label promo, $24.99. And we've already got an offer for $17. Don't forget about Sade back here. It's an 85 US Pittman repress. There is some very noticeable cover damage. $15 start. Joe Sontag is in. Next play, it's up to you on Dewey. There's already an offer submitted. And we have the birthday party, the Idle Race. This looks interesting. It's a 68 US all disc, OG with the company inner sleeve, VG condition, a $15 start for the birthday party. Okay, that's that. And give me 1 second over here. Revenge of the Fat People, the Jack Walworth Group. That's $9.99. Alan Vizzuti, an 81 US Fusion, $9.99 on that one. Alan Vizzuti. We have Several Shades of Jade, Cal Jader. Cal Jader is $19.99. Ray Red, I'm going to say the Dewey Redman for $17. Thank you on that one. Chris Knapp on BP for $17. And BP was for the something or another. What was BP for? Birthday party. That's a bid back here. The birthday party, $17. My phone or my camera's got a little off center. There we go. Jimmy Stewart, The Touch, sealed for $9.99. Also, Bones for the King, Dickie Wells, an 86 UK. That's sealed for $9.99. And this is called what? A Collection of Sondheim. That is an 85 compilation of musicals. Seal, $24.99. There is a new bid on Sade. Greg bid $17. Joe Sontag, you're out. The birthday party is the final call to Chris Knapp for $17. Thank you. I thought that was an offer. This is the Chet Baker Quartet, an 83 German import, only time ever on vinyl, $49.99. Chad asked for Joe Poss from Christopher Dean. That was like 3 crates ago on the that was 3 crates ago on the, you were second on that. We went through a crate, the first jazz crate we went through it, and then we was on the next crate, and Danae asked for it and made an offer, and then when you heard Joe Poss, you said, I'll take it. She had first dibs, and I've already sold it to her. That was a long time ago, but that's long gone. That was sold to Danae. Two's Company, Nancy Harrow with Jack Wilkins, $9.99. That was on that very first jazz crate I went through. And then we went to the next vintage crate. She asked for it. Then you heard the word, and then you said, I'll take it, but it was already sold to her. Street Corner Symphony, little funk machine, $9.99 on that one. B. Stillman on Cal for 10. That was this Cal Jader here. I'll do that one for 14 if you want to do that one. Now Shaw Days at 20. And we have in here Tramps, the white label promo. No, it's in this crate. Okay. I don't think your comment ever came through then. If it did, I didn't see it. I apologize. I thought you were still talking. I thought you maybe had a late comment coming in. This one right here. Sorry. Yeah, I never did see that. $14.99. Your connection might be a little wonky. $14.99. Sorry, I got you taken care of now. With us is on what label? Chet Baker is on Circle Records Cologne out of Germany. Beautiful vinyl. Stillman gets the Cal Jader for 14. Birthday Party. Birthday Party is sold to Chris Knapp for $17. Okay. All right, that's done. Let's put that away. All right, then Shaw Day still getting new bids. 22.22. McEwen Photo has it right now. Chad, about 5 hours back, there was a Pablo today, Dizzy Gillespie. How much was that? Pablo today, the Trumpet Sumpit, Dizzy Gillespie, an 80 US, $19.99. And the Sound of Sunshine, the Sunshine Band. Now, that is related to, of course, Casey and the Sunshine Band. A 75 US Disco Soul, $9.99. Mark Lent wants Chet Baker. I'm assuming that Next Play Records passing. We'll make sure it's $49.99. Shaw Day out. So now it's between two people, Greg and McEwen Photo. McEwen Photo has it for 22. Still got some advertised auctions in here like Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan's a 65 US Pittman OG, VG Plus condition, bringing it all back home. Dylan is a $40 start. It's a 65 Pittman, black 360 sound, an OG. The cover does have some wear and tear. OG Dylan, though, $40 start. Dizzy Gillespie, Pablo Dam, what is the condition? It is near mint minus and pristine in shrink wrap. It is beautiful. I will sell it to you for $15. Anybody else? That was a little short but sweet crate there. Now let's try to find some like other vintage type stuff. Mix it up the genres a little bit. Then we'll jump right back into some more stuff like that. So if you're interested in stuff like that, don't go anywhere, but we'll knock out a vintage crate over here, okay? A vintage crate. And we still got the Sunshine Band, the Tramps, Street Corner Symphony, Two's Company, Collection of Sondheim, Dickie Wells, Jimmy Stewart, Alan Vizzuti, Jack Walrath, Al Kaola, MFSB, Fire into Music, Etta Jones, Enrico Rava, Around Midnight, Jackie Coon, and Raul Romero. Right? No More Lonely Nights. Shaw Day is up to McEwen Photo. Greg Preston has it for 23. Sunshine, $6. Sold. Paul Stevens, $6. All right, which one of you's gonna get it next? I'll see you in the parking lot. Hey, that's Mr. Gilmore's jacket. Chet Baker, so to Mark Lent. Thank you. Final call on Bob Dylan, $40. Having some fun with my avatar right now. My neck needs to pop, but it's not wanting to happen. Okay, here we go. So now 3 jazz crates have turned into 1 jazz crate. I love it. We got 30,000 more to price and put out. I need to make tomorrow a flip crate for Jazz Stuff. Yep, I need to make a flip crate in the morning for Jazz Stuff. It'll either be some of this leftovers further discounted cheap, or it will be some stuff that we might not ever even get to tonight. Whichever. Be on the lookout for that at 7, 8 in the morning. Make sure you're in a whole lot of records. I post Jazz crates all the time. All the time we post Jazz crates. Well, there's a lot of posters over here. Golly. There's a lot of stuff. Is this all new records? I guess it is. Bum, bum. All right, let's see what's going on with this crate right here. Nazareth, Sting, Garcia, Dylan, Toto, Billy Joel. Let's go through that one right quick as soon as I open this door. Okay. Hey, Chad, was that an Etta James? That was Etta Jones. Etta Jones, a white label promo, $9.99. I've got my crate cleared off. Yep. All right. Let's go through this one. No more. All right. Sade. I've lost Greg Preston. McEwen Photos had it for a while at 25. I'll give him one more chance in case his dial-up connection dropped. He might have had to take a phone call. Bob Dylan's at $40. It's a buy it now. OG Pittman, VG Plus. $40 on that. Okay. We have Steven Wilson. Steven Wilson is a 2013 Record Store Day exclusive limited edition picture disc, a $15 start on Steven Wilson. Luminol and the Watchmaker. Picture disc, Steven Wilson, $15 start. What was these last couple McCartney singles over here? Coming Up. Let's see what kind of condition this is in. Paul McCartney, Coming Up. Nice. Japanese, a $15 start. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate. Joni Mitchell Blue, a 76 Winchester. If I don't say anything about grade, then they're EX Plus near minus. So if I don't say anything about condition, then they're really nice. That is $39.99 for Joni Mitchell. Sade is sold to McEwen Photo for $25. Thank you on that one. Put that away. All right. Pure Prairie League, 2-lane highway, $14.99 for the old Pure Prairie League. Toto, Isolation. Toto is $19.99. We have greetings from Timbuck 3. Timbuck 3 is $19.99. Steven Wilson has a bid for $15. Thank you on that. We have Steve Winwood, Ark of a Diver. Does have some staining down here, $19.99. Two bids on the Steven Wilson picture disc, $15 and $15. Also over here, we have Joe Cocker, Luxury You Can Afford. Joe Cocker's $19.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles. Billy Joe is $14.99. Billy Joe Turnstiles. Future Force, What You Mean. Future Force is $14.99. Funky Nassau, Black Britain. That is $9.99. Steven Wilson has a new bid for $17. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Four-Way Street. This is a 2 LP. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, $34.99. Spandau Ballet Parade, $19.99 for Spandau Ballet Parade. And Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Neil Young, $34.99. We have Steven Wilson now is at 17. Wayne Davis, You're Out. Debbie, You're Out. Billy Joel was sold for $10 to Devious John. If anybody wants McCartney, he's a $15 buy it now. A Japanese single of Coming Up. 38 Special, Special Forces. So Caught Up in You, Little Girl, $24.99. Toto 4, Bless the Rains, Down in Africa. There is some spine damage over here. $24.99 for Toto 4. Also, we have Disc Charge, Boys Town Gang, $19.99 for Disc Charge, $19.99. El Dorado, a symphony by the Electric Light Orchestra, that's $19.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, $34.99. The girl is mine. The doggone girl is mine. She's mine. I don't understand the ways. Saying yours, yours, not mine. Billy Joel. Now, this one is interesting. This is a real promo copy of his debut album. It's just unfortunate somebody's wrote all over the cover. At one point, this was in some kind of thrift store or bargain store, marked down all the way to 15 cents, and it looks like a kid was pricing them. And somebody wrote their name. So, very unfortunate. This is a very collectible record. $74.99, still, I think, in range because it's a promo marked Family Productions. And I think the true pressings, including the promos, they were mastered at an incorrect speed, which, of course, was later fixed. So, $74.99 on Billy Joe. Josh Tanner got Toto 4. How much is Steven Wilson? The high bid on the Steven Wilson picture disc is $20 with Farmer Redman. That's the high bid on that, $20. Or if you're asking how much Steve Winwood was, Steve Winwood in here, was there a Steve Winwood? The Steve Winwood in here, Debbie, was $19.99. Velvet Underground, a collection of previously unreleased recordings. VG Plus, $59.99 for the Velvet Underground, a collection of previously unreleased recordings. That was VG Plus, $59.99. The Condition of 38 Special, Special Forces is $24.99. It has the original on her sleeve, Donnie Van Zant. It is beautiful, actually. There's an old retail sticker I haven't tried to peel off. They didn't try to peel off. Still available, $24.99 on 38 Special. Okay, moving on. I have, whoops, let me do one thing over here. I have Free, Fire and Water. Once again, a very desirable record, but there's some writing on the cover. That is an original UK pressing. An original UK pressing, $49.99. An original UK pressing. But unfortunately, there's writing and the vinyl's in VG. One second. Okay. Steven Wilson has a bid for 21. Crow Music is VG Plus condition, $24.99. Crow is on this green Armoret label, has the hype sticker, Evil Woman. Greg Preston got 38 Special for 20. Steven Wilson's at 21. Bob Dylan and the Band, Before the Flood, a promo copy, VG Plus, $39.99. In hearing of Atomic Rooster. VG Plus, $24.99. In hearing of Atomic Rooster, $24.99. Savage Young Winos, Savage Young Winos, or Winos. I think Winos would sound a little bit better. It's kind of like that Keith Richards had a band, the Vintage Winos. Revolution of a Rock Band, Big Beat Performances, Morgan David and his Winos. This is VG Plus, $44.99 with extras and inserts. I'm assuming everybody's done over here on Steven Wilson. Final call on that for 21. Natural Child. Oh my, what is this? Natural Child, For the Love of the Game. A 2012 USOG limited edition. Only 350 were pressed. A $25 start on Natural Child. Also in here we have Tages. Tages was 64 to 68. This is a Swedish Garage. Side D does have some hazing, priced accordingly. VG Condition, $34.99. $39.99. Debbie, you've been outbid on Steven Wilson. Farmer Redman did bid $23. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Russ Never Sleeps, VG Condition, $19.99. And Cosmos Factory, Creedence Clearwater Revival, there is some writing on the cover, VG, $19.99. VG, $19.99. Also, JJ Cale Naturally, VG Plus, $24.99. That is a reissue. It was originally on a Shelter label. This one is, wow, it is on Shelter. Oh, it's marked reissue, but I guess it's first label, but still a reissue. It is on the Shelter label, though. Debbie, you've been outbid on Steven Wilson. We have Going Gone, and this is Richard Strange and the Engine Room, VG, $9.99. This is, I can tell you if it's an early thriller or not. Give me 1 second. Thriller back here has co-produced by Michael Jackson, so it's definitely one of the later ones. As y'all know, they probably made 30 million of these on vinyl, but back here on the back, the first pressings did not have co-produced by Michael Jackson. He was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. I helped produce this, Quincy. And so they had to add his name. Debbie, if you're still out there and you can hear me, you have been outbid on the Steven Wilson. I've got to sell it pretty fast. We have first, JJ Cale was VG Plus, $24.99. Jason has Natural Child at $25. That's going to be a final call to Jason Fornerat. Next is the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore. This one's got a pretty damaged cover. The vinyl's VG, $14.99 for the Allman Brothers. Also, Earthstar, Adam Kraft, Neen Danka. Some kind of German there. VG, $19.99. Debbie wants to know how much is the Steven Wilson. Right now, the high bid is at $23. I would love for you to go ahead and bid $50. That would probably wrap it up. Otherwise, we might be here till tomorrow. Steven Wilson has a new bid for $24. Farmer Redman, you've been outbid. Holy moly. Golly, look at Natural Child. That took off like a rocket. What the heck just happened? It didn't get a bid for the longest, and I look down, there's 9 bids. It's already up to $50. Somebody must have went and Discogs that. Goodness gracious. All right, so what happened here? Pass on the Michael Jackson. Jerry Garcia, VG Plus, $39.99. Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, VG Plus, $14.99. Natural Child's at $50. Farmer Redman, you've been outbid on Steven Wilson. These Steven Wilson bids are coming in via carrier pigeon, so they're taking a long time. We have Don Juan's Reckless Daughter. Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, VG Plus, $19.99. Allman Brothers on Pink. No, it was on second label. Hold on. Yeah, it's on second label. VG, $14.99. He's out. Sold! Steven Wilson to Debbie Winston. That took 48 minutes. $24. I'll take it. But man, I had to fight for those bids. I was waiting for owls to come in. I was waiting for like Harry Potter, like messages by owls. Hold on, here's an owl coming in here, a new bid from Debbie. All right, Spandau Ballet Diamond. Thank you to everybody that was bidding on that. VG Plus, $14.99 for Spandau Ballet. And U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. U2 is VG Plus, $29.99. Not done with this crate, but I am going to step over here and find another auction. Ooh, what do I have? What do I have? Auctions. What do I have? What do I have? Auctions. What do I have? I did see a good, the bad, and the ugly over here. I'm worried it's not in good shape. The cover has a little bit of wear, but these are always, as y'all know, very desirable. The Ecstasy of Gold's on here. Let's see if it's in good shape. The good, the ugly, the bad. And it's the misprint. Yeah, I was looking for that too. It's the misprint too. The good, the ugly, and the bad. It's supposed to be the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's like a VG record, but it's the misprint label. And man, it has the Ecstasy of Gold. And if you're a Metallica fan, you know what I'm talking about. I tried playing it. I didn't think that song would be that copyright protected, but one night I played it on here, And sure enough, my video got demonetized on Facebook and YouTube. So can't play any music here on Facebook and YouTube. Natural Child is up to $75. Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I'll take it. You can take it as soon as you bid on it for a $10 start. VG Vinyl, VG minus cover, misprint, Ecstasy of Gold, a $10 start. Okay, next is Natural Child, still getting bids. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, EX179. Now Natural Child 76, now 80 with Victor Guerra. Olay ELO, that's an ELO hits comp. Showdown, Mama Bell, Evil Woman, Strange Magic, VG Plus $14.99 on that. And Gordon Lightfoot, Dream Street Rose. Gordon Lightfoot, VG Plus $14.99. And Howard Jones, Humans Lib. Howard Jones is VG Plus $14.99. Adam Ant Strip, VG Plus $17.99. So I think Jay Nutra is bidding 15 on good. Yeah, 15 on good. Steve Garza bid 12. Natural Child is between Victor Guerra and Jim B. Jim B has bid $81. Now, I don't know a lot about Natural Child, but I'll have to say this right now. There's a good chance this Natural Child is at a steal of a price. I'm going to bet it is $200, $300, $400, $500 below retail price right now. Could I be wrong? Probably. But if Jim B's bidding on this at $81, folks, I've only got a couple things to say, and that is get your kids in front of the TV, turn up the volume. This is about to be free entertainment. We have Natural Child at $85. Steve Garza, You're Out on Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Billy Joe, The Nylon Curtain. That's VG Plus $9.99. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles. Sting is VG $12.99. Dr. Hook, oh, sloppy seconds there. Dr. Hook is EX $17.99. Three Dog Night, Cyan, Shambhala, VG Plus $14.99. And Jeff Beck, There and Back. Jeff Beck is VG Plus $14.99. Jeff Beck Wired, EX $17.99. And Joni Mitchell, Shadows and Light. Joni Mitchell, VG Plus $19.99. All right, Steve Garza wants to know what's the bid. $15 with Jay Nutria. $15 with Jay Nutria. Dang, I never did show the silver I bought today. I got a great price on some silver halves over here. I picked them up today. I was hoping there'd be some like Adam Bernardi's watching tonight. Let me see what I can do on these. Yeah, I can do these for $1 half over melt. I got silver halves for $32. $1 and a half over melt. Okay? $32, $1 and a half over melt. 1944 Walk in Liberty. 1943 Walk in Liberty. 1952 Franklin. 1941 Walker. 1958 Franklin, 1950 Franklin. Somebody would be best to take them all. Right now, I think the metal should take an uptick. Two things with everything that happened with the tariff ruling. That's going to cause some things to go haywire. I just don't know which way. I don't know. None of this is predictable. And then I haven't heard any news tonight. I'm assuming we did not strike Iran. Of course, Trump's going to keep that lip sealed if he does, obviously. But if we do some kind of strike package on Iran, you could probably see, I'm going to go ahead and say $100 silver coming back pretty soon if we do that. That always causes big rush on stuff like that, especially anytime there's a strike or something like that. But I have to follow, because I invest and buy and sell silver a lot myself. I got to follow the global politics closely from an unbiased opinion, because just whatever his actions are can affect whatever happens in the markets, as y'all know, especially in the silvers, in the metals. So I follow that stuff very, very closely. These are all sold to Adam Bernardi, and that was $32 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 32 to Adam Bernardi, okay? 6 on 32 to Adam Bernardi. So 6 times 32, that's $192. Let's baggy all those up. And then let me look up dimes. I hadn't had any silver in a while. Let's go over here to this. And we have Eagles Hotel California, VG Plus $24.99. El Chicano was VG Plus $24.99. Saga is VG Plus $9.99. Grand Funk is VG Plus $14.99. Dire Straits Making Movies, EX $29. Edgar Winter, VG Plus $19. And Nazareth is VG Plus $19.99 on that. One second. Okay, let's look up the dimes over here. Some of these they're all Mercuries, but they're older ones for sure. So these would be, I'll do these $2 over spot because these are 1917, 1918, 1920, and 1919. Nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, $8 a piece, $32 for those. That's $2 over melt, but those are some definitely older dates. $8 on those, on the dimes. Okay, and Adam Minardi says he'll take those. Done. And then, you know, I usually sell these pre-1900 Morgans. The nice ones are $95. I can do this one because it's got a little bit more wear. This is more like a VG one. And I'll do this one for $10 over melt, $75 on the 82 Morgan. 1982 New Orleans Morgan. $75. Melt on it right now, $65.46. So that's the cheapest I've had a Morgan in a while. The other nice ones I have over here are $95. $95 for the real nice ones. I have those. So all 4 dimes, $32. Those are sold. And then there's the Morgan, if anybody wants that. $75. There's the melt on it right now. $65.46. Okay. I've only got one here for $70. That's the only one I have for $75. I got some nicer ones for $95. And then I have some 21s, some nice 21s for $85. Okay, sorry, got distracted by that. It looks like we might have as many people interested right now in like jazz and obscure titles than we do as much as classic rock, because we blasted through so much of that earlier tonight. We went through 8 crates basically back to back to back of that kind of stuff. I do have a verdict on my Magic Johnson basketball over here. I have found out the case that it's in is worth more than the basketball. And I'm going to go ahead and destroy this tonight, get a good look at it. This is a fake Magic Johnson autograph. And look, Steiner, don't trust anything. If you're going to collect autographs, buy them from somebody reputable like us that checks all the boxes. This thing is Steiner authenticated. It's got a Steiner card, and I'm literally about to throw it in the trash. It's fake. Fake Magic Johnson. Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. Good, the bad, and the ugly. Jay Nutra has this for $21. Steve Garza never did bid again. Jay Nutra has it for $21. Natural Child is sold to Jim B for $92. Jim B says, I'll take it. Still basketball for my kids to use. I wouldn't send you that if you gave me $500. Any other MoFi or audiophile? No, we had a bunch of half-speed masters tonight for auction. Jay Nutra, he's still bidding on Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Steve Garza, you've been outbid. I'll call this one like a horse auction like a cattle auction if I need to. $23, now 24. Steve Garza goes back to you. He's already at $24. He's a fast bidder on that one. You better look out. He has that one for $24. Come on, do I hear 25? We have $24 on Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Do I hear 25? $24 on Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Do I have 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. Final call, Jay Nutra, $24. It's back to Steve Garza. $24 with Jay Nutra. Do I hear 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25? 30. Yep. We got a 30. Now 31 with Jay Nutra. Back in at 31. Do I hear 32? 32, 32, 32, 32, 32. 32, 32, 32, 32. 32, 32, 32. 30. Do I hear 32? Steve Garza, you're out. Nick Bargeron, you're out. 32, 32, 32. 32, 32, 30. The basketball's in the trash. I'm actually going to take a knife and cut it up, and it's trashed. I haven't destroyed the rest of my fake autographs yet. I took pictures of Magic Johnson, of course, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, and we have 35 with Steve Garza, 35 with Steve Garza, 35, 35, 35, 35. Boy, imagine if I talked like that all night. I would be exhausted. I'd have to take a lot of breaks. Out. Now it's up to Nick Bargeron. 35, 35, 35, 35. 35, 35. Do I hear 36? We're at 35. Do I hear 36? 35, 35, 35, 35. $1 million. Okay. Time for something different. Jazz, soundtracks, classic rock, pop, soul, jazz. Give me 1 second here. Of course, this is sold to Steve Garza for $35. All right. Sorry for the dramatic pauses. I'm hungry. I'm going to need something. I had a half of a sandwich before the sale. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. here we go. Here's the next halves. These are all 64 Kennedy halves. Same price, $32 a piece. 64 Kennedy halves, $32 a piece. Nice. $32 a piece on those. Come on, Adam Bernardi. Come on, Adam Bernardi. I don't have much copper in this store. I do have a few pieces right here. I still got these copper jets for $22. I got 4 of those left. I need to take this stuff and put it up front in the case. Copper jets, $22. What's that? All right, let's go through this crate. Sorry, I'm trying to sort some stuff here. Adam Bernardi says he'll take the halves. All right, these are sold to Adam Bernardi. 32 times 2, 4, 6, 8. 32 times 8 on those. Thank you. Those are done. Okay. All right, I'll show. I got one stray quarter here. I don't know the melt on a quarter right quick. I can find out though. All right, and then coin. Inflation. I hadn't done a quarter tonight, I don't think. 17 on the quarter. $1.50 over melt. 164, that's the only quarter I have tonight. Nice. It's in good shape. It's a 64, the most common year, but 17 on that. Okay. All right, here we go. And buy now, best offer in here. Sheena Easton, Days Like This. A white label promo, 12-inch single. Sheena Easton, $9.99. The Allen 2 Orchestra, This Is My Scene. A 67 UK OG pop novelty, $14.99 on that one. Over here we have Cool Heat, Anita O'Day sings Jimmy Giuffre arrangements. That is an 82 Japanese stereo, $19.99 on Anita O'Day. Sorry I'm a Lady, Yes Sir I Can Boogie, and others. A disco Europop, $19.99. And Adam, let me see if I can find that. You said possibly you seen a Chet Baker from the last crate. I will thumb through it. I don't think so, but I will look. I don't think there was very much, or if any, jazz in that last crate. No, nothing like that in that last crate. These are all bought now or best offer. Tiramisu Hino live in concert, a 75 Japanese OG, that's $34.99. Dr. Hook Pleasure and Pain, Dr. Hook $14.99. Nice copy, Shrink and Hype. So there's one quarter. Still got this cool Pez dispenser, which is these silver bars. It's actually about 1 ounce of silver there. Comes with a Pez, and those are silver bars. That's $145. Still got the Morgan for $75. Got the quarter there. Got the copper. How much is Sheena Easton? Sheena Easton was $9.99. Ray Red on Hino for $26. You got it. That's sold to Ray Red. Thank you. Fania All-Star Rhythm Machine. That's a 77 US. And y'all remember, we had that compilation from New Vinyl, that Craft 2LP compilation of Fania, which is a lot of funk and soul stuff. Fania All-Stars, $19.99 on that one. And then we have the Soulful Strings, Play Gamble and Huff. That is a 1970 promo, $14.99 on that one. The Boys Are Back, Stone City Band. Rick James related here. Or Rick James plays, not related, he plays in the band. An 81 German import, that's a funk album. Rick James, $9.99. And Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $14.99 Other collectible metals, I got, of course, copper here. This is a pretty cool deal. We've sold a bunch of these. It's copper, looks like a dumbbell, you know, with looks like a barbell with plates. Barbell, dumbbell, I guess a barbell. And it comes new sealed in this box, $49.99. All copper. Sheena Easton for $9. Sell that to Lit Schlitz for $9. Thank you. This is a buy it now best offer. I got actually three of the dumbbells. Prism, small change. Prism is $9.99. And Herb Ellis, softly but with that feeling. Herb Ellis is an 81 Japanese stereo, $19.99. Johnny Taylor, Disco 9000, the original soundtrack from the motion picture, a 77 white label promo, $19.99. And O'Day at Mr. Kelly's, an 81 Japanese stereo reissue, $24.99. Sheena Easton, Madness, Money, and Music. Sheena Easton is sealed, $9.99. And another get-together, Art Farmer, Benny Golson, Jazz Tet, a Japanese stereo remaster, $29.99. This is Ella Fitzgerald sings the George and Ursha songbook, a 5 LP, 82 French import, sealed, $89.99. Yes, the Blues, Clark Terry, an 81 US, and this is on red vinyl, $14.99 on that. What was the Gamble and Huff tribute? The Soulful Strings play Gamble and Huff, arranged and conducted by Richard Evans. 1970 promo marked label. It says not for sale on the label from Cadet, $14.99. Also, we have Tiramisu Hino. This is a 79 Japanese OG, $19.99 on that. Wayne Bartow on Clark Terry for $10. Sell that to Wayne Bartow for $10. Thank you. Also, we have Smooth as Silk, featuring Party, Part 1 and 2, Let 'Em Go, and Ain't No Need of Crying. 77 US Soul Disco, $19.99 on Smooth as Silk. And Sylvia is $14.99. Sylvia, $14.99. Just self-titled, it looks like. The Trombone Sound of Kai Winding. That's a 56 US mono, $9.99 for the Trombone Sound of Kai Winding. Dizzy Gillespie sold out, a 70 US, $19.99 for Dizzy Gillespie. And Hot Street Chicago, a sealed copy, sealed Chicago for $19.99. I got some other coins here. These are some older date quarters. Do you have inner sleeves? Yes. We will always have MoFi inner sleeves in stock. Packs of 50 are $26.99 for packs of 50. Adam Bernardi on the Kai Winding. That's right back here. So to Adam Bernardi, thank you on that one. The Dirty Dancing soundtrack, Shrinking Hot, Be My Baby, Hey Baby by Bruce Chanel. Some good stuff on here. Hungry Eyes, Eric Carmen. The Blow Monkeys, You Don't Own Me, $19.99. Dirty Dancing, that's $19.99. Ella for $20. Let me figure out which one that was. Ella, I'm assuming not the box set. And if it is, we're probably a little bit too far apart. Over here, we have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Fleetwood Mac is $19.99. Tango in the Night. Tommy Flanagan plays the music of Harold Allen, or Harold Arlen, a 1980 US OG. That's sealed for $14.99. And Bravo Brasso, that's a 69 UK, $9.99 on that one. And the Dorsey Sinatra Sessions, this is a 6 LP box, a UK original, $29.99. Okay, before I do anything else, the only Beatles single I never did put up was this one. And let me see what kind of condition it's in. And then I can make you a deal on the one that's left if you want to see them. This is We Can Work It Out. It's like VG Plus. It's not as bad as those other ones we had, but it does have a couple marks. I'll do that one for $10. And the unsold ones leaves that lot of 3 for $15, and then that one for $15. So these 3 for $15. that one for 15, and that one for 10. That's so far the only ones that have been shown or left behind tonight. Dorsey and Sinatra for 20. I'll go ahead and sell that for 20 to Adam Bernardi. The Fania info. This here. No, we're not closer yet. This is at $90. The Ella Fitzgerald box set is marked $89.99. I'll do this for $75. That's why I didn't give you an encounter. I just figured we was too far apart. That one was marked $89.99. It's a sealed box set. So I was at 90. You started at 30. I'll do 75 on it. Also, we have Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, $19.99. Oh yeah, I do have some other singles over here. Probably Beatles related, or Japanese. But so bundle deal on Beatles. We'll say those are 15. We'll say 10, and 7 and 7. Let's say 15 to keep it round. So I'll do all these for $25 if anybody wants them. That was the last of that box of Beatles I found. Mostly Japanese, or they're all Japanese, but we had, yeah, it was all Japanese tonight. 25 on that last stack. Toots and 7 yesterday and today. That's a 73 white label promo, $9.99. The No Nukes soundtrack, that was a sealed original triple LP, $24.99 for No Nukes. And Sessions Live, Cal Jader, Chris Connor, and Paul Togawa, $14.99 on that one. Paul Stevens on Smooth Silk for 15. Let me find that one in here. Smooth Silk for 15. This is sold to Paul Stevens for 15. Adam Bernardi on the Toots. And that's right here, sold to Adam Bernardi. And we have Trumpet, Will Excite. That's Dizzy Gillespie, a 60 US stereo, $19.99 on that. And Red Garland with Eddie Lockjaw Davis. And that's a 60 US mono, $29.99 with Red Garland. Chad needs a snack quickly. Where are my chocolate-covered raisins? Ah, here they are. Hey, it's officially Sunday. I can do my weigh-in. See how my diet's doing. Let me go in here and do my official weigh-in. I usually do it on Sunday nights, technically Monday mornings, but we'll get a sneak peek. I'll get a sneak peek at my weigh-in. Let me get in here in the office. Nice. I've lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks. 15 pounds in 2 weeks. That's what happens when you cut out the amount of sugars that I was eating. 290. Actually, 16 pounds. 16 pounds, yeah. I weigh 290. That's what happens when you stop eating the amount of sugar that I was eating on a daily basis and fast food. I've basically been eating sandwiches and soups and vegetable trays for about 2 weeks, and pickles and peanuts and what else? Granola bars and, so I got a long ways to go. 290 on the dot. It was 292 on Tuesday, so I've lost 2 pounds since Tuesday. About the first week, that first week is about a pound a day. But, yeah. All right. And I've only been to the gym. In 2 weeks, I've only been to the gym 5 times, maybe. Yeah. I ain't been as much as I needed to. So. Golly. I'm hungry right now, though. My head hurts. It's going to be really hard for me to continue. I'm going to have to find something. I'm trying not to, starve myself, but at the same time, it's like, I used to show up and eat, Chipotle, Subway, a steak, spaghetti. then do the sale. Then I'd go to like Waffle House or Whataburger. And the only like real meals I've had have been on Sundays. And so but my head hurts. I didn't eat enough before the sale. This is a copper barbell, buddy. It is 4 ounces of total copper, $49.99. I bought some silver. You missed it earlier today. I got 1/4 left for 17 bucks. That's $1.50 over melt. And I've got this Morgan silver dollar for 75 bucks. And of course, I still got the pre-1900 Morgans. I've got 10 pre-1900 Morgans for 950. You've probably seen those a bunch. That's the only 2 deals I have on those individual coins. There's the copper, and then there's the Morgans. So we'll weigh in next Sunday and see where I'm at. I need to be 285 next Sunday. 285 next Sunday. Oh yeah, my mom would bring me food. That's another thing. Burritos, spaghetti, lasagna, and then she cooks pies and cakes. Now, when my mom cooks like a cake, I eat the whole thing. So I'm like, I have no control. But I mean, it helps. I'm kind of taller. I'm 6'2"-ish, maybe 6'3"-ish. But man, like I eat like a whole pie. And so yeah, cutting that out of my daily routine has been painful. Because I usually would like, whatever I eat before the sale, I would start with like a Little Debbie. The next thing I'd go into would be a Little Debbie. And that would almost like wake me up. So the yellow box set, sure thing. The yellow box set is a 1982 French import. It's essentially 5 albums. The George and Ursha Gerwin songbook. And it's a French import. It's never been opened. It's $89.99. Chocolate covered raisins. That's what I'm eating. That's what I'm eating right now. I don't know. These aren't too bad. And then I eat Dove dark chocolate. So I eat 4 pieces. So I've lost 15 pounds averaging 4 pieces of Dove dark chocolate every day. That's what I eat at night. This is dark chocolate raisins. So, yeah, I can eat those. I mean, I've left some stuff in my diet. Chocolate milk. I'm still drinking high sugar chocolate milk. I'm just off like Little Debbie's and cakes and pies. I haven't had anything like that in 2 weeks. But chocolate milk, yes, right after the gym, of course. Only after the gym. I'm still eating Publix subs. I eat roast beef subs with mayonnaise and vegetables on them, but I eat that right after the gym, so my body just like zaps it up, and then I go to sleep. So I'm still eating what I want, just not as crazy amounts of it. And by the way, I did watch the final countdown. Last week for y'all movie followers of mine. Okay. Adam Bernardi says he'll take Ella for 75. Boy, it looks like that was, I mean, think about it. That was 25 bucks back in 1982. If you do the inflation count, that was $25 back in 1982. That's probably 75 bucks today. So that's kind of withheld its value. Oh, I like the final countdown. Yeah, that was right up my alley. Of course, the graphic, when they go back in time, they could have done that a little bit better. But of course, it is 1980, so they didn't have the best graphics. But that was pretty cool. I was like, man, what are they going to do? Are they going to alter the? I didn't know what they were going to do. Okay, we're not going to stop there. We need to fill up this last crate. So to fill up this last crate, we either need to do a vintage nonsense half off, which I could easily find, and then maybe one more. That could probably wrap it up for tonight. I feel like it's early. But I feel like I need to go up here and eat the rest of my food, and I've got a long day tomorrow, it looks like. So to get ready for another week. I basically have the day off on Sundays to work, if that makes sense. So I have the day off on Sundays so I can work. Stone City 8 and Sylvia 10. Let's pull those for him. There is Sylvia, and there is Stone City Band. You got it, Aaron. Thank you. So 8 and 10, sell those to Aaron Gardner. Yeah, I got to watch it. Tonight's my movie night, so I got to figure. I hadn't really decided what I want to watch tonight. I got to pick one out. I don't know yet. Let's do a vintage half-off crate. No more, no less. And that might be a good way to end tonight. Maybe another one after that. Depends. It's Saturday. I'm beat. Y'all have beat me to death this week. I say that quite often because it's true. Y'all wear me out. I'm like, by this time, I'm like, I do need to sleep all day tomorrow. I do sleep a lot, no doubt. I do definitely. I'll be, about the time I normally be here starting a show, I can promise you I'll probably be asleep or out at dinner. So here we go. Half off crate, no more, no less. Half off crate, no more, no less. Oh, as soon as I stretch. Oh, yes. Oh. I'll lose weight. If I get focused on something, I'm not going to lose at it. That's my... So I'm like, okay, if I'm going to commit to this, I'm committing. So I need to be 285 next Sunday. All right, here we go. All right. Everybody ready? Still got 151 people watching. Oh, let me stretch. Got to get in half off mode here. Oh, yes. Nice. Get a good stretch in. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here we go. Y'all ready? Yes, big generator. $10. These are half off, no more, no yet, and no more, no less. Has the original on her sleeve, and I think this is a non-check condition bin. We call this nonsense. Yes, it's $10. Supertramp, Crisis. What Crisis? Supertramp is $10. David and David Boomtown, Shrink, $10. X-Wing 81 on Yes. Nice. We have Thompson Twins, Quick Step and Sidekicks, $12.50 for Thompson Twins. Alan Parsons Project, the best of Alan Parsons Project, and this is $10. Oh, one thing, I had to switch on my phone over here. This is $10 on Alan Parsons. Christopher Dean, you were second on Yes. We have Guadalcanal Diary, Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man. Guadalcanal is $12.50. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, $12.50 on Survivor. That has the original on her sleeve. $12.50 on Survivor. Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions. Stevie Wonder is $12.50. Another nice copy of that one. Wayne Bartow on Alan Parsons. Thank you, Wayne Bartow. We have Meatloaf, the original picture disc of Bat Out of Hell, $30. This is one of the tougher ones to get. You see some of the picture discs over and over and over. This one's always been one of the more difficult ones to get. Bat Out of Hell, even though it's like one of the biggest albums of that time. $30 on Meatloaf. This is White Light, White Heat. It is a reissue. It's a 2000. It's a 2002 on white vinyl. $20 on that. $20 on that. Spin Cycle vinyl on the Meatloaf for $30. Thank you on that one. This is truly a nonsense crate. Truly nonsense here. Neil Young, Comes a Time, has his original version of Lot of Love on it. It's got a little bit of a ding over here on the spine. $17.50 on Neil Young. What movie of the night? Maybe, did you say last night? Hadn't seen, everybody was surprised. I think that was, I forgot. It was a soundtrack. Goonies. I don't know. It's one of our very popular sound. I try to watch stuff that we find soundtracks to, because of so many albums we have soundtracks night after night, and I've never seen the film. Charlie Sexton is $5. Charlie Sexton, $5. The Last Puff, Spooky Tooth. Spooky Tooth is $10. Clean copy of that, A&M Records. Yes, 9012 Live, the solos, not the album 90125. This is 902, the solos. $10 on that one. Thomas Clark on CS for Charlie Sexton. That's sold to Thomas Clark. Robert Warner second. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love. Bruce is $7.50. Bob Seger, Against the Wind. That is $12.50 on Seger with the hype sticker. Wow, Billy Squire ended up in the half-off crate. $10. There is some pieces of tape along the top. That might have what's been stopping somebody from buying it. But man, that's loaded with hits. And the only pressing in print is an audiophile grade, which is pricey. I don't know why. Well, I know why, it's audiophile, but Intervention Records does a great job. Robin Glenn on Survivor, Rising Up, back on the streets. I've never seen any of the Rocky movies. I've been thinking about watching those. Buddy Johnson on the Bob Seger, thank you on that, $12.50. What was on my radar tonight? Oh, I hadn't watched. I've only watched the newest. Y'all know I'm a Bond fanatic, right? I've only watched the newest Bond movie one time, and that was in theaters and an advanced showing. I went to an advanced showing and saw the newest Bond, and I mean, y'all know I'm like a fanatic, but I was so disappointed at the ending, I didn't really want to watch it again. So Netflix has all the Bond movies, so I think I'm going to go rewatch No Time to Die. That's going to take up a long. That's going to take. How long is that? 3 hours, and it's a long one. But I need to knock that out. And then there's something else on there. What's that newest movie with Matt Damon that's on there? The Rig or something. Tanner keeps telling me to watch that. If I have time, I'll watch both of them. Adam Bernardi, yeah, Spooky Tooth was $10. Yeah, Spooky Tooth are $10. Thomas Clark got the Velvet Underground. Giveaway, make sure Squire goes in for $10. It doesn't have a price tag. Make sure it goes in for $10. It was probably going to be marked 19, so $10 on that one. And there's that. And Scott Dyer got the Yes album. I've been wanting to rewatch Godfather. Of course, I've seen that. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. But I haven't sat down and I usually watch it really intensely once or twice a year. Does anybody know what that movie's called, though? It's Matt Damon. And who's the other guy he makes a lot of movies with? The Rig, the something like that. $10. Yeah, this is a half off, no more, no less. So sell that to Adam for $10. Stephen Douglas, you were second. This is a great half off vintage crate, no more, no less. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps, $17.50. I've not seen Sinners. No, not seen that one. Rust Never Sleeps, $17.50. Ben Affleck. Maybe. I just listened to their podcast on Rogan, The Rip with Ben. I guess it is Ben Affleck. Yeah. The Rip. Yeah. Everybody's like, man, you got to go watch that. So, or the rest, the RIP, the Rip, whatever it's called. Patti Smith Group, Radio Ethiopia. Patti Smith, $12.50. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Bond, maybe that. Maybe one of the first. Maybe watch some other Bond. I didn't sit down and watch a lot of them in a while. Hey, there's the actual 90125 album. $10 on that. Eric Van Leuven on Patty. So for somebody watching The Godfather for the first time, X-Wing, what did you think? Watching Godfather. I'm assuming you watched all three. 3 isn't that good, but 1 and 2 is, of course, great. Seals and Croft is $5. Seals and Croft's greatest hits, $5 on that. Watch Sinners. Is that on Netflix? Of course, I think I have about everything. Boy, I was on my Disney app for the first time in a while last night. Golly, I found a lot I didn't. They have a lot on there now. I guess because they I had Hulu, Disney Plus, Peacock, and Netflix. Now Hulu and Disney's together, but there's more on there. There's all the Kiss. There's like that Kiss documentary. I never seen that. I watched that the other night. Stephen Steele's $10. Frantic. No, that was with Harrison Ford. Yeah. That was a Harrison Ford movie I hadn't seen. That was one of them. Yep. Stephen Stills 10. Stephen Stills 2 is 10. Bob Dylan at Budokan is $25. $25. Oh yeah, I watched Anthology twice. I watched the Let It Be stuff twice. Yeah, definitely. I was watching that the day it came out. Bob Dylan self-portrait, $25 on Dylan. Self-portrait, $25. And Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth is $10. That's really good. Is that Frazetta artwork too? Yeah, that's Frank Frazetta artwork too. Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Look at that cover. $10 on that one. And then there's Malice in Wonderland. That is not Frank Frazetta artwork. But that's $10 on Nazareth. And John Fogerty, center field, $12.50 now. $12.50 now. Disney owns everyone. Yeah, I'll tell you what I like on the Disney app. I like those old, the old things where Walt Disney's like narrating how they make cartoons. You know how they, he's narrating and he's like, and now the productionist paints, you know. I love watching that stuff with Walt Disney commentating it. He does like the history of motion pictures and history of animation. There's all that stuff on the Disney app. I'm like locked in. I was watching that the other morning trying to fall asleep. And I couldn't. I was so engrossed in watching Disney talk about animation. Stephen Douglas gets Nazareth and Nazareth. He wants both of them. And X-Wing wanted yes. Oh, I thought you were answering my question about The Godfather. You wanted yes out of here. Got it. Good over there. Love 1 and 2. Yeah, Godfather 1 and 2. Amazing. 1 and 2. Over here, we have Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail. Diamantina Cocktail is $5. And Focus Moving Waves. Focus is $10 for Moving Waves. Almond Brothers Win, Lose, or Draw, $12.50. $12.50 on the Almond Brothers. That's a really clean copy. $12.50 on that one. Boston Third Stage, $17.50. $17.50. Goodfellas More Better. I don't know about that. It's good though. Casino. I'm a fan of The Godfather because my dad let me watch those, or actually as my mom. I mean, I was exposed to some pretty violent movies at a young age. I was always pretty mature though. But man, Casino and some of those are a little bit more violent, you know. Godfather's not really too violent if you think about it. Not like Goodfellas and Casino where they got some guy's head in a vice trying to pop out his eyeballs. Sticks, The Grand Illusion on yellow vinyl. Wow, the yellow vinyl, $20 on Sticks. But the Godfather does have some questionable material, especially the very first part of the movie, and then Luca Brasi getting choked, spoiler alert, and then part 2. I mean, part 2 is just so dark. He just basically starts killing everybody. Son of Schmilson, $10. Son of Schmilson, $10. And Nazareth Exercises. Nazareth is $15. Exercises. $15 on that one. Beatles fan when George Harrison walked off. No, not really. That was a rough time for the Beatles. They had gotten so big. I've really understand it more watching Anthology. They were so big, it was like they couldn't live a normal life, and it just, right there at the end, they went out with Abbey Road. They wanted to make one good last, and I think they understood they needed to walk away. They had all individually got too big for themselves. Brian Stern got the Sticks. That's so to Brian Stern. TSO Houston on Supertramp. The only Supertramp that's left in here is Crisis. What Crisis, right? That's so to TSO Houston. Thank you. Great half off crate here as we discuss film and the Beatles. Loverboy. There's a bunch of Loverboys in a row here. Loverboy is $10. Loverboy, loving every minute of it's $10. And Loverboy self-titled $10. The first one's called Get Lucky. And here we have Wild Side for $10. Shrink and Hop. And Billy Joe 52nd Street, $7.50. What makes me feel good about the Beatles after watching the fallout over Let It Be is knowing they came together one more time. And if you watch Anthology, they was like, we all had a feeling this was going to be our last album, so let's make it a good one. Even though Let It Be was released after Abbey Road, Abbey Road was recorded last. And they really put together a masterpiece there. Seasons in the Sun, Terry Jacks, $10. And they let George put two of his biggest songs of all time on there, too. You know, they gave them room to put Something and Here Comes the Sun on there. So I think that maybe made up for it. Boston is sold to Charles Berry. That was third stage for $17.50. Little Feat, Feats Don't Fail Me Now, $12.50. Victor Guerra, Terry Jacks is $10. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Little River Band, First Under the Wire. Little River Band is $5. Little River Band, Sleeper Catcher, $5. Fleetwood Mac, Future Games, $12.50. I've seen yesterday. Yeah, I finally watched that one. I was enthralled. I was like, man, why couldn't that happen to me? Like, I'll be the only person left on earth that knows the Beatles music. Hey, I've got a new song for y'all. This one's called Here Comes the Sun. Fabulous Thunderbirds is $10. Tough Enough. Spyro Gyra Alternating Currents, $5. Spyro Gyra. We will read through those again because I was doing a lot of chit-chatting. I like that scene in the movie. That's the first thing I would do. The guy, when he realizes he's the only one on earth that knows the Beatles music, he goes up in his room. He's trying to write down all the lyrics before he forgets them. He's like, that's what I would do. That would drive me crazy if you didn't have a way to look it up. Like, he's getting on the internet and there's no Beatles, so you can't look up their discography. You can't pull up the Wikipedia page of all their music. I'd be beating my head against the wall trying to remember everything. Like, man, am I forgetting a song on Revolver? Good Day Sunshine, Dr. Robert, Taxman, Rain, Paperback Writer. You know, I'd be trying, Sgt. Pepper's, okay, With a Little Help from My Friends, Staying Alive, and then trying to remember all the lyrics. I'd be like, oh my gosh, I can't forget this stuff. I'm the only person on earth that knows about it. Victor Guerra on Terry Jacks, and Thomas Clark on Spyro Gyra, which is right here, and Adam Bernardi on Little River Backstage. Little River Backstage. I don't think there was a backstage. There was Sleeper Catcher and First Under the Wire. Okay. Shawshank. Parts of it. Like, I've seen the clips on YouTube of him, like, you know, escaping, and like, I've watched that whole scene where they come into his prison cell and realize he's gone. I've watched that scene. I've seen some other scenes, but I've never watched it from beginning to end. Sleeper Catcher is sold to Adam Bernardi. Fleetwood Mac, I think, is Bob Welsh. I think Future Games is Bob Welsh. Or Mick Fleetwood, John McVie, Danny Curran, Christine McVie, and Bob Welch. Yeah. Curran, McVie, Welch, McVie, and Fleetwood. So Christine McVie's on this one. She does play on this one. And, of course, Mick Fleetwood. $12.50. No condition notes. Let's read through these one more time. David and David Boomtown. Clean records in here. Nice. David and David's and Shrink. $10. Thompson Twins. Quick Step and Sidekicks. $12.50 on that. Adam Bernard needs to put back Little River Band. No problem. That's still available for $5 if anybody wants it. Guadalcanal Diary. Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man. $12.50 on that one. Stevie Wonder, Inner Visions, $12.50. Wayne Bartow on Little River Band, First Under the Wire. This one has Lonesome Loser on it. That was one of their hits. And then Fleetwood Mac was $12.50. And Mark Chesler, if you don't want it, Lonnie Jolly does. We have Neil Young, Comes a Time for $17.50. Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love for $7.50. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. $17.50 on Neil Young and Crazy Horse. Seals and Crofts Greatest Hits. $5. Stephen Stills 2. $10. Looks like a clean copy. Gatefold jacket. An Allied pressing. Super clean. That's an OG 4-digit correct address label. Jim B wants to know if there's anything else he can add to his invoice. Do you want a lot sign or something off the back wall, Jim B, at full sticker price, no discount? We have Bob Dylan at Budokan for $25. That's half off of $49.99 on that one. We have Bob Dylan self-portrait. That's $25 on that one. Now, back-to-back Dylans, $50 off total, makes those $25 each. Lonnie Jolly, you do get Fleetwood Mac. Charles Berry on Bruce Springsteen. Thank you, Charles Berry. We love these half-off crates, don't we? They're good for everybody. I sell a lot of records, and y'all get a lot of great deals. That's sold to Sully for $5. And we had John Fogerty Centerfield, $12.50 on that one. And Little River Band Diamantina Cocktail, $5 on that Little River. There's another Little River Band, by the way. And Sleeper Catcher was put back. Self-Portrait is a... It's textured cover. It's definitely OG. XSM. You know, I don't see a pressing plant. XSM 153504-1K. No, I don't see a there's something right there. It might be a Jacksonville. It does have an O before the XMS, but it doesn't look like the normal Jacksonville matrix. Do I check messages? Ed checks Facebook messages from Coletco. He's the only one, him and Paul. Paul does all of our buying. And so if it's a message about selling, Paul will reply. If it's anything to do with customer service, it's only Ed. Now, keep in mind, he's only here Monday through Friday. And if you message late on Friday, he may be gone. And Monday, he's pretty covered up with invoicing. So really, customer service is peak between Monday afternoon through Friday morning is the best time to reach Ed. Focus Moving Waves is $10. Almond Brothers is $12.50. Harry Nielsen was $10, son of Schmielson. Nazareth is still in here. That one's called Exercises for $15. And then all the Lover Boys, which were $10 a piece. Get Lucky, Loving Every Minute, Self-Titled, Wild Side, Billy Joel, Little Feet was $12.50. Billy Joe is $7.50, and the Fabulous Thunderbirds is $10. And Adam does want Self-Portrait for $25. Great. My crate's really full now. And I need to stop there. Feel like we're stopping too early. I feel like I'm starting later and starting earlier. And I hope that changes next week. But I feel like I said that 2 weeks ago. But this week should be much more... This should be much more autopilot this week. This should be a much more autopilot week with... Jeremiah, and I should be able to get home and, get in bed. Whew. Yeah, I'm used to, and be back where we can start and then have, the big thing for me, I'll tell you why I feel like the sales are deflated, and they're really not. We've had a great week. It's our problem with auctions. We can't get enough auctions ready, and for me, the flow is killed if there's not something people can bid on. Even this late, I like having stuff people can bid on, whether it's 45 lots or DVD lots. And we've got some shelving put in behind me. And we've got an idea just loaded up with miscellaneous. And then they've been cleaning stuff where I can have auctions that I don't have I know a lot of people want to know the pressing and the year, but we got a lot of auctions like George Strait records that I can just say it's an OG $35 start, and we can sell 2 more whole crates of records every night. We've had about a third of the amount of auctions we normally do this week. And so I think a lot of people get off before they should, because a lot of people just want to bid on stuff. I've told y'all before, they have no interest in what's in these crates, which is just shocking to me, because there's that's where you get the best deals. But Farmer Redman wants Exercise. That's sold to Farmer Redman. Wayne Bartow on Little River, a Sleeper Catcher. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. And Stephen Steele's is $10. Stephen Steele's is $10. So my commitment is to go longer and sell more, but my staff has to have more stuff ready for me. So we're trying to come up with a solution on how to get twice as many auctions ready, because if y'all notice, I'm not starting till 7, and we're done with all of our premium auctions by 9. we should have auctions from like 5:30 to like 12:30, and I'm talking about good stuff. I mean, we've got it in this building. We just got to like get it out and get it ready. And I don't know why there's been such a shortage lately. I don't understand. I think we're just where I get better every day selling, so I can go faster. And if bids come in fast and everybody says out, we go through stuff quickly here. I mean, it's really just up to the bidders. If things get bids, boom, 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 I'll have sometimes, y'all know, 3 or 4 going. And every time I do this, I get better at it. So I'm like, I can sell faster. I can keep up with more. And Seth has been dropping off bonus stuff, but like the other night, he dropped off 2 crates, and I sold them in 2 days. So I texted him on Wednesday, and he's like, well, I can't come back and bring you more till like Monday morning. So I was like, okay, well, that's not good. Plus, Japanese stuff too. Our Japanese deliveries got mixed up. So we usually have like 3 crates of Japanese every week. So, but yeah. My plan is to do vinyl from 5:30 to 11:30 every night, maybe midnight, maybe 12:30, and then we can go a couple hours and do CDs and cassettes and then call it a night. That would be 8 hours of selling, and that would get everything shown. That will be where we're not too late, because it's technically kind of late. I mean, if you think about it, 1 a.m. for most people, that's pretty dang late to be up trying to buy stuff. Unless it's the weekend or unless you're just a night owl like most of y'all watching right now. But for us as a business, the majority of people are on from like 6 to 9. And so that's when we got to bring out our best stuff and show as much stuff as we can. So my goal is to have, basically records from 5:30 until like 11:30, maybe midnight. And then that will leave us an hour or two to do anything else in the store. And if you're watching late, you can see posters, you can see CDs, books, and what doesn't sell, we put out in our store. So I kind of process it right here. I kind of like process it right here. And then if it doesn't sell, if y'all don't buy it, then I just lay it up front and we put price tags on it, and then we wait for somebody in the store to buy it. And then eventually I'll walk through the store and we'll do a walkthrough sale. And if it hadn't sold, we'll probably sell it then. But the big thing is starting early and having plenty of auctions, because y'all know as soon as I go live, people want to know what is going up for auction, because they know that's some of the most premium stuff we're selling that night. That's the grails. That's the stuff everybody wants. And we can go through that stuff so fast. I mean, if you walked in somebody's house that had a record collection and somebody said, Chad, pick out everything you want to auction. Well, most average collections maybe have a couple crates. Well, that holds us off one night, okay? A couple crates of auctions holds us off one night. And we do this 6 nights a week. So, you know, we need 12, 14 full crates. That's hundreds and hundreds of premium records. Otherwise, the people get restless. And they're like, okay, Chad, we need more Metallica, Slayer, Megadeth, metal. I mean, y'all know how the metal sells. We never can have enough of that. All the 80s. It can even be the C-grade metal like Crocus and Axe. We still need hundreds of them. I wouldn't mind having 100 of them. So, y'all only probably get 2 hours from Eastern person to start. Oh, yeah, I know for sure. Yeah, I've noticed viewers, because some people's like, they can't even tune in if they're East Coast at 7. They're already, I mean, some people are getting in bed at 9 o'clock, you know. So I've been missing a lot of sales. We've had a great week, and we're beating last year's sales already. We've already seen a rise in sales as usual for this time of year, just because of the quality collections. But if I would have started earlier, you know, I think we would have sold even more this year. Jim B is East Coast, and he's ready to go for 3 more hours. Yeah, but you're one of the few people on here watching, trying to make money. Okay, everybody else is just like, you know, hanging out, wanting to buy stuff for their collection. What else? Oh yeah, we just bought an incredible collection. I mean, I'm over here just drooling over this Les Paul signed by Ace Frehley. There's Kiss posters over here. There's autographs. There's tons of grails. I mean, folks, we got some really rare stuff over here. I mean, some incredibly rare records from this guy's collection. I mean, this stuff is going to be, you know, this is some incredibly rare stuff. Very, very rare stuff. I bust stuff in my collection too. Ha ha ha. Watch my avatar right here, Jim B. You ready? Ha 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 ha. Jim B said he buys stuff for his personal collection. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That's what my avatar thinks of your. Does he do the middle finger? Does he do the middle finger? Finger. F-A-N-G-E-R. Jim B, you can't see what I'm holding up right now. I'm joking. I wouldn't do that. I was doing this. See? This thing works pretty good. Jake did a good job. Jake designed all this. My lips are chapped. Golly. I need some chapstick. Chad, do you know of a website that will have album inserts, lyric pages, posters? You know it's a 50-50 shot that when you're buying used, you're going to have to get everything with the original album came with. I've always, well, we've never had to buy anything like that because we buy so many collections. We have boxes full of that stuff that we keep for when we need it. I mean, I've always, if I needed a rare poster like for the Stones' Let It Bleed or, you know, an insert for the poster for Master of Reality, most of that stuff people sell on eBay. I don't think there's a website where people just sell company inner sleeves. All that, if I've ever needed it, I've went to eBay. I mean, we've had some really nice Black Sabbath Master of Realities, and I have considered getting on eBay and buying the poster, just the poster, because we've had such a minty copy. You know, we've had like, when you have a Black Sabbath Master of Reality and then you have you need a poster with it. So, like if you get on eBay and you type in Black Sabbath Master of Reality, yes, the top result, the second result's actually the poster. And it sells for quite a bit. So just the poster for Master of Reality, let's see if someone just sold one individually. Yeah, $100. So just like the poster for that album sold for $100. When we have those, I tell people, I start freaking out and screaming and like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a rare poster. And I need to tell John about some of this stuff. The Let It Be poster is pricey too. The Dylan, yeah, they sell consistently between $80 and $100. I seen Heritage had one that had never been folded. It was probably sent out as like a promo or something. And the Bob Dylan poster. There's some of those that exist, the Bob Dylan poster, that have never been folded. And when they're not folded, as you know, they sell for a huge premium. That is the Bob Dylan Milton Glasser poster. Now, that one's not as expensive as Black Sabbath, but, I mean, sometimes we put out Bob Dylan's greatest hits. We'll put out Bob Dylan's greatest hits for $34.99 with the poster. And people think, oh, he's just joking. I'm like, good gosh, this has the poster. That sells for $30 or $40 on eBay by itself. Here's your proof. So, yeah, it kind of depends on what insert you need, but a lot of the really desirable inserts, if people find them stray, but John has boxes of that stuff back there. But we keep it for when we need it. He doesn't match everything up, but like if he does get a John Lennon that needs a poster and he knows where one is, you know, the White Album photos, the White Album poster, believe it or not, Let It Be, some of the later pressings of Let It Be, not the original, but some of the later pressings of Let It Be came with a poster. I think the purple Capitol label, Let It Be's came with a poster. Not the originals, though. The original US. The original UK Let It Be was like a box set. It came with a book. And, yeah. I honestly think if you got a Dylan Greatest Hits in shrink, hype, poster, and everything's minty, that's like $150 record in my opinion. And I try, but what happens is people see them so often, they're like, oh, it's just another Dylan Greatest Hits. But when you get one minty, shrink, hype, poster, it's getting up there to be an OG 2i, it's getting up there to be $150 record probably. That's getting to that more collectible type stuff rather than just a run-of-the-mill Dylan 70s reissue. Let me see if, because that thing did, some of them did come with a hop sticker on the OG pressings. Yeah, a sealed one sold for $340. Sealed one $150. Yeah, there's one shrink poster, $125, $125. Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling that's what those were going for. Now, that's like a beautiful one there. Shrink, hype. But man, they sell for a bargain here. We've had that very same record like priced for $39 or $49, and I'm like, oh gosh, that's a steal. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm in no hurry to sell because that's top of the line. I like the vintage stuff that's just top of the line, and I try to let everybody know that's the kind of EX Plus near me. If we have something in shrink and hype, and John's got like $34.99, it's because it's the top. It's the top copy. You know, it's like if you want the best copy, it's going to be the most money. If you want a VG copy, you probably can get it for a third of that in another crate. We'll probably have it in just a second for $10. So you got to be patient. Me, I'm into top copies. I like I've got that Dylan record just like that. I've got one with a shrink, the hype, the original label, first press, poster. I probably wouldn't take $150 for mine. I sell other copies every night right here for $10 and $20. Sometimes $5 if they're a VG record that's ended up being half off. But a nice one is $150, $125 maybe. It just depends. So that's where condition's important, and inserts, very collectible inserts. I don't have as many albums. I thinned out about 8 crates the other night. Here's a good example where shrink wrap. Here's where shrink wrap is worth like a couple $100. We sold one this week, and here comes another one for next week. That's a rare shrink wrap on that one. Wish you were here. That's tough to get. That's, of course, what the cover looks like underneath it. That's $200 to $400. Hopefully closer to $400 because it's beautiful. First press. I don't know how many I have. I've got them stored. I've got some stuff here, my mom's house, and then my new house. So I don't really know. I have started collecting so much stuff, I take turns. Right now, I'm pretty obsessive over autographs and comics. Some weeks, you can't even get me to look at a comic or an autograph. I could care less, and I'm so engrossed with finding rare records that I need for my collection. I like spend all my time online looking for them. But with my business, I just have to be patient. They'll eventually show up here. You just got to be like really, really patient. I mean, I'm still waiting for a Led Zeppelin turquoise to come through here, and we still hadn't got one. And all these records, we've still never got a Zeppelin turquoise. And I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and buy one because they keep getting more expensive. But I'm into rare Zeppelin, foreign pressings, rare Beatles. Especially right now, I'm looking for the grails. I'm going to go ahead and buy some of the really early singles like Please Please Me, the promo. I want to go ahead and get some of that stuff before it gets even more expensive. I don't really see the rare stuff going down. That's the thing about the collectibles business. If you're going to buy something expensive, go ahead and do it now. I mean, I've seen prices do nothing but go up for, 10 years. I've got one signed by Stan Lee over here. I don't know if Tanner wants to sell it though. He's had it over here. I think we're going to have it graded, but I think we got one No, we got one signed by Todd McFarlane. Yeah. But I think they're going to have it slabbed, but I'm not for sure. But yeah, I'm probably going to bite the bullet on some rare investment collectibles this month. I've been wanting a 52 Topps mantle my whole life. Yeah, that's the same one signed by Todd McFarlane. Yeah, we're about to revisit a bunch of old autographs. I still got a lot of killer stuff that we've never recycled. That's my project for tomorrow. I usually try to go ahead and sell off a bunch of autographs when JSA is about to do another authentication. We probably have, after this purchase, we probably have 500 autographs. We've hit that number so they can come and do an authentication day. But I've wanted a 52 Topps mantle my whole life, and I've kind of been setting it aside and thinking about it and saving for it. And I've done nothing but watch that card go up my whole life. I mean, ever since I started in this business, I'm 30 years old. When I started, when I was in grade school, I always wanted that 52 Topps mantle, and I've seen it do nothing but like just skyrocket in value. And then I was like, okay, let's see what happened since 2020, because, you know, 2020 was a big boom for cards. That card stayed true to the price boom. They haven't come down a penny. They've done nothing but go up, and they're going to continue to do that. So, obviously, I'm going to go after a low-grade one, but I want to get one. I want to get a low-grade one. I'm probably going to try to do it this year. There's a card show in Nashville tomorrow, the National, N-A-S-H, the National, like Nashville. And I bet if I go there tomorrow, I could find one, or maybe get a deal cooking on one. And then the problem is buying something that expensive and, you know, having to figure out how to get it from somebody and double checking it and everything. There's a couple of people I know there that sell that are legit, and they could verify it, even if it's in a PSA holder. I'm only going to buy it if it's PSA or SGC, but still, you want to double check everything. But that's going to be like my favorite. That might be the favorite thing I own of all time after I get that. I've been wanting that my whole life. The way I see it, in 30 years, it's probably going to be, all this stuff is not wasting money. It's like, to me, it's not wasting money at all. I mean, it's not like you're, you know, just blowing money. It's an asset, especially something like that. Okay. Can I get the Magic Johnson basketball just to display at home? No. You're not getting any fake autographs. Thank y'all. Good night. And I am signing off. And I think I'm done. I know I'm done. I'm about to go grab a bite to eat, film these morning videos, make these morning posts, and schedule them. Be sure you watch the 6 a.m. video. There's probably going to be a 7 a.m. video jazz crate, an 8 a.m. rack post, and then the 9 a.m. vintage. If there's not a jazz, don't hold it against me. I have to do a lot of sorting and figure out how to do that one. Takes a little bit longer to get those together, but I've got time. There are fake PSA holders. Oh, for sure. See you at 5. Yeah, I hope so. I was looking at the PSA card, 311. Yeah, that's it. 52 Topps, 311. Yep. That's it. A nice one will cost you, a low-grade one will cost you, or a mid-grade one will cost about the price of a new house. They're not cheap whatsoever. All right. Thank y'all, and good night.